making landform changes and delivering infrastructure. We worked through a significant process directly engaging with ministers and MFE, and further revisions were made to that freshwater policy that enabled a pathway for the project to progress. We probably lost around 2 years because of that. One of the things that was probably not fully understood at the beginning of the project was around the extent of the flood risk and the impact of, I guess, proposed earthworks on flood levels and flooding issues. So that certainly gained a lot of attention, and technical work has been undertaken through the project as a way through that, but there are still issues around that that you will hear through the hearing. We've also faced major infrastructure cost escalation, particularly through the COVID period. Now, that has created significant infrastructure funding challenges. To give you an idea, the enabling works were initially costed, at least the transport component, around $40 to $50 million. The transport component of that, based on the contracts that were let for construction, is in the order of about $200 million now. And obviously with these cost increases, they affect, costs are passed on to developers, and they face similar cost increases in terms of the internal infrastructure, the earthworks, and the various other components of their development. So the overall development economics of the project have been significantly affected by these higher costs, by the significant time delays that we've faced in terms of holding costs that they face, and of course by the current state of the property market. We know that's cyclical, but at the moment things are certainly not up in that space. So I guess just to conclude that little piece, not all of these issues will be directly relevant to the variation and the decisions, recommendations, that you need to make, but they are all at least indirectly relevant. And there's some overlap and certainly some grey area between, I guess, the RMA matters and various non-RMA matters that exist in this project. Just to conclude, in terms of funding, I mean, historically, with a large new greenfield area, a council like Tauranga City would debt finance all of the external and all of the key internal infrastructure, and would repay that generally via development contributions. This approach is not feasible for TCC in this case, and in other similar cases and projects that we're working on at the moment. This is due to the fact that we are already at our debt limits as a council, and there are significant competing investment priorities. So in terms of how we've addressed that, the $258 million enabling works infrastructure package of the external infrastructure is primarily funded by external funding parties, by NZTA, through an infrastructure acceleration fund grant, and directly by the main landowners, developers. So that would be more than 3/4 of the funding of that project. Both the IAF funding and the developer funding is subject to formal agreements that are in place, and those do tie funding back to housing allocation and housing delivery by those parties. So there's some intersect there with issues that you will consider. In terms of internal infrastructure funding within the growth area, TCC's held a position on this project effectively since the project commenced that all costs would have to be funded by the main landowners themselves. TCC would not get involved, and that they would need to work together in terms of how they deliver and share the costs of that. This includes major items such as the main collector road, which could cost $60-80 million, large wastewater pump stations, large trunk water pipes, and the whole stormwater management solution. So that concludes my opening remarks, so I'll just leave it there, and thank you for hearing me.
I just had a couple of questions. One was you spoke about the long history of this going back 8 years. I just wondered why the IPI process was chosen to progress this area rather than a standard plan change process.
That's a good question. I guess it comes back largely to the fact that both the current and previous councils have been heavily focused on trying to address the housing challenges that the city faces. And we were always looking for the most efficient, I guess, planning process to deliver that, with the most certainty and the least amount of time. So we've considered a number of options through this project, through standard RMA, Schedule 1 processes, streamlined processes, the process we are using, and also alternative processes like specified development projects and various call-in processes, etc. We determined that this would be the most efficient process to use, I guess we worked with the government who needed to make the decision to enable us to utilise the project, and I guess that was agreed on that basis.
And I don't know whether you're the right person to ask this to, but I've got a note in one of the paragraphs in your evidence. But in terms of the number of dwellings and the first step that council's now proposing, the 800 dwellings, are you the right person to put that question to? I'm just wondering whether is that for you instead? Okay, I'll save that one for you. You're coming up next, aren't you? After Richard, okay. And then there was just another comment in your evidence in relation to the funding, where you're saying you're seeking to have the plan change fully operative by 30 June 2025. I think I've also seen that you've got an extension from the minister until December, is that correct? But there's a desire to have it completed earlier.
Yeah, so while that's our timeframe for the IPI, the timeframe that we have in relation to various funding arrangements is 30 June. And if we don't meet that, we'll be, I guess, in a process of having some risk around that funding and the need to revisit and negotiate various funding agreements.
Thank you. That's helpful context. Thank you.
Yeah, just one for me, thank you. In your rebuttal, you're talking in 2.8 and 2.9 about the market economics and foresight reports, and you set out that it's you haven't used that because you've used the more recent smart growth HBA. Is the market economics and foresight report of any relevance now? Is it sort of so out of date that you don't sort of give any weight to it, or is it something that we should or can still have some regard to?
Yeah, I mean, definitely we've done additional work since then, which, well, I would put a lot more weight to. I did have another read through that market economics foresight report yesterday, actually. I think it does indicate that certainly over time, higher densities are likely to be achievable in Tauriko West. So I don't think it is particularly at odds with what we're saying around density.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mead. The question I have relates again to your rebuttal evidence in 2.4, where you mentioned that densities achieved in the short to medium term will impact on whether the overall density, when complete, achieves the 30 dwellings or not. Now, and this has come through in a number of the other pieces of evidence, it's not clear as to whether you're still trying to achieve an overall density of 30 dwellings, or so when you've got lower levels of density in the early stages, whether who does the calculation, and we are still aiming for the 30, or we aiming for 25, or something in between, or even lower?
So in terms of the smart growth strategy and the work that happened through the UFD project, that certainly landed on the desire to achieve densities of 30 dwellings per hectare on average across the growth area. It was recognised that was a significant step up from where density is in Tauranga at the moment. And for this project, we went through a process of agreeing, particularly with the NZTA, that lower densities would be appropriate, and that's where we had agreed a working position of 25 dwellings per hectare as an average across the urban growth area. I think the further evidence and consideration of various parties' views has led us to a point where we're suggesting that densities might start even a little bit lower than that, I think at 22, for a certain amount of development, and then for the rest of the development at 25. So that leads you to a position, I don't have the exact calculations in front of me, where you would, if that position was adopted, achieve something like 24 dwellings per hectare overall.
Yeah, that hasn't come through clearly in all the other pieces of evidence. So you're looking at an average of maybe around 24.
I think it's a stepped approach that we're looking at, which in total would average roughly about that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just on the financial agreements, and somewhere in the evidence there is an example, I think, of one of those agreements. I might be in the redacted form, I can't recall when. But is the agreement or are those financial agreements and the terms of those currently accurately portrayed in the variation 1? I mean, I'm assuming you've got densities to meet and so on in the agreement. I just want to make sure that if they are aligned, well, first question is, are they aligned? Second question, if not, why not?
Yes, they are aligned. The agreements primarily deal with who the housing is allocated to, and that aligns with the position we've notified and the position that we've taken through any further evidence. There is also some talk about densities within those agreements. It's a little bit looser than what the position we've taken, but yeah, there is alignment in terms of that as well.
We don't need to know that detail in terms of creating a situation where you have to renegotiate those development agreements.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Could you repeat that, sorry?
Do we need any information about any further information about those to make sure that we don't come up with a decision on certain matters that require you to renegotiate the development agreements already in place? You need to signal that if that's a risk, I guess is the issue.
Yeah, I think we can, as we go through the hearing, sort of point out any of those issues if they do sort of come up. I think.
Let me just add, I'm also thinking the question is whether in actual fact there are any undertakings with NZTA as part of its commitment to the works with respect to density and numbers and so on.
No, we were very clear with the NZTA that we can propose minimum densities, but we are not I guess, we're not forming the recommendations, and we're not necessarily the decision maker in terms of the outcome. So that position was made clear in those discussions, which were now quite a number of years ago when we were commencing the enabling works.
So, I mean, if we were to go with some of the parties with a much lower density, either overall or incrementally, that doesn't place in peril the agreements that you've got with NZTA with respect to the works that they're doing on State Highway 29, for example?
Not in respect of those agreements that are in place, or in terms of other agreements that are in place. I think as long as we are at or north of 20 dwellings per hectare, we're not going to have any significant issues.
Just push you on that one a little bit further then. Is 20 a bottom line? In terms of compromising agreements, no, not in terms of the position that council wants to reach. I accept that, but just there seemed to be a bottom line indication there. And I'm not negotiating.
Yeah, no. I wasn't expecting this detail so early in the hearing, but if we go below 20, there will be issues, not just for TCC, but for parties that hold, I'm going to get the name of this wrong, housing delivery agreements or something like that, housing outcome agreements, as part of our IAF funding. So our IAF funding, we have agreements with Kaingoora, who are managing that funding on behalf of the Crown, of the government, but there are also agreements in place between Kaingoora and the main landowners, and they do deal with density. And if we're going below 20, there would be issues, yes.
It's obviously helpful for us to know where those lines are so that we take those on board. All right. Thank you, Sunil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, and welcome to everyone who's able to attend and dialing in online. I have an opening statement that I've prepared, and this will be uploaded today, so it'll be available to others online. And I've provided a hard copy to each of the Commissioners. Mr. Talbot will be doing the same opening statement approach, the hard copy, and we've divvied up, as it were, the key topics. So there are certain questions would come my way, certain questions would go towards Mr. Talbot. Also provided a copy of the PowerPoint slides that we'll use, so bring that on. And there's also a copy of what's called Appendix 1 to the opening statements. And I think that will be a very useful tool as we go through the hearing, where we've captured all the latest changes recorded in the Section 42A report. That's sort of in the left-hand column. And then in the right-hand column, further changes requested through the statements of evidence and whether council agrees or does not agree, but it crystallises some of the outstanding issues in terms of the annotated text for variation 1. I turn to my opening statement. What I'd like to cover is an overview just to set the context for the hearing. Andy Mead has done a really good job of setting the strategic overview. I'll provide more of the historic and cultural and topographical context with some background to the landform optioneering, and then move into some of the key topics that I've addressed through the Section 42A report and some of them through rebuttal as well. Given that I understand you're keen to cut to the chase, I won't read every word out. I'll just skip through the paragraphs to the key points and then slow down for some of those. So in terms of the overview, if you move through to my paragraph 2.4, just capture what I'm going to cover very, very briefly. First part is just to set the scene and just to highlight the zoning that's proposed through variation 1 as well. And then the key topics that I'll cover are the stormwater management, the ecology and wetlands, the Wairoa River Valley Corridor, and then flooding and slope hazards. And then Mr. Talbot will be covering the yield, infrastructure staging and sequencing, and the local neighbourhood centres. We've captured these as key topics. We think it helps to cluster a number of the submission points into those sort of key areas. The way I've set the opening statement out, and Mr. Talbot's done the same, is we'll highlight the key issues under each of those topics, and then that will lead to what the outstanding issues of contention are. And I think that will help crystallise the discussion. Through paragraphs 2.9 to 2.11, just covering what other expert evidence we've relied on for Mr. Tim Fisher for the legal counsel. And there are a number of other experts who provided technical advice. That's in paragraph 210. They are all available if required during this hearing. They're kind of like on notice, sitting on the bench. For in section 3, for the site context, Tauriko West has a rich cultural and historical significance, and the area was first settled by Māori in the late 13th century and then later by European settlers in the 19th century, with the name Tauriko having its origins from the Tauranga Rimu Timber Company in 1915. They just shortened it to Tauriko. The region holds important ancestral connections for the local hapu, with significant historical events such as the land confiscations after the battles of Gate Pa and Tarangi in 1864. The land has since been used for rural activities, and key sites of cultural or historical value are to be protected by the passive open space zone under the variation. These include the Ruangarara camp, or its little knoll that's there. There's shell middens, there's terraced kāinga housing, and Captain Tovey's house site, as well as what's recognised as the Bush Campaign Track from 1867. Over the years, the properties in Tauriko West remained in private ownership and now comprising a few small property holdings and then three main landowners, Tauriko Property Group and Classics Group, and then Tauriko West Limited, and then Kāinga Ora. Back in 2016, Andy Mead's already covered this, so I'll just move through quickly, but Smart Growth identified this Tauriko West as a greenfield urban growth area, and Te Kawearopu was formed in 2017, which is a hapu-centric forum partnered with the local authorities, which was Western Bay, the Regional Council here, and Tauranga City Council and NZTA. They were to oversee the Tauriko for Tomorrow project, and it has four major stages, which Andy's just covered, but basically was the change to the urban limits in the RPS, local boundary reorganisation through the Local Government Commission, and then we're now into step 3, which is the rezoning of Tauriko West. Step 4 is underway through the enabling works, but it also includes the long-term upgrade for State Highway 29, which you'll be hearing more about. The partnership agreement for Te Kawearopu highlights the spiritual and cultural significance and the ancestral connections of the hapu to Te Awa o Wairoa, and which has been reinforced through wānanga sessions for the 6 hapu recognised as having mana whenua status. And I've listed each of the hapu in the footnotes there. The importance of the awa is captured in the Wairoa River Valley Strategy whakatauki, ko te Wairoa, he whakaora whenua, he whakaora tangata. The Wairoa River, a river that gives life to the land and the people. I'm going to bring up some slides and I'll go through the landform optioneering just to help set the context for, you see the name option 5 named all over the place. The journey, like how did we get there? I'll cover that very briefly. Next slide. The cultural heritage is a strong influence in the approach and structure planning and the proposed zoning for Tauriko West. For example, there's a very wide river margin for the cultural landscape amenity purposes, and that will be zoned as passive open space, and it far exceeds the normal 20-metre Esplanade Reserve. Plus, there's an important amenity landscape overlay, which will match that passive open space boundary, and a number of controls applied with that overlay. Now, the landform optioneering is another strong influence on the structure planning, and the key factors included. And the first one that's listed there is maximising that developable land extent. So clearly as a growth area, that's sort of paramount. Then managing that flood hazard and slope instability risk, considering the topography, addressing environmental impacts and culturally important sites, and then taking into account a number of sustainable management aspects, climate change, resilience, then the infrastructure, and also the future community, looking to see how we can develop a landform that enhances walkable communities, modal shift, and greenhouse gas emission reductions. So broadly speaking, any landform that provides for large contiguous areas of flat developable land will more likely achieve such goals, and the infrastructure becomes more economically viable. Efficiency of the roading, the services, and the community facilities are increased, with opportunities for greater densities for housing, and then an associated increases in your active as well as public transport. Planning process for Tauriko West has involved extensive landform optioneering since 2017, considering various iterations through 5 main options, each one seeking to maximise developable land while managing the environmental and hazard risks. As Andy has already mentioned, the new freshwater regulations introduced in 2020, they caused delays in the structure planning right through to 2023. So there was a significant sort of hold during that process. Through that time, what we developed, we call a hybrid approach. And that was looking at, instead of filling in all the wetlands and streams that are there or watercourses, looking to see which ones could remain intact while still maximising your developable footprint. And that does involve realigning the southern area. There's a stream that is to be recreated. I don't know if you can see on the over here, but maybe if I just step off, if Alice just points it out, it tracks through into what we call the lower sort of southern area. To maintain strong groundwater connectivity all year round, that's including in the driest, hottest periods with the least rainfall, the elevation of that stream will have to remain very close to current ground levels, despite the fact that to address flood risk, that land needs to be raised by an approximate 4 to 5 metres of fill above the current ground level in places. So there's significant change to the landform through that option 5. And option 5 was the one that came through as being identified as the most likely landform to be developed. It does remain as a concept. It's not locked in, but it has been used quite significantly for the structure plan process. So if I just go on to the next slide, you'll see the landform contours echoed in that sort of the yellower areas for developable land, and then the cross-hatched areas for constrained areas, which is the escarpments or any other constraint, which we included NZTA's long-term State Highway 29 upgrade corridor as one of those constraints for future housing. We go on to the...
Just before you move off that, so if I can just ask, so landform 5 is conceptual, but the structure plan it underlies the structure plan, which is not a concept as such. I mean, if it goes into the plan, that becomes quite a formal instrument.
Yeah, there's a fine balance between confidence through the structure plan that landform 5 will happen, but still recognising that until the developers complete their earthworks, we won't know for sure how close to the landform 5 the finished landform will be. We anticipate it to be very close, but it may not be exact. One good example could be down at the Redwood Lane end, where option 5 has taken a sweeping approach as though everybody's on board with the same earthworks, but there are a number of privately owned properties down Redwood Lane who may not actually join in with the overall earthworks in that area. Or when it comes to the central area and the realigned stream, we understand that that's where it's anticipated to go. The final landform might shift it a little bit. So we're expecting some change from option 5, but not necessarily significant change.
And just give me a pen sketch of if you're not aligned with the structure plan, what are you defaulting to in terms of activity statuses for subdivision, earthworks, and so on? And typically, RDA or where do we kick
into? Yeah. Sorry, Alice has been prepping me, which is good. The structure plan has no legal status. It's not part of the variation. It's a very, very useful tool.
Okay. So you're not bringing it into the plan. That's the answer.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. I'll move on to the next slide then.
So it's not really a structure plan, is it? Yes.
The weight that we've given the structure, just go back one. The weight of the structure plan is that under the RPS method 18, there is a requirement to comply through your structure planning process with a long list of criteria. So it has been very useful for that, and it's been an incredibly effective tool for the infrastructure staging, planning, and figuring out if this is the landform we're developing, where does the wastewater go, and where will you need the pump stations, and how long can we keep using those pump stations, pushing the wastewater, say, north through Fury Ave, until such times as that capacity is reached, and then you have to switch to the south. Then it's a timing thing as to, well, when did the development in the south expand So the structure plan is a very useful tool, but it's not locked into the variation 1 plan provisions.
Thank you. Just remind me what the RPS method was again.
18, method 18. It will be mentioned a few times, yeah. I'll move on to the zoning. So I'll go on to the next slide. Yep. We've prepared 2 aspects within variation 1. One is the urban growth plan, and that will guide subdivision in terms of a framework approach. So the first slide that's there sort of shows where we're anticipating the roading network, and also where sort of walking and cycling might go, neighbourhood reserves. You can see in the green areas, there's quite a wide river margin anticipated, and the provision for local shops, little cafe, dairy, sort of small community focused enterprises. We've indicated where the neighbourhood centres should go, 2 of those, and also a local centre down in the southern part, closer to the roundabout at Redwood Lane and Kawaroa Drive. So that's one part. If I go on to the next slide, the second part is the actual zoning, which is obviously echoed in the urban growth plan. I'll just cover these through the paragraphs as I've got them. Medium density residential zone will cover the majority of the Tauriko West area, and that's to maximise development capacity opportunity and the extent of the land possible. This still requires large-scale earthworks by the developers, and I just note there, Kaingaora has already obtained their earthworks consent for the northern part of the land that they own, and the other developers, which is Classics and Tauriko West Limited, they're working on their earthworks consenting for the central and then the southern area currently.
While you're on that matter, one of the questions I had was, you've talked about this Form 5 and how much buy-in has there been from the 3 main landowners to that form?
So it was developed very closely with them. We couldn't move forward without their agreement for those layouts. So they actually provided the landform layouts individually, as we've got one from Kaingaora, and then the next one came from Tauriko West Limited and Classics. They will be working together on cut and fill. So strong buy-in for the option 5 approach, strong buy-in for using option 5 for all the technical assessments and so on.
Right. And follow on, you mentioned the Kaingaora have been granted earthworks consents?
Correct.
And are they consistent with the Landform 5?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so that's helpful. Thank you.
Sorry, Andy, sorry, you'll appreciate. Is it that those consents are beyond appeal? They're live? Those earthworks consents?
Correct, yes. For Kaingaora, they obtained earthworks consent through Regional Council and also Tauranga City Council. Yeah, correct.
Well, just to clarify, so the checking structure plan isn't part of the district plan. Was the urban growth plan within the district plan?
Correct.
It is in.
Yes.
And in terms of the way, because we haven't got a legend alongside what we had on screen and what we've got in front of us, in terms of those positions of neighbourhood centres, local centres and things, that's indicative, I presume.
Correct.
But the boundary of the zoning with the river, where you get into an open space zone alongside the river, which is appears to be quite precise, that is precise, I presume.
Yeah, correct. So the Wairoa River, it's not going to move, but the recreated stream might. So there's flexibility for any recreated stream in the southern area.
And so that's clear from the words that sit alongside it in the plan as to what's fixed and what isn't.
In terms of the zoning,
I'm just thinking in terms of what sits alongside this diagram in the plan. Right. So we've just got the picture, no words. It's clear what's fixed from that and what's sort of indicative. Yes, they are, and the words within the annotated text draw attention to that. Yeah. If I just expand on the commercial centres one, or the neighbourhood centres and local centre, it's in that general vicinity, and the same applies to the neighbourhood reserves. They're in that general vicinity.
they've been calculated on a walkable distance of 400-metre radius to make sure the whole community is able to reach recreational grounds.
So whilst it's in the general vicinity, are the other walkable requirements still attached to if it moves? I mean, it could move 100 metres one way and be outside the 400. Obviously.
Yeah, that network that you see there for roading and walkways and so on is a general approach. Yeah, because they're not designated or locked in play. But I'll move through the next few paragraphs. What I'm really just drawing attention to is some of those key issues that will direct how that landform is completed. So your geotech and slope hazards, raising the land above the flood level risk for the 1% AEP event. And then also in terms of addressing any wetlands and streams or any other freshwater ecology, that is all a regional council consenting process for the developers yet to go through. Only so far Kāinga Ora has done that. Also note here that we've got proposed plan change 27 now has legal effect, which addresses any low-lying land within the floodplain. And so because we have that like an overlay, I've just noted there, there's no need for any, say, greenbelt zone or other open space zoning for those low-lying areas. We're proposing to zone them all as medium density residential zone, except for the passive open space area, which is that big green river margin.
Just to clarify, you mentioned this area has relatively recently come into the city boundary. I had a quick look yesterday to see whether your various flood mapping annotations were on mapping. They don't appear to cover this area. How is that covered? Is that part of a transition process from the Bay of Plenty, Western Bay of Plenty?
Correct. So it's almost half the growth area to the south is under the Western Bay of Plenty District Council district plan. Tauranga City administers that district plan for that half currently, because that's the operative district plan provisions. They actually do have a flood overlay. If you have a look at their planning maps, they've drawn a big, broad sort of sector of flood hazard area. For the northern half, that was already within Tauranga City Council. So the flood maps that have been done actually do extend as far as the halfway line currently that have been undertaken as part of Plan Change 27. Those flood maps are indicative. They're not part of the Plan Change 27 provisions in the city plan.
And are they the two methods of flood assessment? Have they been done on the same basis?
No. So the Western Bay, I'm not quite sure what data they have used to identify flood risk areas, but the Plan Change 27 has used climate change adjusted factors. So it's far more, say, up to date, but obviously looking to the 21-30 period for the 1% AEP event. Okay, and I've noted there this is one of the outstanding matters of contention. You'll hear more on through the hearing. Go on to the next slide. So I've also noted there's a very wide river margin that's far exceeds the 20-metre Esplanade Reserve. So what we have, if you go on to the next paragraph, a conservation zone will be applied to the river margin, which is consistent with the rest of the river margin downstream in the rest of the City of Tauranga jurisdiction for that 20-metre Esplanade area, and that will help to maintain the biodiversity and the ecology shading and that whole riparian sort of margin being protected there. I mentioned the rural zone right down in the south of the urban growth area. There are a few properties that don't have the same sort of level of infrastructure or the ease with which to provide infrastructure. They're low-lying, and a couple of them are have direct access onto the state highway, which is a limited access road. So there's no indication to provide for MDRZ down in this sort of sector. Last paragraph is just picking up an error that we've spotted. The commercial zone in the city plan should be coloured pink, and somehow through the GIS mapping, there's an existing commercial area for what's known as the Caltex site. It's ended up in the notified maps as purple, so we want to include it as a clause 16 minor amendment to the planning maps as a drafting error. I'll move on to the key topics, and I can move through these reasonably quickly just to highlight what the issues of contention still are. Just for context, I've read through the evidence of Mr. Craig Batchelor and noted the comments that he's picked up on the objectives and policies for stormwater management. He's made a suggestion that there be a notation to address where there's a difference between the general policies that already exist within the city plan, there in section 12G, and then you have more specific provisions for Tauriko West under 12B. He suggests there be a notation that just indicates that where you have any difference between the general and the specific, that the specific should prevail. And he's also highlighted how the policy wording seems to duplicate a couple of the points. So he's questioned that. And I note that Kainga Order has picked up on that, as well as Classics or Aaron Collier. I've put some key issues for consideration. First one is that the stormwater in Tauriko West is actually managed through regional council consenting, what we term a CSC, or Comprehensive Stormwater Consent. And an application has been lodged with the regional council, section 92 sent out. So Tauranga City Council's involved in following up with the regional council on those issues in preparation for hearing next year in February. This is where one of the specific policy aspects that refers to that approved consent that's been challenged in a number of submissions, some saying deleted and others saying it's confusing. I put in paragraph 5.4 that the proposed stormwater management provisions are necessary, in my view, to address the requirements of the NPS for freshwater management, and that's particularly under clause 3.5, or more specifically 3.5.4, and hence objective 12B14, and then policy 12B141. They bring in that integrated approach that's required under the national policy statement. The last point in that paragraph is that the wording that we currently have is consistent with the city plan provisions for other similar growth areas. So Smith's Farm, and then more recently for the business estate, stage 4. I'll put a footnote if you wanted to have a look at the wording, and you'll see the consistent wording that's there. I also noted that council has an infrastructure development code, and so that when applicants bring their subdivision plans, there is a requirement to see how what they're proposing is going to meet the requirements of any approved stormwater consent. So I just noted there's multiple submissions on this provision, and the position that we've adopted is in Appendix 1 on those policies. So paragraph 5.7, I just highlighted the three main things still outstanding. So regional council has sought that all flood capacity storage areas be zoned passive open space. We haven't agreed to that. Tauriko West Limited has asked for a notation and also challenged the wording for the objective and the policies. And then Classics have sought to delete the reference to needing to meet the relevant stormwater consent. And they've proposed that we add another statement that the low impact design practices minimises the impact on the amount of developable land. again, that's set up in the Appendix 1 to show that hasn't been accepted yet by council. We'll see how things proceed through the hearing. Next topic is ecology and wetlands. And here I've read the evidence of Ms. Lucy Holden, supported by her ecologist, Nancy Willems, and also water quality expert, Sue Ira, on behalf of the Regional Council. And they've raised issues in relation to ecological matters, seeking some new provisions to be added in as a policy for subdivision. Quickly go through the key issues. The main focus for the Regional Council is what they call protection in perpetuity, and recognising that any regional consents granted have a limited time period, but whatever wetlands or streams exist thereafter, they're looking for the city plan to be the mechanism to provide for that ongoing protection. So what council anticipates is that that land is likely to be vested in council. And we know that we've got the conservation zone, which is that 20-metre wide band along the river margin, plus an extensive passive open space area, and then any other land required for stormwater management reserves. And also that recreated stream that we've highlighted sits in quite a deep, say, steep embankment area. It's quite likely all of that land will be vested in council. There's also a developers agreement that has a draft open space and community facilities master plan that already identifies as indicative reserve areas all such land that could be vested in council. And that includes the escarpments, wetlands, and then what we call blue-green corridors, so stormwater management areas that could be used for connectivity, walking and cycling as well. Once land is vested in council, then it falls under the nature and biodiversity action and investment plan. Those action and investment plans form part of the overall council strategy. Here in particular, it's the Tauriko environmental strategy that it would fall under, and the action and investment plan provide direction or priorities for funding that goes into the into the long-term plan. And this is all part of our overall vision for the city called Our Direction. So in terms of protecting the land in perpetuity, the mechanisms are already in place. And so I don't see a need to specify that we need to provide for that through the city plan. Paragraph 6.7, there was another request from Regional Council to specify that regional consent applications should contain an assessment of ecological effects. And I didn't see the need to duplicate what the Regional Council does within the city plan. The areas of outstanding contention, it's the change that's being proposed to policy 12B131 for subdivision in Tauriko West, which would be to ensure the riparian margins of any natural stream or any stream constructed as an ecological offset are of sufficient area on either side and protected and maintained in perpetuity, and that riparian margin will be planted in appropriate native species at appropriate density to minimise future maintenance and demonstrate that the vested area is a minimum of 10 metres wide. And I think this will be explored through the hearing. I think there are other submitters that have picked up on this policy and the suggested changes as well. Moving on to the wider River Valley corridor. Here I've relied on the Bothamiscal's 2 landscape assessment reports. One is on the Wairoa River and that important amenity landscape area, and the other is more on the landscape effects of changing from what is currently zoned rural to a intensified residential area. I've also read the evidence of Mr. Matthew Lindenberg on behalf of Kāinga Ora, and note that he's recommended a minor change to Rule 12B3115D, which is just seeking clarification for when the visual mitigation buffer is triggered or to be delivered. And the concern they raised is that when they subdivide their land, they're likely to be developing on the eastern side, not down on the west next to the river. And so there could be large super lots or the parent title left over, but arguably that has been a subdivision adjoining the important amenity landscape plan area. So they're just seeking to have the wording refer to an actual residential allotment. So it's not until the residential allotments are subdivided next to that important amenity landscape plan area that you would trigger the need to provide the visual mitigation buffer. And that's all set out in what's called Appendix 6G to the city plan provisions. And it has a combination of screen planting as well as sort of gaps in the taller plants recommended in the planting species plan. Yeah, you're probably aware of this, but since Commissioner Campbell has asked, it's worth me just reading this out. At present, the operative Western Bay Plenty District Plan still applies to the southern area of Tauriko West. And here, this river corridor is identified as an outstanding landscape feature. And that's under Appendix 2 to the district plan provisions. I'll put a note as to if you wanted to see, well, what kind of things apply. It's quite a wide area. It's got a 300-metre wide band that applies to that river margin as for general protection, and then a 50-metre band that applies to more significant river margin aspects. However, Bofa have recommended that the important amenity landscape for Tauriko West be applied to this stretch of the river. So that's superseding or downgrading the outstanding landscape feature status. And then I just mentioned here, there's layers, as it were, of protection for that river corridor. The first one is the important amenity landscape plan area, and that's an overlay for the whole passive open space area. And that has quite significant restrictions on development. For example, the actual walkways or boardwalks and cycleways are restricted discretionary activities in that area. Then there is a 20-metre buffer area across the residential zoning called the important amenity landscape management area, and it has further controls with setbacks on the buildings and then controls on fencing and earthworks, as well as on colours and reflectivity within that 20-metre buffer area for any housing that comes right up to that adjoining boundary or interface. And then I mentioned the visual mitigation buffer, which is a further expectation of developers to provide screen planting along that interface area. And then, as noted, I've supported the recommended change from Kāinga Order. I've also supported the Section 32 or Section 32AA evaluation that was provided, given the scale of change, and that just seeks for clarity in how that rule is applied. And so there's no outstanding issues of contention for the VMB as we sit at this point. This is my last one. Then I'll hand over to Mr. Talbot. For flooding and natural hazards, I've just highlighted that for a wide range of natural hazards, there's been a huge amount of work undertaken by quite a number of technical experts. They're all listed in the footnotes as to what hazards have been addressed. But we got GHD to undertake a review of how those technical assessments have been undertaken relative to the regional policy statement requirements, method 18, and also looking at what's called Appendix L. Appendix L is your risk assessment and requires that you achieve a low risk for your development, but also in so doing that you achieve a low risk for areas outside of your development area. GHD addressed all the sort of landward aspects and hazards, whereas we had stormwater modelling undertaken by WSP, so they also undertook the flood risk assessment using Appendix L. I've just highlighted which regional policy provisions they meet, and that's been highlighted in other evidence as well through Regional Council. GHD were able to affirm that the Appendix L requirements had been met for all the hazards that they assessed, and then returned to WSP's FRA, and they noted that in terms of the risk assessment, which is looking at what they call the base case and comparing what you're doing to the same level of risk after development or post-development, has that risk changed? And it hasn't changed for the flooding in terms of the 1% and the 10%. The risk didn't change for the 0.2% in the first assessment, but there are 6 steps for the FRA to take, and so they're taking 4 steps. And the 5th and 6th step is to say, okay, is there any risk to human life, and does that change any of the assessment? And that's what has triggered some of the issues raised in evidence more recently, seeking to have a policy change at subdivision to identify a safe evacuation route or refuge, and also including structural stability of buildings. And this is based on the option 5 and the stormwater modelling for a 0.2% AEP, which is also referred to as a 1 in a 500-year flood event. This is my opinion here, but there's too many uncertainties in how future development will be undertaken or any staging, as well as the regional consenting for earthworks yet to be undertaken. And it would be problematic to determine structural stability aspects at the subdivision stage when such matters are controlled by the Building Act and the Building Code. And these are also covered in Mr. Fisher's legal submissions. Every successive development would likely necessitate the stormwater modelling being rerun for that 0.2% AEP event, with all the associated cost implications, delays, and changing assumptions over time. Also, when you turn to the flood risk assessment report itself, section 4.2, it does emphasise that the flood risk in this extreme 0.2 AEP event is not limited to the development area. So appropriate risk reduction measures are therefore not relevant just for this development, but the wider community. So there would be appropriate civil defence alerts, emergency warnings, evacuation procedures for all those at-risk areas of the city, should there ever be such an extreme, say, over-designed storm event. So clearly that's listed there as an area of outstanding contention that you still have the Regional Council seeking to include these words within the policy for subdivision. I'm happy to take questions or hand over to Alistair for the next part.
Just a quick question, and we'll see where we go from there. What requires the 0.2% AEP to be analysed and responded to?
Under Appendix L, there is your first risk assessment. Should that show that the risk is medium, there is a requirement for a secondary assessment, which stipulates the 1 in 500-year flood event be looked at. The idea being is to see if there's any other high risk. It can be low probability, but it could be a high risk. And having gone to that level, when you look at what development could be in this area, how many lots might be there, how many people might be living there in such an event, then you identify whether that's a very high risk in that scenario.
But you've indicated that the risk for the 1% and 10% is low, not medium, so you don't need to go there.
Yeah.
That's if the trigger is moderate or medium risk on the 1% or 10%, and your assessment is it's below that threshold, then surely you don't need to look at the point.
Yeah, the way the first 4 steps were taken, it still came out as medium risk.
So it's not low. Sorry, I'm looking at 8.5 where you've indicated.
I know. So it was the way that they did the first report, and then if you look at the updated one, it went straight to saying it was high for that 0.2% AEP. So I can get back to you if you like with the actual details as to how that unfolded.
I mean, I'm still unclear why you go there on the basis that the 1%.
Of the, yeah. So it is.
So yes, somebody clarify that for us, because we need to understand whether we need to go there or not.
Okay.
I'm sure regional council will clarify as well, but just put it on the table. Fraser.
Thank you. In your 8.6, you're referring to it's not necessary in terms of subdivision applications, et cetera. And then you go on and about the uncertainties in para 8.7. Are those uncertainties significant, given that we've heard that the landform is likely to follow fairly closely your proposed 5? There's consents being granted for earthworks that are consistent with that. Is 8.7 a very strong reason not to adopt what the regional council is saying, or are there other issues beyond 8.7?
You just flick back 2-3 slides to option 5, landform. Yeah, this one. So we're looking down in the southern end as the area that's been identified as at risk in the 1 in 500. And for this option 5, they've actually cut Redwood Lane down by almost up to a couple of metres in places. So they've lowered the existing landform. That's assuming all the landowners in Redwood Lane want to remove all their houses that they currently live in, their swimming pools and gardens and so on, and drop it down a couple of metres in that area. And then you run a climate change adjusted scenario for a 1 in a 500-year storm event in 2130 with the most extreme criteria at all levels: sea level rise, the global warming scenario, the highest of tides. So it's at that point you're modelling such a high risk and hence the low probability. But when you factor in the assumptions that's been developed, like option 5 shows, then you would potentially have intensified housing at, say, 20 to 25 dwellings per hectare in that immediate area. That may never, ever happen.
So it's the particular focus is the Redwood Lane area. That's where the effect of the river, high river levels could come through in terms of the regional council's requirements. That's the area. It's not the balance of the higher land.
No, it's the southern portion when you look at the flood maps that have been produced.
Thank you.
I'm just mindful that Mr. Lecomte is Mr. Lecomte here? Yeah, is on at 10:30 in order to just break. We might just, how much time do you think you might need, Mr. Lecomte? Okay, well, why don't we take you now, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back to Alliston. Yeah. So, Mr. Lecomte, if you want to come up, thank you.
Thank you for accommodating my time frame and bringing me in early, and thank you to the scheduling team for bringing me in early in the first place. Also like to thank the council for providing the Friend of the Submitter service. It's been very invaluable as a lay submitter to this process. I originally put a submission in on my own bat, but I'm also representing a number of the submitters in the Cambridge Road area. Have we got the slide clicker? As a very brief summary, our submissions were focused on the area adjacent to Cambridge Road, and that the general summary, a lack of access to the amenities in the wider Tauriko West urban growth area. There didn't appear to be consideration of the built form and amenity of existing Cambridge Road properties. We had worries about transport impacts, and overall we were requesting that small parcel remained or was moved to rural residential zoning rather than medium density. There was a further submission on most of these from Kāinga Ora seeking to disallow these submissions on the basis of that Section 77G does not allow for downzoning without a qualifying matter. Can we move to the next slide, please? We do think this submission should be allowed. Section 77G talks about every relevant residential zone must have medium density residential incorporated. However, this zoning isn't yet a relevant residential zone. It's currently zoned rural, and we're proposing that it would be moved to rural residential. So we don't think the kāinga or objection to the submission applies in this case. It seems a bit circular to assume that because it's proposed to be upzoned, we can't object to that. So just thought I'd deal with that point first. Move on, please. As we've discussed already through some of the council evidence, one of the requirements they put in the planning was that a stated 400 walkable requirement for the neighbourhood areas. And that's on this map covered by those red circles. Most of the Tauriko West Urban Growth Area, 99% of it, we support. The area along Wairoa River has good open space coverage, good amenity access, and has the vast majority of the sites. We're quite comfortable with those proposals. However, the small section on the northeast, top right, in blue, adjacent to Cambridge Road, is disconnected from the majority of the area by the steep escarpment area. There's no direct pedestrian access to the areas, and they'd have to walk along a future footpath along State Highway, down a steep access spine road, and into the area. The immediate area along there on Cambridge Road, it's currently rural residential with no footpaths, parks, or bus stops. The Section 42 talks about approximately 60 to 70 dwellings going onto that Cambridge Road site. Move on, please. The Section 42 report covers the open space requirement by saying that Tauriko Primary is within about 600 metres of that site. However, the stated requirement for neighbourhood open space is 400 metre access, not 600. If I look on a map, the closest point to Tauriko School is approximately 500 metres as the crows flies. The furthest is getting closer to 1 kilometre. Particularly with the transport plan to have one access onto Cambridge Road, a number of people on that site would have to backtrack to get there. The Section 42 also states there may be potential for open space areas within the Northern Gully area. However, that's very steep and there doesn't seem to be any current planning for that. So the Section 42 appears to rely on Tauriko Primary being acceptable open space or neighbourhood open space for that site. Move on, please. I talked to Tauriko School to confirm if they had any access or any issues around that. Tauriko School is fully fenced and locked after school hours and on the weekends. There is no access to playgrounds and fields. That's the position of Tauriko Primary. I've also asked them if there'd been any conversation with them, and from the school secretary, there hadn't. Maybe it's been with the principal of the board, but it doesn't appear to have been from the very brief investigation I had. Further, the reason why Tauriko School has that area fenced and locked is they've been subject to quite an extent of vandalism in recent years and past years from current residents in the area. So it's not an area that they really wish to open. Also, when I consider the Tauranga open space best practice standards, it's meant to be surrounded by street frontage and public edges for natural surveillance. So that sort of highlights that Tauriko School isn't really appropriate to be considered as public open space or neighbourhood open space. Move on, please. Further, I've brought an excerpt of the Tauranga open space policy. There's just talking about the quality standards of being within 400 metres in comprehensive development areas. I won't labour the point that was raised by planning staff as well. I'll just highlight that some of the comments about the role of open space becomes even more important the higher the densities are. So this is an important factor for that site. And also when the policy was last amended, which was partially around the Tauriko growth, they were looking at combinations of neighbourhood and local area space. One of the key statements was a proviso of the change is not to alter the quantity that is accessible and must be retained. So it appears to be that it's very important that neighbourhood space must be within 400 metres. Next slide, please. I'll just add, I'm not quite sure what the hearings panel is authorised to do in this space. I just don't know whether you are in fact authorised to consider or recommend options. that do not comply with council policy. Move on, please. So as I see options there, you could accept the lower open space level of service. However, I recommend you discard that because it's not per council policy. You could require a neighbourhood park on the Cambridge Road site, which would be 3,000 square metres. You'd lose around 10 dwellings by doing that. You could partially accept a lower level of service and just have a smaller area in medium density and some in rural residential. You'd lose more houses doing that, but you'd still not comply with policy. Or you could zone that site as rural residential and you'd avoid the need for a footpath, the rising main, or an extra park. So options 2 and 4 appear to be reasonable. If you went to a rural residential zone rather than medium density on Cambridge Road, you'd lose around 50 to 60 dwellings per the Section 42 analysis, or about half a dwelling per hectare over the remaining site to cover that loss. Move on, please. The next topic was about the built form and amenity of the surrounding neighbourhood. City Plan Section 14B has policies around needing to consider the planned built form and amenity of the surrounding neighbourhood and the surrounding land uses. I question whether having 25 odd sites per hectare on that site is in keeping with the surrounding hectare, which is rural residential, immediately adjacent and over the road, and for the entirety of Cambridge Road, pretty much. Now, this may be a subdivision consent issue and how you comply with this, but it's unclear how that can actually be managed to have that interface between 3 or 4 sites per hectare and 25 sites per hectare. Move on. So we do think that if you were to proceed with developing Cambridge Road site to a higher density than rural residential, you would require a neighbourhood park, and also you'd need an area of reduced density adjacent to those existing rural residential properties to maintain that local built form. Move on. As an indicative layout of what they might look like, for instance, you could put a neighbourhood park in that green site. I'll place it there to make sure that it covers as much of the site as possible and also provides for some of that consideration of the neighbouring sites, their built form and amenity. A buffer area where you have a lower number of sites, and then an area which has full medium density residential. If you did that, you'd gain an extra 30 to 40 houses over rural residential zoning. So the question is it actually efficient to do that in terms of the cost of the extra park, the footpath, which is very difficult to put in and requires extensive sheep piling, and the extra rising main? It just doesn't appear to be a particularly efficient solution. Move on, please. The other concern raised by a number of submitters is around the transport safety of the site. We've had a quick look at the expert analysis and do support the idea that there's only one access point to Cambridge Road from that Cambridge Road site if it is zoned as medium density residential. Move on. However, there are a number of factors that to a layperson don't appear to have been fully considered in the transport analysis. Traffic coming off State Highway 29 on Cambridge Road is often moving at high speed. While the Cambridge Road is 60 kilometres per hour, State Highway 29 is 100 kilometres an hour. And there's actually quite frequently cars still travelling at 100 kilometres an hour substantially down that road. It's a speed hazard at the moment. Traffic congestion is a current issue. In the peak hours, I live in River Oaks Drive. It's quite often backed up past my place, so over a kilometre, so well past that site. It doesn't appear to be considered how cars will get out and onto the Cambridge Road site when the traffic's already extensively backed up, and part of that backup is because of the intersection. Also, the future State Highway 29 may exacerbate that situation as the intersection moves closer to this rural residential site. There is talk in the Section 42 about a future bus stop being able to be provided on Cambridge Road, which is on the surface a good idea and seems to be able to be done. However, the likelihood of a bus route down Cambridge Road from Bethlehem appears to be remote at this stage or a long way off. It's not budgeted by the regional council. To have a bus route between Bethlehem and Tauriko would probably require further bus stops, crossings and footpaths along Cambridge Road, which are not budgeted or planned for. So while the idea of a future bus stop there might work, technically it does appear to be a long way off to rely on any bus transport directly to there. The only solution being walking to Fiore Ave. Next slide, please. We also do worry about the actual subdivision potential. We note that Section 42 works on an minimum average net yield of 25 dwellings per hectare, and using the average net yield is probably appropriate in the bulk of the area. However, averages can be misleading when you have a small site. So what if the density is higher, and could it actually be higher? The water planning in Section 32 assumes 35 dwellings per hectare on that site. The Ferncliff Farm Master Plan from Kaingaora talks about having super lots with average net densities of 50 dwellings per hectare on some parts. Other builds by Kaingaora and Tauranga currently range from 35 to 77 dwellings per hectare. Now, I don't know exactly what's going to happen on the site, and perhaps we may need to seek some clarity from Kaingaora, but it appears quite reasonable that the actual density on that site could be 2 to 3 times higher than assumed in the Section 42 report. And if that is the case, does that still mean your expert analysis, your transport analysis, and your public consultation is still valid? Next slide, please. That's just the summary of the current Kaingaora build projects that I could find on their website, the number of houses and the area based on using homes.co to get a site area. So I'll acknowledge that's a very not a very robust estimate, but it looks to be substantially higher than 25 dwellings per site, up to 77 dwellings per hectare as the current build practice for Kaingaora and Tauranga. Move on, please. We do note that Plan Change 33 retained all of the Cambridge Road residential zones. Okay, there was no uplift to medium density through any of Cambridge Road on Plan Change 33. This variation appears to be focused just on the area that's defined by existing property boundaries rather than an assessment of all the factors. So it just doesn't stack up to us that the area over the road or adjacent would still be medium density residential under Plan Change 33. Then under Variation 1, the very next site would change to medium density residential. So this recommendation on this site appears to be based on historical property boundaries rather than assessment of the factors. Move on, please. So summary, the Cambridge Road site does not meet the open space requirements of Tauranga City Council's policies and is a long walk disconnected from the other amenities in Tauriko West Urban Growth Area. And that walk is either along State Highway 1 or there's some commentary around a path that could be down a steep escarpment in the future. Development of the zone does need to consider the built form and amenity of the neighbourhood as per the existing city plan. And we don't know how that will be incorporated at a future stage. We have questions around whether some of the factors we've raised around traffic safety have been adequately considered, and also are the density assumptions, while they may be robust for the entire urban growth area, is that average assumption actually robust to use on this small site? It just doesn't feel, when we look at all those factors, that medium density residential doesn't appear to be appropriate for this area, and it doesn't appear to be an efficient use of resources to put in all this extra infrastructure and an extra park to serve about 3 hectares of land. Therefore, we request that small area adjacent to Cambridge Road is zoned rural residential rather than medium density residential at an estimated loss of yield of about 50 to 60 dwellings over the entire Tauriko West area. So I've rushed through that because we seem to be tight for time, but happy to take any clarifying questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lecomte. Just see whether there are any. Yeah.
Kia ora. Thank you for that. Just in your presentation, you talk about the immediate area being rural residential, because currently it's the area that you're wanting to be zoned, rural residential as rural zoning. Are you meaning the area across the road?
So all the areas on Cambridge Road, immediately outside of the Tauriko West Urban Growth Area are currently rural residential. And we think zoning that area inside the Tauriko West zoning, from rural to rural residential would maintain that amenity and built form of the local neighbourhood.
Thank you.
No, nothing for me, actually. It's very clear, and I'm just looking at the district plan zoning maps in relation to that point that you've just made, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Compton, and to your constituents, if I can call them that. Well, obviously, we'll hear from KO. We'll also hear from council on these matters, and we'll also hear from Mr. Fisher in terms of his legal position on those matters. So we'll take those into consideration. So thank you very much. Let's take a 20-minute break, and then we'll come back with Mr. Talbot and Mr. Fisher. Thank you. So 11 o'clock back. Thank you. All right, thank you. Let's resume the hearing. Thank you very much. Right, Mr. Talbot.
Thank you. So similar to Mr. Harkness, my opening statement outlines the context, the provision to the variation is notified and the key issues raised in submissions and expert evidence relating to those provisions and the key outstanding areas of contention. And my focus is on those sections of the Section 42A hearings report, which I'm the author for, and that is the net yield, the infrastructure staging and sequencing, and the local centre and neighbourhood centres topics.
And feel free to backload anything that you need to in terms of our conversation with Mr. Harkness.
Thank you. And if I may, similar to Mr. Harkness, I'll focus on those key issues raised in submissions and the evidence and the key areas of outstanding that are outstanding in terms of contention. Just switching to page 3. So for net yield, I see the key issues raised in submissions and evidence is the request for a reduced minimum average net yield requirement, the circumstances for a yield shortfall, and the circumstances for and how a yield shortfall is made up. In relation to a reduced yield, Classic Group requests a minimum average net yield of 20 dwellings per hectare. And there are the other two landowners or main landowners within Tauriko West, being Kaingawa and Tauriko West Limited, supported the proposed minimum average net yield of 25 dwellings per hectare. I understand the Classic Group reasons for a lower yield relate to the increased housing cost associated with 25 dwellings per hectare, the impacts of landform and stormwater devices, and the shape of developable land, and that the buyer preferences within Tauranga at this time do not support 25 dwelling per hectare typologies. I also understand there's a concern regarding the lack of commitment from council towards council-funded social infrastructure. Since notification and receipt of the submissions, there's been numerous discussions between the Classic Group representatives and council to help understand and narrow the issues raised in their submission. And in addition, there was expert conferencing undertaken to again narrow the issues and seek agreement on the approach and a way forward. In response to the submissions and the council expert evidence and the discussions at the witness conferencing, I have recommended amendments to the yield provisions. These are set out in summary in section 3.8 of my opening statement. In essence, they are to enable yield to increase over time through what's termed a stepped approach. That approach enables the first 800 residential allotments to be developed at a minimum average yield of 22 residential allotments per hectare as a controlled activity. Beyond that, or once that point is reached, a minimum average yield of 25 residential allotments per hectare as a controlled activity is provided for. The approach provides for shortfalls where certain listed circumstances are evident, and those shortfalls are considered as a restricted discretionary activity. I'm also recommending that there be a cap on the area of land for local roads when calculating net developable area. The intent of that cap is to more accurately reflect the effective yield of development. The evidence of Michael Keamy's shows that as high densities are delivered, the land for roading increases, and that it's an appropriate cap to provide and therefore better reflect effective yield. Section 3.9 discusses those reasons for why the 800 residential allotment threshold is appropriate. In brief, that 800 residential allotment threshold represents when feasibility to deliver at the 25 residential allotment per hectare requirement is likely to be achieved. And that's addressed in more detail in Mr. Keamy's evidence. In addition, stepping from 22 to 25 dwellings per hectare at 800 helps to maintain an increased mix of dwellings being delivered within the Tauriko West urban growth area over the medium and longer term. The analysis of sample developments that are addressed in Mr. Keamy's evidence show that at 22 dwellings per hectare, at least 85% of dwellings can be delivered as attached dwellings. The step at 800 also limits the potential impact on the total yield outcome for housing within the growth area. And finally, that 800 dwelling step, when it's translated into a delivery timeframe of potentially 3 to 4 years from zoning of the growth area, allows time for the social infrastructure that the council and the developers are responsible for delivering to help support the urban development to be delivered.
Just on that, what is the magic of the 800? Is it just because it's expected that in 3 to 4 years, or whatever the time frame is, that it would then be feasible to step up? Where does the 800 specifically come from? Why is it 800, not 1,000, not 1,200?
Yeah, so we have considered a number of options, but 800 comes through the evidence of Mr. Keamy's. There are reasons relating to the time it takes to establish the brand of Tauriko West and the attractiveness of the centre to then support those higher densities. There's a rationale around 800s providing for that impetus of development at a dwelling typology that is already accepted by the Tauranga market, and that's a sort of a key point in terms of delivering housing rapidly. At 22 dwellings per hectare, the sample development analysis we've undertaken shows that at least 85% of dwelling typologies could be detached, and that is an established and accepted housing typology within Tauranga City. And I think the final point is around the time it takes for the council and the developer planning just to align around those community and open space facilities. There's provisions in our long-term plan, or the council's long-term plan. Those provisions are, I guess, come with a level of certainty that any long-term plan has. They can be changed, but there's an intent and undertaking from the council's reserves team, which Mr. Hudson can address in his evidence, to continue to work together with the developers on the open space master plan for the area, which includes delivery of the developer open space and amenity provisions, but also those council delivered facilities. There may also be an opportunity within that time frame, which is potentially 3 to 4 years of development, for a neighbourhood centre to establish. That's one of those commercial centres. That's not certain, but it may be, if deemed attractive enough and to the market by one of the developers, be brought forward.
On that, if I may, the 800 residential, presumably that relates to detached residential. So there's a number of 800. It may well be in the first couple of years that one or other developers actually do some duplexes and so on. Does that count in the 800, or are those exempted from the 800?
So the 800 is agnostic to the housing typology. It could be attached or detached. That would be up to the developers to deliver. The rule and the variation that's proposed requires minimum yield only, but what the analysis has shown, and you'll see it in Mr. Keamy's evidence, is that as the densities increase, then there tends to be stepping towards more attached housing. Hence my comment around around 85% of housing can be detached at 22 dwellings per hectare.
I mean, and I guess we'll talk to Mr. Keemis about it later on. I think I'll just ask the question now, and he can be thinking about that as well. Presumably, you also looked at other triggers. For example, there could be a temporal trigger, simply 3 years, if the 3 to 4 years is what you're talking about. So that could be a factor in the, or it could be that the provision of some social amenity in actual fact triggered the next phase and so on. What sort of other options, I guess, we'd be interested.
So we did consider a temporal type trigger, but felt that wasn't as effective at delivering the outcome we were seeking. It could lead to a situation where all housing is consented at that lower yield rate, whereas the provision we have proposed and discussed puts a limit, and then a consenting framework should certain circumstances, including market conditions, still not suit a step to the higher yield to be considered and approved with conditions or refused if appropriate.
And I think it's in Mr. Keemis' evidence. I think he assesses that the major developers will probably turn around something like 100 units a year.
200 to 300, perhaps across the growth area, is what we're assuming.
3 by 100.
Sorry,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. That's good maths. Yep. So that basically gives 3 years. So you've estimated basically a 3-year full-on build. That's
correct. So assuming the growth area is ready for its first housing delivery, which would be perhaps 2027, which aligns with the completion of the enabling works transport improvements and delivery of water and wastewater services associated with that, you'd be looking at a time period of perhaps 2030, 2031 before that 800 dwelling threshold was reached.
And I'm just going to carry on with this one for a moment, Fraser. I'll come to you in a second. So that takes us to 2030. And that's the time frame in which the smart growth 30 yield kicks in, isn't it? I think was around about that time.
The smart growth statement, as I understand it, doesn't provide a 10+ year comment. That comes from UFTI. Yeah, there is a statement in UFTI that talks about 10+ years, but smart growth is quite clear in my understanding in talking about achieving 30 dwellings per hectare in new urban growth areas. It doesn't talk about whether that is.
So there's no lag with smart growth. All right, thanks for correcting that. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Talbot. Just wanted to clarify, in various pieces of evidence, there's been reference to dwellings per hectare, and others, including yours, have talked also of allotments per hectare. And Commissioner Hill sort of touched on that a minute ago. I'm looking at Mr. Keemis' evidence, and he's talking about, in one of his tables, 800 to 1,000 dwellings at 22 dwellings per hectare. So I was just trying to, first of all, clarify your comment. You're saying Mr. Keemis was saying that it was 800. The evidence that I'm reading is saying 800 to 1,000 in a number of places. And so it's not entirely clear as to why your evidence is saying it should be 800 rather than 1,000 or 1,200 has been suggested. So that's my first question.
Yes, I'll cover that shortly in my opening statement as to why I think 800 is appropriate. I can cover that now if it helps.
So that's in your 3.9?
Correct.
So, yeah, okay. So my second question is, are we talking about residential allotments or residential dwellings? Because, you know, it potentially is quite a big difference.
So we should be talking about residential allotments. And I've included the definition of residential allotment on page 4 of my opening statement as footnote 8. That's a more accurate term for the, I guess, the development intensity that we're expecting from the 800 threshold. It talks about an allotment on which a residential building or relocated dwelling or building, so the singular rather than plural. And I think our language to date, talking about dwelling units, and I think there's even other terms in there, has been unintentionally not accurate enough. Residential allotment is the better term.
And so in your 3.8b, you talk about provide for shortfalls in the minimum average yield at 22 or 25 dwellings per hectare. So seems to be an inconsistency there. Are you talking about allotments there? So, I mean, overall, I understand that the plan change is looking at trying to achieve a certain level of density in terms of housing density. So I'm just not sure why you're not talking about dwellings per hectare.
Because when we then use the definition of the residential allotment, that talks about a residential building on the allotment.
An allotment on which a residential building would be normally expected or located. So that doesn't necessarily allow for the 3 dwellings per allotment that is provided for, does it?
No, I may need to come back to you on that one. That's just to understand this sort of.
Well, what I'm understanding you're saying is the assumption is there's 1 residential dwelling per allotment. Is that correct? So, but my understanding is that the medium density provides for more than 1 dwelling per allotment. So, and if what the whole project, the whole concept is about is providing houses, dwellings, why aren't we considering the fact that you're going to have multiple dwellings per allotment?
So the intent is not to limit the 3 dwellings per lot as anticipated by the medium density residential standards. But I'm just not certain of the interaction between the reference of dwellings per hectare and residential allotment. So I would need to come back to you on that just to understand whether there is an issue there or not.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Just to clear that from my own mind, but when you're talking about an overall yield of 3,200 or something in that sort of order, or 400, whatever it is, you're talking dwelling units at that point.
Correct.
So it was sort of aligned to this a bit in terms of the way the density is calculated. I keep reading it and I'm getting myself more confused, I think, about the net developable area calculation and the significance of the 30% max for local roads, roading corridors, rights of way, etc. Is that saying that if 35% of the area is dedicated to those things, you still cap it at 30?
Correct.
But doesn't that in effect reduce? That seems counterintuitive to me. By doing so, aren't you therefore reducing the density calculation by not taking account of that? The net density calculation, if you can't take into account all the land that you've lost to those things, you're thereby reducing the apparent net density of the area. Is that correct?
Yes, you are, but it's also a better reflection of the correlation that we've seen between the amount of roading and higher density development.
Surely, if we've got a site which we're hearing is difficult to develop because of the topography, etc., there may therefore be more, let's say, rights of way in it than you might typically get. And are you therefore not penalising the developers by not taking account of that because it could reduce their apparent density?
No, I think it's the counter to that. It's helping cap the impact of the roading on that calculation.
Thanks for that, Richard. I mean, I had questions of Mr. Kimi's on that issue as well. I think it'd be helpful if we had a diagram that actually showed what we're talking about, because a graphic will often bring to light what the issues are. So somebody could produce a graphic showing, the implications of a 30% roading cap. That would be that'd be really helpful. Yeah. Just as we better give it to somebody to do. So if you wouldn't mind making sure that happens, otherwise I might get lost. Yeah.
Just as a follow-on question, in terms of the net developable area, the definition tells us what's included and what's excluded. Have you looked at that in terms of the definition is whether that actually covers everything within the proposed area? For example, I was trying to understand where, say, this realigned or recreated stream would fit under the definition. Is it part of or excluded in?
I can answer that. It will be excluded.
So under E, where would it come as on that 1 to 6?
Likely to be clause 3.
Ecological, cultural heritage or landscape values.
It would have been set aside because it's a stream and an embankment area, so it would never be included in your net development area.
So,
it's outside of the development
somebody's
capacity.
carefully looked at that and made sure that
That's
it's
excluded.
either one or the other. There's nothing that's missing. That was just my first look at it. So that's where would it be covered? Thank you.
There are also examples of how the net developable area and net yield have been calculated.
Yes.
Those are included in the framework design plan report, and they show the types of ecological areas or the other constraints on the land and the assumptions of how this definition's been applied.
Good. Thank you.
Shall I continue at paragraph 3.10? So there are recommended amendments to a number of the provisions relating to yield to then reflect that stepped approach and the 30% cap on road just discussed. In my view, the stepped approach is necessary to contribute towards the achievement of Policy 1 of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development by enabling a variety of homes to meet the needs of different households, to provide for the efficient use of the land and infrastructure, and also to realise the development capacity of the growth area so that it makes a significant contribution towards meeting the housing bottom lines.
The question on that, is it your view that the the position put forward by the submitters at 20 dwellings per hectare, that isn't consistent with those documents and that it won't contribute towards the achievement? Or is it just that what the council's putting forward is more consistent?
Yeah, I think what they're putting forward is consistent, but it's less consistent and less effective at achieving those policy directions. Moving to paragraph 3.12, in terms of the circumstances for when a yield shortfall is required to be made up, there are recommended amendments in the section 42A annotated text, and they align the approach for a shortfall for the Tauriko West growth area with the provisions that apply for shortfalls in other urban growth areas across the city. And in addition to those, there's a suggested clause that provides for the circumstance for when a shortfall is not due to the list of circumstances, then that shortfall can be made up in other parts of the Tauriko West growth area.
How does that work in practice? How do you see that working in practice?
Sure. So the process provided for in the variation is via a restricted discretionary activity that provides the option for the landowner to provide a master plan of other stages of development that they may control directly to show where higher yield is achieved, or it may show higher yield that has been already achieved on other land holdings within the growth area. And that then takes the intent of that provision and approach back to the overarching intent of the minimum average yield being a whole of growth area target.
Can that be traded between developers? And if so, how do you record and do that?
I think it can be relied on, traded.
I use that.
I think, in my mind, it can be relied on. If another developer is achieving higher yield, then yes, they can rely on that as part of it.
So you would register that in some way, because otherwise it's going to be hard to actually, you could easily end up double counting that sort of issue, couldn't you?
My advice was you wouldn't need to register it. I think it would be reasonably clear by looking, we've got a confined growth area, to look at other development already delivered and confirming the yield that has been achieved, and then making that growth or broader growth area calculation relative to what a particular application is proposing. There are a number of, just moving through to paragraph 3.17, there are a number of areas of contention that are outstanding. Classic Group remain opposed to the requirement for 25 dwellings per hectare and the stepped approach, but I understand they do agree with the restrictive discretionary activity status, the standards and terms, the matters of discretion, and the Tauriko West specific definition of net developable area that are recommended in the section 42A. I understand the Classic Group have agreed that the data used by council's experts relating to residential development, but don't agree with how it's been interpreted, and that was confirmed through the joint witness statement in the expert conferencing. Council has, as related to that expert conferencing, council did consider broader housing delivery data, and that is discussed in Mr. Greenaway's evidence. I'm unaware of the submitters, including Classic Group's position on that evidence that was provided in rebuttal, so people haven't had that opportunity to comment on it yet. I understand the Classic Group disagree with council's expert, Mr. Michael Keameys, on the commercial feasibility of housing typologies at the minimum average density of 22 dwellings per hectare and 25 dwellings per hectare. And I understand the Classic Group do not agree that the sample developments used by Mr. Keameys are relevant or representative of the demonstrating the density that's likely to be achieved within Tauriko West, or the detached dwelling mix likely to be achieved at different densities. And I understand Classic Group are also not in agreement that there's sufficient detail and commitment towards council delivered open space and community facilities within Tauriko West. If I move topics, in terms of infrastructure staging and sequencing as it relates to transport, the key issues raised.
Just before you move off
Sure.
the community facilities, we were provided in the last couple of days an update of that. What I didn't see in there was any reference to the proposed community centre library. Can you confirm whether that's still in the program?
Can I defer that question to Mr. Hudson, who is here and he respond?
That'd be fine.
Does Ross come now, or does?
He's anxious to respond. Quick answer, if you would. Yeah.
Sorry, can you just repeat the question?
The most recent excerpt that was provided, I think in the last day or so, about the council's commitment toward provision of community facilities, including reserves and playgrounds, didn't seem to specifically reference what had earlier been I understood reference was the library community centre. I had a look at the PDF that was provided and I couldn't see anything on there, and then I used the link and it didn't really take me anywhere into the district, into the LTP to actually get any more detail.
So I think that the best way to understand the budgets as they currently stand is, well, first of all, they've kind of evolved over time, and some of the specific budget lines don't necessarily represent what we as staff see as the investment priorities. I think the best way to see it is there's $50 million sitting in the long-term plan for a suite of community infrastructure to be delivered in Tauriko West. And our priorities there are destination playground, community centre and library, and active reserve.
So in terms of what we were sent, there was nothing that actually specifically came out to me as being a community centre or library. So which of those programs or those lines was actually the community centre and library?
I don't have that information right in front of me. I don't think there is a specific line there that says community centre and library.
That's what I'm saying.
Within the LTP period, anyway.
Yeah, okay. So that's really what we were trying to establish.
Let me put it a different way. I understood you to be saying that those priorities that you mentioned that included the library were staff priorities, not necessarily political priorities.
Well, political priorities get determined through long-term plan and annual plan processes. Those budgets are what they are at the moment. The open spaces.
Let's be absolutely clear. So, is there a in a spreadsheet lying behind the 50 million? There is a line that says community library?
I believe that there is a line there, but I actually think the build timeframe is beyond the current long-term plan.
All right, we're not worried about that. It's just the question was whether in actual fact that is committed in the sense of being committed in the plan.
Well, the long-term plan covers a 10-year period.
So just to clarify, from what I'm hearing, the community centre library is outside the current LTP.
Just going to wait for Alistair to bring the budgets up. That's correct. There's no budget for a community centre within the LTP period.
I'm inclined to ask, well, how the heck do you get to 50 million in that case? But I guess I won't ask that question.
All right.
Thank you. Just shifting to the infrastructure staging and sequencing topic and transport in particular. The key issues raised in submissions and evidence, now shifting to paragraph 4.13, relate to the development areas, particularly areas 1 and 2, which relate to Redwood Lane land and the mainland owner land. Cambridge Road improvement. Policy 12B131, which is relevant to the subdivision within Tauriko West Urban Growth Area, transport and wastewater and water staging. The activity status associated with non-compliance with Rule 12B1316 and Appendix 12I. I'll just step through those individually. In terms of the development areas, the variation is notified, allocated the limited development potential, which is the first 2,400 homes, to Area 1, and requires as a discretionary activity resource consent for development in Area 3. Those two areas are shown on the Transport Staging and Sequencing Plan in Appendix 12L.2. The reason for the approach taken is to achieve effective delivery of required infrastructure with funding to enable housing. And that's noting that the Area 1 landowners are funding a significant share of the enabling works and all internal infrastructure. There are a number of agreements in place which secure funding and fair share contributions, including reimbursement of costs of infrastructure, which are then linked to the housing outcomes and allocations, and they're those matters that Mr. Mead discussed earlier in his statement. The other reasons relate for the need for the development to be commercially feasible, and also finally, the approach is seen as required to achieve key outcomes and aspirations of the structure plan, including new housing supply supported by a connected road A, which is the spine road, and resilient connected water and wastewater networks along that road, as well as open space delivery along the Wairua River. I note that over a number of years, the council's tried to secure arrangements between the Area 1 and Area 3 landowners around a fair share allocation of dwellings and contributions towards infrastructure to enable reasonable development of Redwood Lane properties. But as of today, that arrangement between all landowners and the council has not been reached. Given the lack of an arrangement, I remain of the view, as expressed in the Section 42A report, that if Area 3 was included in Area 1, it would negatively impact the effective and efficient delivery of urban development and the achievement of key outcomes for Tauriko West. Also remain of the view that the resource consent process provided for as a discretionary activity for development in those areas is still an adequate process for those landowners included in Area 3 to progress should they want to consider development ahead of, should they want to consider development. In terms of Cambridge Road improvements and the technical analysis undertaken, that advises that Cambridge Road can accommodate the traffic generated by the development without requiring major upgrades beyond those provided by the enabling works. In respect to the enabling works, I note that they are in construction and they include a shared path on Cambridge Road and also signalisation of the State Highway 29 Cambridge Road intersection. I do just comment on one point that Mr. Comte made around the speed of travel on Cambridge Road. The signalisation of the State Highway 29 Cambridge Road intersection should control that far better than the current situation, given the nature of a signalised intersection. In addition to those works, I note that the Urban Growth Plan identifies the need for a walking and cycling link on Cambridge Road, and it also controls new accesses. There is a rule that also controls new accesses to Cambridge Road from land within the Tauriko West urban growth area. And that access to the site would be confirmed at the time of subdivision or development of the site. In relation to Policy 12B131, Tauranga Crossing Limited request greater direction for development to be delivered in accordance with the transport staging and sequencing requirements to be included in Policy 12B131. And they also consider that the policy is silent on how the full build out of the growth areas to be achieved in terms of infrastructure provision beyond 2,400 homes, and request a policy amendment and direction on that matter. In my view, I consider that the amendments included in the Section 42A, Appendix 12 to 12L1 are sufficient to clarify the prerequisites for transport improvements for the first 2,400 homes. And I also consider in relation to Policy 12B131 that it provides adequate direction for development beyond the 2,400 home limit. Clause A in particular is the relevant clause, and that talks about the requirement for adverse effects, traffic effects of development to be managed to protect the function, safe operation of key intersections. Those key listed intersections are the intersections which have been identified through other work, namely the NZTA's Tauriko network connections business case as needing improvement to support the full build out of beyond 2,400 homes of Tauriko West. That's known as stage 3 of the Tauriko network connections business case.
Just on that one, for example, in 12B131B, there's a general term used, infrastructure, has infrastructure available, just for my own benefit, and similarly in C as well. Do I assume from that 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 is transport infrastructure, not other infrastructure? It's not clear.
It's both.
It's generic infrastructure.
Correct.
That's deliberate.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Moving to activity status in paragraph 4.25, Tauranga Crossing Limited request amendments to the notes to 12B3116 so that non-compliance with that rule becomes a non-complying rather than a restricted discretionary or discretionary activity. And there are other related relief to other provisions that Tauranga Crossing seek related to that request. I undertook further Section 32 evaluation of that request in relation to the costs and benefits of the various activity statuses. My view is that restricted discretionary or discretionary activity, depending on the aspect of non-compliance, remains an appropriate and adequate consent process should non-compliance with any of those clauses or the respective clauses be or eventuate. In relation to Appendix 12L1, moving to paragraph 4.28, I note the corporate evidence of Ms. Benecki and the legal submission for Kaingaroa requested amendment to clarify what is meant by the term land use commencing in the transport staging and sequencing schedule. My rebuttal evidence addresses this matter, as it was also raised by Mr. Lindenberg in his planning evidence for Kaingaroa. I consider that some further clarifying text is necessary, and that's reflected in the annotated text of the rebuttal evidence, and therefore I consider no additional amended text as suggested by Kaingaroa is necessary. In relation to Appendix 12L2, which is the transport staging and sequencing plan, I note that the corporate evidence of Ms. Benecki and the legal submission for Kaingaroa request certain features are removed from the structure plan, and that that request wasn't addressed in the Section 42A report. Just to clarify, the submission point was addressed in the Section 42A report, where I recommended the removal of those features. But unfortunately, one of those features, which is the southern connection of the future state highway improvement across Tauranga Business Estate land, is still shown. If the hearings panel are minded to agree with the recommendation in the Section 42A report, then suggest that that off-ramp feature is also removed.
Well, haven't gone back over this, but I thought you said the structure plan's not in the plan anyway. So is there any relevance to it after the plan change goes through?
Sorry, a sequencing plan, slip of language.
Should 429 be structure plan or sequencing plan?
Correct. Sorry, my error.
Thank you.
In terms of the outstanding areas of contention, they're listed in paragraph 4.32, relate to the inclusion of Area 3 property within Area 1, Policy 12B131 and the need for further amendments, and also the activity status and whether non-complying activity status is more appropriate than the restricted discretionary or discretionary activity status provided for.
Sorry, just before you go there too, I was just reading that policy 12B 1.3.1 and the 2,400, I think there is referred to as independent dwelling units rather than residential allotments. So just pick that one up as well.
Thank you.
And for example, in 12B 5D, I assume that should read the same thing, but I don't know.
Yes, if we could come back on the consistency issue, that would, yeah.
I had a question relating to the 12B437, transport staging and sequencing. And under A little 1, it talks about whether the intersections can operate safely and efficiently. Just as a matter of sort of, in terms of in practice, how do you, is there a general definition of what safely and efficiently actually is?
From my experience in the past, when undertaking regulatory planning roles, so processing consents, it's very much a matter of, I guess, the fact and degree of the particular application and its effect. And we would then look towards sort of an expert assessment to then provide us with a view as to what is operationally safe and what is operationally efficient. That then gets that sort of expert technical advice on those matters, but also from an asset owner perspective, what they feel is an efficient operation of a network.
So, and that would come back to a little 5 about recommendations of the ITA. So that would be something that the applicant, the person that's seeking the RDA would come back and provide this integrated transport assessment. That would deal with that issue?
I think that would be the starting point. So the application, or as one of the standards and terms, is to provide the ITA, and then there would be the ability for the consent authority to consider that technical assessment, and should there be any sort of concern or difference of view, then I suspect there'd be some more detailed conversation, and if necessary, a separate peer review of the assessment.
Right, and if for example, if after all that toing and froing, you came to a point that those 1 to 7 intersections couldn't operate safely and efficiently, how does it then follow through to the need for upgrading of those?
There would be the ability to impose conditions, either on the activity itself in terms of trip generation, or the nature of the activity might need to be altered. And I guess in what I'd term a worst case scenario, there would be the ability for council to refuse, or the consent authority to refuse consent.
So those sort of extra conditions would be applied without necessarily needing to be included in this rule. Is that what you're saying? Because it seems to talk about what you would do to assess the situation, but it doesn't seem to talk about what you would do to address that if there was a lack of safety or efficiency at those intersections.
Oh, I think that is because it very much depends on the nature of the application that comes forward and when it comes forward. It's difficult to be specific about that at this time, given that that threshold of 2,400 homes could be sometime in the 2030s, at which time I guess the land use may be quite different to what's been currently assumed in the analysis undertaken, as could be the trip generation from the development itself. It depends on the success of any sort of internalisation of trip or management of trips. And it also depends on the delivery staging of a broader state highway network improvement. So the network itself could be very different at that point in time. I suppose there could also be, depending on the timing for delivery of that broader state highway improvement, the need to come back and do a further plan change to alter these provisions further to reflect such a significant change to the network.
Understood. Would it be normal to have in such a rule what would be required if it was demonstrated that those intersections and other factors couldn't operate safely and efficiently? Because it seems to talk about making an assessment, but it seems silent on terms of how you would address that specifically in this rule. Or is that a general presumption that if you don't meet that, you have to do something?
I think that's where I would then rely back on the policy and the objective, and the policy and the objective give us direction around, or it would help inform, I guess, the level of effect and what is expected in that situation, which is to protect that safe and efficient function of the network.
I guess the other issue is there's no presumption of a grant. I mean, you probably wouldn't grant the consent.
And the restricted discretionary activity status provides that avenue if the effects can't be managed acceptably.
Thank you.
I just pick up on that Romans 2 as well. So you haven't felt that you should go to as far as to require a formal safety audit rather than use those sort of loose terms, because and maybe Mr. Richards can comment on that one. I mean, I'm very familiar with receiving formal safety audits, and it's well understood as to what those are and what they do. Have you got a view on that, Mr. Richards?
I think a safety audit is likely to be undertaken regardless in terms of the design process. If you're coming up with any new intersection form or mitigation, there would be a formal safety audit process that would be followed.
Just moving through to the local centre and neighbourhood centres topic. So in relation to this topic, the key issues raised relate to the location, the total land area, the gross floor area of tenancies, and how activities are provided for within the centres, addressed in section 5.8. In terms of the activities provided for, I recommend that service stations within the growth area be a non-complying activity, and that's given the nature of the activity and its potential effects on the residential amenity and the outcomes sought for those commercial centres in the broader growth area. The additional activities requested by Tauriko West Limited were considered in the demand assessment undertaken by Property Economics, and therefore do not consider that it's appropriate or necessary to reflect additional land and above the 1.5 hectares recommended in section 42A for those activities. I do note that 1.5 hectares is a recommendation to reflect land for on-site stormwater management, so that's a 1,000 square metre lift beyond the notified position of 1.4 hectares. That matter I've just discussed is the issue still in contention, and that is with Tauriko West Limited, as I understand it.
Just on that, I think I recall, and I can be corrected later on, the response on that was that the size of the tenancies wasn't being sought to change. It was the size of the area for a number of different reasons. You still have the same sort of view on that?
Yes, I do. So the economic assessment considered convenience retail land demand plus community service type activity demand, and then came to a conclusion that allowed an area of, I think it was 1.6 to 1.7 hectares across the growth area. That then gets divided into 2 neighbourhood centres and 1 local centre. So those activities that I understand Tauriko West are looking to include and increase the land area are already in the assessment undertaken.
And just on the petrol station issue, and I'm not advocating for petrol station, it just occurred to me as you were talking that if somebody wanted to put in an EV charge station, would that be captured as a petrol station or something else? I mean, it's they're cropping up everywhere now, so I'm just wondering.
I would need to look at the definition and come back to you on that.
It's a big enough area probably to warrant something like that, but.
Sorry, if I can come back to you on that point, I don't have an answer. So that concludes my opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fisher, at last. Yes. Or not last, I should say, yes.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Prepared some legal submissions which have been filed and are on the Council's website, and I assume everyone's got access to those. There is a bit of link to parts of them in detail, which is necessary, but I don't intend to read it all out. I can move through it a bit more efficiently if I can, given the time constraints, and we've still got other council witnesses to come. So as I go, I'll try and sort of identify those parts where we don't need to dwell, but I'm happy to receive any assistance from the panel on that as well.
We wouldn't want to cut you off just in favour of other witnesses, you know.
Well, good to know I'm important. So
didn't say that.
All right, we'll strike that from the record then. So on page 1 at the introduction, variation 1 proposes to alter Plan Change 33 by rezoning Tauriko West urban growth area and introducing supporting and consequential provisions to enable the delivery of urban development within the urban growth area. The notified variation applied the new medium density residential zone that at the time was proposed to be incorporated into the city plan through Plan Change 33. So at the time the variation was notified, the panel was deliberating on the rest of Plan Change 33, and that those provisions hadn't been settled, but they were getting there. In paragraphs 2 and 3, I set out background to the Act, which I think we can take as read. In paragraph 4, the intensification streamlined planning process specifically allows territorial authorities to initiate variations to an IPI, and the Minister for the Environment has made directions extending the timeframe for completion of variation 1 until the 31st of December 2025. But of course, as Mr. Mead explained, there's a funding deadline which comes up before that, which places a bit more urgency on things. So I set out in paragraph 5.
It places urgency on council. Whether it places urgency on us is another question.
Fair point. I won't wade into that. In paragraph 5, I just set out an outline of the submissions. Each of those has their own heading, so I won't go through them now. I'll just start on procedural background down in paragraph 6. The Council notified PC 33 on 20 August 2022, as it was required to do. Public notification of the Council's decision occurred on the 19th of June 2024, the middle of this year. And PC 33 is altered by the IHP recommendations that were accepted by the Council, which was all except 2, were deemed to have been approved under Clause 17 on the 19th of June 2024. The accepted parts became operative on 26th of June 2024. The Council rejected 2 IHP recommendations, which was Mount North and height in a small part of the city centre. And those recommendations were referred to the Minister. public notification of the Minister's final decision that occurred on the 9th of July 2024. The parts of PC 33 as altered by the Minister's decision were deemed to have been approved under clause 17 on the 9th of July 2024, and those parts became operative on the 17th of July. That's the background to PC 33 and the key timeframes. In paragraph 7, I note that clause 95 of Schedule 1 applies clause 16A to IPIs, and 16A is the normal RMA provision that enables territorial authorities to initiate variations at any time before approval under clause 17 of Schedule 1. So variation 1 was publicly notified on 8th of March 2024, and the timing requirement in clause 16A was therefore satisfied because variation 1 was publicly notified prior to notification of the Council's PC 33 decisions on the 19th of June, i.e. it was before the earliest date of deemed approval under clause 17. So again, that timing requirement was met. In paragraph 8, I set out the Minister's ability to make directions in relation to timeframes and stages of an ISPP. In paragraph 9, the Council was initially directed to notify decisions by 20th of November 2023 on PC 33 as originally notified, and it was later directed to notify decisions on the IHP's recommendations for variation 1 in accordance with clause 102 by the 30th of June 2024. So that staggered or staged approach was in place at that stage. In the next couple of paragraphs, I just explained the successive extensions that were requested and granted by the Minister. And what that shows is that the Minister treated variation 1 as part of the IPI. And then moving on to paragraph 13, approval of an IPI under clause 17 occurs automatically and sequentially as the final decisions of the relevant parts of the plan, as altered by recommendations, are publicly notified. However, variation 1 is not deemed approved and cannot be made operative until final decisions have been made by the Council or the Minister, as the case may be. In terms of process to be followed, clause 16A of Schedule 1 provides that the provisions of the schedule with all necessary modifications shall apply to every variation as if it were a change, and change is defined to include an IPI in accordance with section 80F. So variation 1 is therefore required to be processed and considered as if it were an IPI. And inclusion on this, variation 1 is therefore effectively proceeding as a further stage of the IPI, following the same process as the originally notified part of Plan Change 33 for the purposes of Part 6 of Schedule 1. Reference to as an IPI should be read as references to variation 1 in my submission. So that's how we got to this process and the process that we need to follow there. In the next session, I set out the statutory overview. And given where we got to in that last part, this is effectively the same approach as was taken in Plan Change 33, the substantive part of it. I imagine the IHP's familiar with that, for better or worse.
Well, we haven't been called to account yet.
Yeah. May that continue. So on paragraph 17, what the Amendment Act required was territorial authorities to incorporate the MBRS in Schedule 3A into every relevant residential zone, which for the existing residential zones occurred through the substantive part of PC 33 and give effect to Policy 3 of the MPSUD. And carrying out the above functions, a specified territorial authority may create new residential or non-residential urban zones or amend existing zones. So what we're doing through this variation is a new residential zone. It's a rural zone that hasn't previously been zoned residential. In paragraph 19 to 21, I briefly address qualifying matters. Those are matters that make the NDRS or policy 3 less enabling of development. And they can only be imposed to the extent necessary to accommodate the qualifying matter. We'll get to a few of those later. For example, flooding, which Mr. Harkness briefly touched on in Plan Change 27, the relevance of that. In paragraph 22, I address the MDRS, which are defined to mean the requirements, conditions and permissions set out in Schedule 3A. Schedule 3A includes requirements for activity status, rules, objectives and policies, subdivision requirements and density standards. These will be relatively well known, but it is worth sort of making the point that it's not just the density standards, the 3x3 and the various other standards. It is also objectives and policies which are set out in that in part 1 of Schedule 3A. And I'll come back to the significance of that a bit later on. In paragraph 23, I explained that the NDRS is a minimum, but there are other additional standards that can be imposed, long as they're not effectively cutting across the other density standards as defined. And I do note that the 3 per site density standard is not one of those, not within the definition of density standard. So it's not precluded. A density provision is not necessarily precluded by Clause 2A of Schedule 3A. And that, of course, is relevant in my submission to the yield requirements. In paragraph 24, set out the purpose and scope of an IPI. And I set out the section 80E there, which I'm sure most have seen before. In paragraph 25, I summarise the legally permissible purposes of an IPI, therefore include the mandatory requirements to incorporate the MDRS and give effect to Policy 3, and the discretionary ability to include related provisions under section 81B, 3 and 2. And of course, the related provisions is where the support and consequential test comes in, which I say there in paragraph 26. And at this point, I do want to touch on the legal submissions filed on behalf of Tauriko Property Group, and there's an allegation or a suggestion there that the yield provisions are outside the scope of an IPI. And in my submission, that's not correct. These yield provisions do meet the test of supporting and being supporting or consequential on the NDRS. And this is where I come back to the point that the NDRS includes objectives and policies as well as the density standards. And if you look at I'll be providing a full written submission on this in due course, but I do want to state my position on it. And if you look at the objectives and policies, there's an objective and a policy which seek increased variety of housing typology and sizes. So that's objective 2. A relevant residential zone provides for a variety of housing types and sizes that respond to housing needs and demand and the neighbourhood's plan built character, etc., including 3-storey buildings. And there's a similar provision in Policy 1. So my submission is that that's exactly what a density requirement will achieve, and the density requirements are supporting and consequential on Objective 2 and Policy 1 of the NDRS. And again, in those submissions, there's a reference to the Waikanai decision, and the facts of that case are not relevant here in my submission. That was a case about a proposed plan provision which a qualifying matter which took away development potential that was available under the operative plan. And the High Court thought that was not consistent with the purpose of the Act, which provides for increased intensity of development. But of course, in this case, we've got the opposite, which is a provision that is providing for increased intensity, which aligns with the purpose of the Act as it was defined by the High Court. So it's the opposite situation, and those proposed matters actually support the council in this case rather than going against it. In the case of the as in the Waikanae case. But as I say, I'll do a full written legal submission on that, setting it all out. I've got the outline already, so we can deliver that at the appropriate time. Going on to paragraph 27. Section 80E sets jurisdictional limits on matters that may be included in an IPI. While it appears more directly related to the scope of an IPI as notified by a specified territorial authority, we submit that the same constraints and limitations should be inferred upon recommendations of the IHP in submissions. So that is, of course, just a logical extension. At paragraph 28, I set out the matters of statutory assessment. And in short, these are the usual considerations that apply to a Part 1 of Schedule 1, a conventional plan change. They should be reasonably well known. Part 2, giving effect to higher order documents, having regard to relevant plans and strategies, etc. I won't read through them all. And of course, section 32, which is outlined there in paragraph 30, but not intended to be a substitute for reading the section itself, because there is a fair amount of complexity in that section.
Just one question from me in terms of the relevant considerations for us. We've had some evidence this morning and some of the written evidence about the funding arrangements and them forming a bottom line in terms of both the yield and other requirements in terms of timing. To what extent are they a relevant consideration that we need to consider, and in which case, what provision do they come under for us?
I mean, the reality is that without funding, there's not going to be development. So I would say it could be considered as a Part 2 matter, enabling social and economic wellbeing. That's probably the most relevant one there. I mean, ensuring delivery of this development is well and truly a resource management matter. So I would say Part 2 at this stage. I can come back to you and reply if I need to add anything to that, but definitely section 5. I guess section 32 as well. Was consideration of quantifying the benefits, costs of economics, environmental, economic, social, cultural effects that are anticipated, including opportunities for economic growth and employment. So that might justify a reference to those as well. Paragraph 31. I talk about the key modifications made by the Amendment Act to the normal statutory considerations. So we've got here section 77G8, which addresses potential conflict between incorporating the MDRS and the regional policy statement. And effectively it says that the MDRS prevails. I don't recall any specific issues with that coming up as far as I'm aware, but it's worth noting. And then in paragraph 33, some additional evaluation requirements for qualifying matters, which I don't think I need to dwell on. Turning to intensification streamlined planning process. Paragraph 36, conventional council initiated plan change of the RMA is well understood. The ISPP differs in two key respects. If a local authority does not accept recommendations of the IHP, the Minister for the Environment makes the final decision in relation to those recommendations. And in B, there are no rights of appeal to the Environment Court. The only avenue for legal challenges to apply to the High Court for judicial review, which are, of course, limited proceedings that are focused on process and legality rather than planning merits. It is probably worth noting that the absence of a right of appeal here is not unusual in the context of streamlined planning processes. All of the streamlined planning processes have had that feature, including the streamlined planning processes as it exists in Schedule 1. A further notable difference is that Clause 99 of Part 6 of Schedule 1 provides that recommendations made by the IHP are not limited to being within the scope of submissions made on the IPI. In paragraph 38, I talk about jurisdiction, the two hoops to go through, which is Section ADE, and the second hoop is whether a submission falls within the scope of the IPI as notified, and that's basically whether it's on the plan change and application of the Clearwater test, which is fairly well accepted in previous phases of this process, which I set out in paragraph 39. In paragraph 41, I note that clause 99 doesn't extend to allowing the IHP to make recommendations that are beyond the scope of the IPI. It's recommendations that are beyond the scope of submissions. There's a fundamental difference between relief that goes beyond the scope of a proposed plan change and relief that goes beyond the scope of submissions. To put another way, out of scope recommendations that may be made under clause 99 are still subject to the jurisdictional test that IHP recommendations must be on the proposed plan change. In paragraph 42, I set out some considerations that should be taken into account by the IHP when making recommendations that go beyond the scope of submissions. I won't read those out, but they are referred to later. Paragraph 42, I just outline the jurisdiction relating to further submissions, that they have to be in support of or oppose an original submission and can't extend the scope of the original submission. Paragraph 44, just checking how we're doing for time. I set out some specific jurisdictional issues. Windstone Wallboards, Kāinga Ora, and the Ministry of Education. Windstone Wallboards, there's 3 submission points that have been treated as being out of scope. The reasons for that are set out in 49 and 50 of the submissions. They relate to activities outside the Variation 1 area. The Windstone Wallboard site is located outside the Variation area, and the shared path, which they want to have some say on, does not form part of the variation. Rather, the shared path is part of the prerequisite works to enable subdivision and land use within the urban growth area. The submission point, therefore, does not address the extent to which Variation 1 alters the status quo and is beyond the scope of the variation. Access issues will need to be managed by the road controlling authority in the usual way as part of the proposed works. And in paragraph 50, there's actually a similar type of response to their other submission points would have been treated as out of scope. In relation to Kāinga Ora, Mr. Talbot outlined this issue here, which is an issue raised by Kāinga Ora about what is meant by the term land use commencing and as it appears in the staging and sequencing requirements. It wasn't an issue raised in submissions, but on its merits, Mr. Talbot supports an amendment and has proposed an amendment to refer to residential activities as defined in the city plan. So because it wasn't raised in submissions, this is an example where clause 99 out of scope recommendation would need to be considered. In paragraph 53, I've set out the matters that should be considered in doing so. The nature and significance of changes being contemplated, e.g. if they're minor or consequential, reasons in support of the changes, persons who are already involved in the process, opportunities for participation by those that are potentially affected, and so on. In paragraph 54, I submit that the proposed clarification will avoid uncertainty and interpretation issues in the future, given that the proposed change is a relatively minor clarification and persons interested in the clarification would likely already be part of the process. It would be open to the IHP to conclude that natural justice will not be compromised by making a recommendation which is beyond the scope of submissions. And of course, should that occur, there's a procedural requirement to identify that in your report under clause 100. The Ministry for Education submission is addressed at paragraph 56. They're seeking to change schools from restricted discretionary to discretionary within the urban growth area. Again, this is raised for the first time in evidence. I'm not aware of any submission that actually asked that. So in his evidence, Mr. Talbot considers it on the planning merits and considers that discretionary activity status remains appropriate for the reasons set out. If the panel's minded to consider it further, then the issue of scope needs to be considered in terms of those natural justice type considerations that I set out previously.
What's your advice to us for the previous issue? You expressed a view on it not being, not having any natural justice issues. What's your advice in terms of the MOE request? Is everyone that needs to be before us? Are there likely to be people that are affected by the change that aren't involved in the process?
Yeah, I don't violently object from a natural justice point of view. The request is confined to the urban growth area, and again, people who are interested in that should already be a party to the proceeding. So I don't violently object. It's not like some of the things that cropped up in the substandard plan change where people were seeking changes that would have implications all around the city and could create issues. So no, I don't violently object.
I just check before we conclude on that one. As an RDIS, would it be notified or would it be treated non-notified?
I understand it could potentially be notified. I don't think there's a limit in the plan at present. The plan provides for schools as a discretionary in the MDRZ zone across the rest of the city. So I guess from a plan consistency perspective, there is an issue there.
Okay, in paragraph 59, I deal with default activity status for non-compliance with the staging and sequencing requirements, and this in particular is a submission by Tauriko Crossing, which seeks to default from restricted discretionary or discretionary to non-complying. In paragraph 60, I set out what the concerns are in summary form, and I'm sure you'll hear more about that from them when they appear tomorrow morning. Paragraph 61, planning evidence prepared by Mr. Buthnot on behalf of TCL continues to support non-compliant status as sought in the submission. He states in his evidence that restricted discretionary activity status is normally provided for activities that are anticipated but may have effects that allow for a more focused assessment, etc. Discretionary activity status is typically used when activities are potentially appropriate but need careful consideration against objectives, and non-compliant status is often used for activities that are not anticipated but would potentially result in significant adverse effects or conflict with the district plan's objectives and policies. So my issue with this is that it's not in accordance with the principles that the Environment Court usually follows when determining activity status, which I set out in paragraph 63 onwards. And these are fairly well-known cases which the panel may have seen before. I assume the panel has seen these before. I think I myself have referred you to them. At paragraph 64, the Environment Court confirmed that the presumptively correct approach is that where the purpose of the act and the objectives of the plan can be met by less restrictive activity regime, then that regime shall be adopted, which is a fairly well-known and accepted principle. And I set out some further references in support of that. Case law down to 60, 66, 67. I'll go to 68 where I summarise the position. In summary, the above cases require that activity status be selected by determining the most appropriate statutory regime, e.g. the gateway test or the section 104C limitation that a consent authority may consider only those matters over which has restricted its discretion, having regard to the relevant considerations for making a district plan. Where the purpose of the RMA and the objectives of a plan change can be met by a less restrictive activity status, then that will likely be the most efficient approach for the purposes of Section 32 and should be adopted. So that's a summary of the Environment Court approach.
A question from me. In the legal submissions for Tauranga Crossing, they refer to and rely on the Supreme Court decision in the East-West link in relation to the appropriateness of non-complying activity status where there are anticipated to be significant adverse effects. Interested in your response, does that change any of the Environment Court's approach? Is there a change in approach there, or is it sort of addressing a different issue? Where do we come into considering the significant adverse effects in terms of the appropriateness of the activity status?
Yeah, it's interesting. If you go and read the decision itself, in particular that paragraph, you'll see exactly what the issue with that is. That paragraph 15 that they refer to is part of the introduction, and the context has been edited out somewhat. But what the court is actually doing there is summarising a provision in the Auckland Unitary Plan. So it's been taken out of context, and arguably the context has been obscured, but that's a factual recount by the Supreme Court of what the AUP actually says, rightly or wrongly. It's not it's a case about notice of requirements and resource consent applications. It's not about determining activity status. So in my submission, it has no relevance at all. And that's something I can put in my written response as well.
Thank you.
In paragraph 69, I set out the approach to Tauranga Crossing Limited submission. And in particular, in paragraph 70, I quote the excerpt from the Section 42A report. And in my submission, this approach is consistent with the principles in the above cases. Those cases have been considered in arriving at that position, and that is the correct approach. It adopts the least restrictive activity status while achieving the relevant objectives and meeting the requirements of Section 32 of the RMA. In short, the proposed policy and rule framework appropriately provides for assessment and management of transport effects without needing the further restrictions of the gateway test under Section 104D. So there are objectives, policies, matters of discretion that enable these traffic impacts to be appropriately considered and dealt with, whether it's by conditions or, as the chair pointed out, refusing consent altogether. That discretion is there, and that's sufficient. In paragraph 33, I address rural residential zoning adjacent to Cambridge Road. And this relates to Mr. Lecomte's submission and appearance this morning. If I go down to, in 74, I explained that the submission is not supported by Mr. Talbot on the merits. And he's got reasons for that set out in the Section 42A report, which relate to housing supply, delivery, the loss of capacity to occur from having that as rural residential zone. So that's a merits-based issue. If the panel's minded to go beyond that, there is a potential legal issue here that needs to be considered. So in paragraph 76, Section 77G of the RMA provides that every relevant residential zone of a specified territorial authority must have the MDRS incorporated into that zone. which Mr. Lecomte referred to, but where the issue really arises is under subsection 4. And this says that in carrying out its functions under the section, a specified territorial authority may create new residential zones or amend existing residential zones. So creating rural residential is not a new residential zone. And I've set out the chain of definitions there that you need to get to that point. In paragraph 79, it is therefore doubtful that variation 1 can be used to rezone rural land to rural residential unless the zoning is able to be justified as the inclusion of related provisions that support or are consequential on the MDRS. It may, however, be possible to carve out an existing rural residential zone from the variation and effectively retain the operative status quo. And I say that because I noticed that the northern parcel of that land where rural residential zoning is sought under the operative plan, it's already rural residential. So it seems conceivable that could perhaps be carved down and retained. And I'm not supporting that or encouraging it. I'm just giving you the legal position on it to assist with your deliberations.
So at present, that area, there's a rural zone and a rural residential zone covering part of the area. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so the option then, if we were minded to accept the submission, would be to leave it as rural and rural residential, basically leave the zoning as is, carve that out. Is that an option?
The rural residential portion, parcel to the north at the boundary of the urban growth area, could conceivably stay as rural residential because it already is. The portion, the southern portion of that area, which is sought to be zoned from rural to rural residential, is not a new residential zone because it's under the plan. It's rural. It's not. It's operative under the rule, and under the proposed plan, it's rural residential, which is not a new residential zone.
Yeah, so I'm just wanting to clarify with the carve out you're just suggesting it for the rural residential. You're not saying that the balance could be left as rural.
No, it couldn't, because it wouldn't be a new residential zone.
Rural residential isn't a new residential zone though either, is it?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, you can't. So we'd have a.
Yeah, just leave it.
Just leave it as is.
Yeah, yeah. Like in response to the submitter who has asked for that whole area to become rural residential, and you're saying there's a potential scope issue there.
Yeah. I see.
Could you leave it as is so that it's the current zoning remains in response to his submission?
Potentially, it'd be a very odd outcome from a planning point of view, because you'd have basically a spot zone of rural with rural residential to the north and medium density residential on all its other boundaries. It would be a very strange planning outcome. In terms of the legality of it,
yeah.
Potentially, yeah. I can give that a bit more thought. So paragraph 81 is an update on plan change 27. And there's a submission by Mrs. Croon that seeks that development in flood-prone areas be excluded. The section 42A report responds to that by saying that it's managed through plan change 27. And Mr. Harkness did provide a bit of context around plan change 27. I've set it out there in paragraph 83, an overview of objectives, policies and rules to manage flood hazards. It defines 3 types of flood area. They're not, the flood areas are not mapped, but they're defined by parameters, and there are indicative maps that go alongside the plan that can be referred to. So I won't go too much into all those various types of flood area. I'll go down to paragraph 85.
Are all the appeals on 27 resolved now, or are they still got some out?
Yeah, we've filed consent documents on Friday, so it's been a long process, but we got there.
So the maps are still outside?
The maps are still outside. There have been some changes made to the notes to provide additional clarity about the relationship between the plan change and the maps. But effectively, the policy direction and the general approach of PC 27 as per the Commissioner's decision is unchanged. There have been some tweaks and changes, none of which change the policy direction at all. So it's largely intact as it's been filed with the Environment Court. So it's been a long process, several years. A lot of the process focused on the maps, and there was an expert-led process of scrutinising the maps to check their accuracy and their appropriateness and the rainfall parameters that were assumed and that type of thing. And that did result in some changes to the council's model, but the plan change itself has not changed substantively. That actually takes me down to paragraph 90, where at the time of writing these, there was one party who hadn't signed. We did actually manage to get that signature after I've written these submissions and quickly filed the consent documents. So hopefully we get a consent order soon and we can make that operative. But although it's not yet operative, the rules do have legal effect under Section 80B. So this means that in practice, the council has been implementing Plan Change 27 for several years through the resource consent process. We're going for time. I'm actually taking a bit longer than I'd hoped.
I'm looking to run you out. So we'll have lunch as soon as you've finished. So
right.
We're all hanging on your words.
Yeah, okay. Don't want to get between anyone and lunch. Probably in the next section, paragraph 92 to 96. The main point is that PC 27 will eventually apply to the urban growth area, and there was an evaluation as a qualifying matter that was carried out through Plan Change 33, and that's equally applicable to this plan change. Paragraph 96 in my submission, the approach in variation 1, which relies on Plan Change 27 to accommodate flood hazard as a qualifying matter, is consistent with these purposes. The limits Plan Change 27 would place on development have been properly evaluated in the context of the IPI as required under Section 77J. Excluding development in flood-prone areas would go beyond what is necessary to accommodate the qualifying matter. Rather, flood risk from intense rainfall can be appropriately managed under Plan Change 27, like the rest of the city. In this next section, and again, this is something that came up when Mr. Harkness was talking, this relates to the boundary adjustment to bring Western Bay of Plenty District land into the TCC jurisdiction. And I set out there the relevant provisions, the reorganisation order in Section 81 of the RMA, which deals with the situation. In paragraph 100, the effect of Section 81 is that the former district's plan continues to apply to the land until the new district changes its plan to accommodate the land. The deeming provision for the Western Bay of Plenty District land ceases to apply once TCC has changed its district plan to cover the new area. That would occur when variation 1 is at least at the point where it supersedes the Western Bay of Plenty District plan. That is when variation 1 is operative, or arguably when the rules are required to be treated as operative, any previous rules are operative under Section 86F, and the objectives are to be given full weight. But with this process, that's a very small window, of course, because from recommendations to operative status, it's a narrow window. Proposed change 6 to the regional policy statement. Again, this was an appeals process. It's potentially relevant to the yield issue, where what the change did was down in paragraph 105, operative yield policy required an average net yield of 12 dwellings per hectare from 1st of July, rising progressively. The new policy was introduced to generally provide and enable increased density urban development in urban environments. And I've set that policy out there. But perhaps the key point is that it doesn't include a density requirement, a numerical requirement. It just says increased density. And in paragraph 108, or paragraph 107, I explained that that those appeals have been settled, consent documents filed, but again, we're still waiting for a consent order. In paragraph 108, until it's operative, proposed change 6 must be had regard to. That's the test. However, because the yield amendments are effectively beyond challenge, I submit it would be appropriate to give them significant weight.
Just a question in relation to that. So with the plan change 6, and it removing any numerical density figure, is a density figure actually required in this variation? It's not required by the Amendment Act, is it? It's just an option. It's at the discretion. I guess I'm just wanting to understand, we're not required to include it, but you're saying we have jurisdiction to include it.
That's right. The yield provisions are a discretionary provision that has been included. The drivers for that, part of it is what Mr. Mead explained, which is FT, smart growth, etc., which require increased yield and density. So that's part of the planning driver for it, and it's also appropriate in terms of the other statutory tests as the submission in terms of part 2 and all those other things. But no, the council's not saying that it's mandatory under the RPS, for example, but it is well supported by the normal statutory considerations. And final one, everyone will be pleased to know, district plan controls on the structural stability of buildings. And again, this is the Bay of Plenty Regional Council submission, which seeks to require applications to demonstrate a safe evacuation route or refuge, including structural stability of buildings during a 0.2% AEP flood event. And I understand there's going to be some clarification of that 0.2% AEP flood event in due course, but this part of my submissions really focuses on the requirement to demonstrate structural stability of buildings. And the concern is about the relationship between the RMA and the Building Act. And I've cited a case there which considers that relationship. The only sensible and effective way is to focus on the different purposes of each statute, reduced to the simplest level relevant to the present case. The Building Act allows the council to control building work in the interest of ensuring the safety and integrity of the structure, whereas the Resource Management Act allows councils to impose controls from the point of view of the activity to be carried out within the structure and the effect of that activity on the environment and the environment on that activity. So in my submission, it follows from that case that RMA controls should be imposed for a resource management purpose, which is not a purpose of the Building Act and the Building Code. The structural stability of buildings is governed by clause B1 of the Building Code, and district plan should not impose requirements for that purpose. And there are also it is hard to fathom how the council could be requiring structural outcomes through a subdivision process in practice, and Mr. Harkness has talked a bit about that. So those are my submissions. Sorry it took a bit longer than hoped. Happy to answer any more questions before everyone goes to lunch.
Sorry, just so I'm completely clear on the building code one, you're saying there that it would be, there is a jurisdictional issue there and that we couldn't consider a provision relating to structural stability, even if it was purportedly imposed for a resource management purpose?
Yeah, that is the effect of that High Court decision.
Yeah.
That is what it means. Yeah.
The request relates to both that, but also the sort of means of escape. You say that we could still cover off means of escape, but not structural stability?
Yeah, the means of escape doesn't overlap or conflict with the building code necessarily. It's probably more aligned with, governing what happens in the building and the use of the building rather than the actual structure of the building, if you look at the High Court passage there.
One question from me. In your view, is does the Building Act or the code have any provision for looking at a 0.2% AUP event anyway?
No, it doesn't. Just a confirmation, I think, from just so I can tick that off. The MPS HPL, highly productive land, does not apply because this area was identified well before that came into effect? Question mark. I mean, in terms of the carve out in the MPS HPL, it satisfies the carve out.
Correct. Tauriko West meets the criteria for carve-out, so it's not included in the HPL or NPS for HPL.
Sure about that. Fisher? Right, well, we're running well ahead of ourselves, aren't we? That's right. We will take a short lunch and we will come back at 15:15 in order to just very briefly, and I mean very briefly, see if if the panel has any questions of the experts. I mean, I think we've let this flow this morning because most of the issues in actual fact have been covered up. So I'm not sure that we need to spend too much time with council's experts, but just to provide an opportunity. So if we come back at 15:15 and we'll run very quickly for 20 minutes on that one before we call coming to order. So I'm sorry, coming to order. You'll have a short lunch. I'm sure you're used to that. That's quite, yeah. And if I can just confirm that we will be here in this room tomorrow, that has now been confirmed. So adjust yourselves if you're keen on viewing this gripping hearing. Right. We'll now go to lunch. We'll see you at 15:15. Thank you. All right, thank you. Let's resume. It looks like there's self-selection going on at the head of the table here. Yes, right. This is going to be a rapid fire session, as we indicated beforehand, but I guess two things. One, we may have some questions for each of you or none of you, unlikely. But maybe just a very brief overview, and particularly if you just want to respond to anything that you've heard this morning that you want to respond to. So just freewheel on that, just but try to keep it brief if you would. And then we'll just see where we go from there. Because I mean, we've obviously, we've traversed the key issues this morning, so we don't, and we've got your evidence, so we don't need all the detail behind it. But so let me just invite whoever wants to head off first. Mr. Richards, are you being pointed to? Okay, all right.
That happens a lot.
So basically 5 minutes each as an average, shall we say, since we're dealing with averages at the moment. Yes, right.
Yep, I have a very brief summary of the key points that are in my evidence. I think there's three key points that I touch on, being the effects on Cambridge Road, the transport implications of reducing the target yield, and the assessment I consider appropriate for development that does not align with the staging and sequencing, or for development beyond 2,400 dwellings. So I'll just briefly touch on each of those matters. In regard to Cambridge Road, as set out in my evidence, I have analysed the outputs from the transport modelling to consider the change in traffic volumes and effects on Cambridge Road. This indicates the level of services maintained to an acceptable standard, and that's with the Cambridge Road State Highway 29 signalised intersection in place. So as Mr Talbot mentioned earlier, that upgrade that has been delivered at the moment as part of the enabling works does deliver, I think, a significant improvement at that intersection in terms of both safety and efficiency. I think beyond that, I don't think there's any further mitigation from a transport perspective in regard to Cambridge Road. The target densities in my evidence, I set out that fewer households as a result of lowering the target densities would result in a different trip pattern or outcome from a transport perspective. There'll be fewer vehicle trips from a starter point with less households. So the infrastructure that has been designed and delivered has been funded will have residual capacity. The total number of bus trips would reduce with that fewer households and less density around the bus routes, and there'd be fewer walking and cycling trips with less households and households being further from local opportunities. Just in my rebuttal, I mentioned, I think, the evidence of Mr. Collier, who states that Tauriko Crossing is not within a viable walking radius, is not easily accessible other than by car or public transport due to the extremely busy 4-lane state highway between the two areas. There is no public transport connection in place from Tauriko West to the crossing. Just in terms of clarification, I know the improvements that are being delivered as part of the enabling works do deliver those facilities for walking and cycling between Tauriko West and the crossing. And that my understanding is that from what I've seen, Bay of Plenty Regional Council is planning for bus routes into this area in future, and that would be somewhat dependent on the development progressing. So I do consider that the growth area is will be well served by public transport and the facilities proposed as part of the enabling works that provide accessibility by a range of modes. In regard to the assessment in terms of restricted discretionary activities, I've commented on that. The variation is notified requires an ITA for a restricted discretionary activity, and that is to be completed by a suitably qualified transport engineer. In my view, this level of assessment enables robust and thorough consideration of transport effects and identification of any required ways to mitigate effects at the appropriate time, and having specifics to the application at the time, so the number of dwellings proposed, for example. The variation which requires resource consent for development beyond 2,400 dwellings provides a trigger for an ITA. In my view, this approach ensures that the assessment, including the transport modelling, is up-to-date information at the time. As Mr. Talbot's mentioned earlier, that could be around the mid-2030s, so there's still quite some considerable time away until we get to that point. And lastly, I consider the undertaking additional transport modelling at this time will be in my view, of little to no value, because it's not known what the additional development beyond 2,400 has been sought, and what the network will be operating like in the mid-2030s when that threshold is likely to be reached. So I think that's a very brief summary for you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Only one for me. In terms of the reduced, if you ended up with reduced numbers of people living there, I presume, the enabling works are enabling works, so they're needed come what may, as I understand it. So there's no sort of loss from a transport perspective in terms of sort of over providing if the numbers are likely to be less, because that could be reassessed at a later date, or?
Well, there isn't a way that the enabling works, that the design of those intersections, Redwood Lane and the access intersection in Cambridge Road, the modelling that's informed the design of those intersections has shown that they can accommodate up to 2,400 dwellings, that infrastructure can accommodate up to 2,400 dwellings. So, in essence, if there's fewer dwellings, there's, in my view, a little bit of a lost opportunity in terms of that infrastructure that has been shown to provide for that level of development.
So if there was less than 2,400, that would be the case, but if you went above 2,400, you're all good?
If you went above 2,400 with only the enabling works, yeah, there'd be more, and there's obviously that requires an assessment to confirm that that is still acceptable. Yeah.
In terms of the same sort of line of questioning, but in terms of the public transport, recall reading somewhere in the evidence that the higher density, the 25 dwellings per hectare, was required to make public transport efficient. To what level, if you had a lower density, do you have any view in terms of when public transport would not be efficient or economic?
It's difficult to say from an economic perspective, because that bus route will not just serve Tauriko West. It'll come all the way from the city, so it won't just be reliant on what's in Tauriko West. But I think my point was that, yeah, just having more dwellings there within the catchment of the bus service does make it more economic. It gets we'll get a better fair return or recovery on investment for the regional council.
So, and at what, do you have any information in terms of at what point a public transport system would be serving that development? Is it at the 800 dwellings? Is it beyond that? Do you know what extent?
I can't say exactly what it'll be. A regional council decision as to when they start that. I think there was discussion around 800, or maybe Alistair.
I understand the trigger point is 200 dwellings being established within the growth area. That, of course, is subject to regional council decision to then extend the service into the growth area. So, we'll continue that work with the regional council to see whether that decision can be confirmed. But the recommendation is 200.
So if we take the 200 on its face value, but as the development increased, is it fair to say that the service would increase and the greater numbers of people, residents in that area, the service would increase to match?
It's probably a better one for Craig in terms of how service delivery.
I think the indication that I have through the Bay of Plenty Regional Council did a public transport reference case, and that certainly showed services increasing in the longer term with the development of Tauriko West. But as Alistair says, that's their planning intent. There's obviously a lot to go for that to be confirmed.
But that's a useful piece of information. The 200 would be when they would start public transport. Okay, that's helpful.
I mean, like any PT, obviously it's going to depend on patronage more than anything else. So yeah,
yes, right. More houses, faster the bus comes. Yeah.
Who's at the head that wants to address us next?
Hi, Abe Greenway here. My evidence covered some of the residential development trends and the household projection information. So that's set out in the appendix, I think 6C, that was to Mr. Talbot, and followed up with some rebuttal evidence. There's nothing really to add to that. It's been taken as read, and nothing that came up this morning I really need to reply to. So I'm just happy to take questions if that's the way forward.
Right, thank you, Mr. Greenway. I mean, obviously you've got numbers, and Mr. Thompson has got numbers, and others have got numbers. Mr. Keamy's got numbers, and we're not going to try and resolve those numbers, obviously, in this forum. I did have one question which arose out of yours, which was your response to the issue of Stats New Zealand household numbers from the 2023 release. And you seem to indicate at that point that you weren't going to be using those numbers because you're going to rely upon the smart growth HBA and so on and so forth. But I'm assuming that in actual fact that's not quite what you meant, if that's what you said. That you will be adjusting, presumably, those smart growth numbers in the light of Stats' own figures. Is that fair enough? I mean, you're not standing on figures that are 2.5 years old now, when there are more current figures that you could use.
Great. So the evidence provided to Mr. Talbot set out the range of projections available, but the ones that we rely on are the ones in the 2022 Housing Business Capacity Assessment. We've taken those for the long-term plan and made adjustments based on insufficiencies identified through the HBA. And on an annual basis, we go back and just review, check the assumptions around allocation, that sort of thing, and update it to make sure it remains current.
A bit closer.
Right?
Yeah.
So we make those changes to make sure it's as accurate as it can be. And that's what we rely on our sort of growth planning.
Yeah, just one from me. And I think you covered this in your rebuttal, but I just wanted to make sure that I understood. Mr. Thompson made reference to the growth of large households. And as I understood it, you were saying, yes, there is a clear growth in large households, but as a proportion of the overall growth, it's still a small element. Is that effectively it?
Yes, that's correct. I think it was around 5% of the other multi-person households. And that there was an expectation with the LTP projections that person per dwelling would increase a little based on housing supply shortfall and still a growing population. So that's what's reflected in our current projection numbers.
Great, thank you.
One question from me. In your, I think it's rebuttal evidence, you've said 223 that as more greenfield is delivered, the numbers of people per household will decrease. Can you just outline your thinking on that?
Yeah, I guess the expectation at the moment is the increase in people per dwelling is because of the pressure in the housing market, not just from the lack of land supply, but also economic factors that are going on with high inflation, high interest rates that has impacted the market and created those, probably led to the extra other multi-person households and also 2-family households and 3-family households increasing a little. So that probably just reflects the current situation. The expectation is in the medium to longer term as more land is released and as Plan Change 33 provisions bed in, that there'll be more intensification uptake as well. And over time, that pressure removed, and with the household sort of projections that people per dwelling will decrease over time.
Will decrease.
Decrease, yes.
Right. Okay.
And that's sort of related to that ageing population as well that's projected.
Thank you.
And just to clarify for me, in terms of your rebuttal, a couple of the tables you've got there, you've got red lines on the red marked numbers on the bottom line. I'm looking at 2.5, for example. When I first looked at those, I thought they must be averages, but when I look at some of the figures, they don't look like averages. Can you just tell me what they are? The 8317, for example, on that bottom line, what do they represent? Because the 17 can't be an average of the above, but so that
aligns with Mr. Thompson's table that's replicated in 2.4 above.
So the red figure's his? Is that what you're saying? Or
they align with the average over that 2018 to 2024 period. So in total, for that greenfield attached, it was 17% over that entire 7-year period.
All right, I'll have to have a look at those a bit closer because it doesn't seem to make sense to me at the moment, but that's fine. And similarly, with respect to the table over the page there, you've just applied that percentage to the left-hand table, I take it.
That's correct, and that really just shows the change over time of attached becoming a high proportion.
It did make me wonder whether if you'd done a 3-year rolling average, those numbers would actually be a bit more realistic in terms of the last few years. That was all. Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, we'll obviously work our way through those numbers in due course and play around with those. I'm sure others will have something to say. So, thank you, Mr. Greenway, and thank you for the work you've done on that. It's useful to have. Thank you, Mr.
Kia ora. Okay, so I'll just give you a quick summary of my rebuttal evidence and then open for questions. So my evidence is quite bespoke to the street design toolkit specifically. So this complements Tauronga's infrastructure development code. It focuses on achieving appropriate street design outcomes whilst balancing council, community, property development and utility stakeholder needs. It provides a flexible context-specific design framework, and it uses a rating system. So that links the street function, movement, and link with its place-making role. So the toolkit was developed during 2019 to 2020, and it was opened up for use from the middle of 21, and compliance became a requirement through the IDC in February 2022. It was developed to support a shift to higher densities that we are seeing with the growth that we are seeing across Tauranga, while ensuring that good streetscape outcomes are achieved for those future communities. The flexible framework considers, through the toolkit, considers traffic, street network, and surrounding land use needs, and balances link and place functions for growth-driven density changes. So, using an established engineering procedure, it follows a process to support developers with progressing designs and allowing and directing where trade-offs or compromises need to be made. And collaboration is actually ongoing at the moment between council and Tauriko West developers to explore narrower road reserves and alternative designs within the street design toolkit framework. Are there any questions?
I think your evidence is in part to respond to evidence of others regarding the use of narrow roads within existing subdivisions where high densities have been achieved, and the assumption that under the street design toolkit they wouldn't be allowed, and you effectively say because of the process you go through, you could end up in a situation, as I read it, that you could end up with roads like that. But has one of the things that encouraged the production of the street design kit issues with that have been found with narrow roads within some subdivisions? Because I know elsewhere that narrow roads have been an issue for firefighters getting through and all of those sort of issues. So whilst I respect what you say, do you think in reality that we will see roads as narrow as we've seen in these other subdivisions moving forward?
So just because of the timing of the toolkit, the development of the toolkit and the timing of its adoption, we haven't actually had a significant number of consents gone through that process yet. The development that we've seen over the last 5 or 10 years around Wairaki, the lakes, etc., was actually consented prior to the toolkit coming into place. And since there's been a bit of a downturn in terms of number of consents. So we've been using it conceptually a lot within our project work and planning, but we haven't yet got a lot of examples to showcase through enactment and final consenting. So what I'm trying to say is time will tell. The toolkit is flexible. We are constantly making tweaks and changes to it through the IDC processes. Yes, there are some narrow streets out there that are not necessarily delivering the outcomes that we want to achieve. So we're hopeful that the toolkit provides a bit more certainty and a bit more rigor around those outcomes that do need to be achieved. But we realise there's also the need for negotiation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Schemers. Now you've obviously heard the questions that we've been raising this morning. So
yes, I've made a few notes, and then I sort of discussed with Tim. Look, you'll take my evidence as read for the most part, so I won't labour through most of those points, but probably just to clarify a couple of points that have come up in questions already to date. The first one came up around the 800 dwellings per hectare, and yes, my evidence spoke to 800 to 1,000, and there was a few phases to that. Mr. Talbot has touched on a couple of those, but probably the one point that he didn't sort of touch on was that I felt that was the population basis that would support some of the retail centres. There's 3 retail centres proposed in the plan. 2 of them at the neighbourhood size at 1,000 square metres each, and having delivered a few of these developments with centres of that scale, I went back and looked at a couple of the developments that I have been involved in and around what sort of dwelling numbers they had to support that density. And look, I can speak from experience. We did a development in Hamilton where we delivered the retail centre up front, but it's not economically viable to do at that point. Our clients had to discount effectively the rents for the first 3 years. So for me, that's not necessarily going to help with the financial ability to deliver the development. It will help with delivering services, but the better outcome for me would be allow the development to develop get to that point where the population can actually support those retail centres. And that was, along with all the other elements of it, that was one of the other key drivers for the dwelling numbers being at that 800 to 1,000. The question came up around dwellings per hectare versus allotments per hectare. Just to clarify, all my evidence was based on dwellings, not allotments. There was a question around the 30% road cap.
Sorry, can I just stop you there? So the 800 to 1,000 that you're talking about are dwellings, not allotments.
Dwellings, correct.
Basically occupied allotments, basically.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's further question on the roading cap, and it's been covered off before, but the justification for coming up with the cap was in initial conversations with Classic Group and particularly Mr. Hill. He was strongly of the view that there was roading designs that had been approved and functioning in the city that wouldn't be approved now. So based on that, we went and looked at a couple of other, we looked at all the areas to find out what that road hierarchy was like, and to avoid the situation where they were planning their developments ahead of time and basically coming up to a point where they could meet their density requirements, but then be subject to a council process that then changed that situation on them by not approving roads. Well, that's where we looked at what are the opportunities to ensure that they can design or master plan their community at a larger scale and not be hampered by that in the future, and having to change their master plan for a council process that may or may not occur. So one of the things we looked at across a lot of the developments was that hierarchy of roads, and at what point was there, at what scale were those roads? And most of the developments that we looked at had a 13 to a 14 metre local road as their minor roads, but they had a lot of, I guess, the laneways or the joels that serviced these areas. And on looking at the East Quarter example, which Mr. Hill pointed out was a vested road, and I looked at that and went, I actually see that as a functioning road. It's got dual access. It can probably deliver all the services and requirements of it. What's the issue with a road of that nature? And in order to be able to give them the ability to plan for those sorts of roads, that's where we looked at how do we give them the advantage of designing now and not have to come back and redesign through a council process that might even be post subdivision.
I'm struggling to see what the difference between a 30% cap and a 25% cap or a 35% cap.
Yeah, so all the analysis we did, all the developments with a density of less than 22 had effectively a road component of it from 25 to 30%. And that's where that comes from, and it's pretty clear that there's an obvious distinction at that junction. And then once you get beyond the 22 dwellings per hectare, that's when the roading component actually increases quite significantly. The three that increase from above the 22 dwellings per hectare all have roading components of 35, 36 or 37%. So there's almost a 20% increase in roading to service those areas.
So what does the cap do in terms of the calc for the density?
So I've in my rebuttal evidence, I have the example of in table 2 on table 1 and 2 on page 4, that works through the calculation of that cap, and effectively it provides for an increase in the density, which is
step us through that table, I think would be helpful as to what's going on there. I mean, obviously in table 2, the key is the net developable area, which is significantly reduced under the cap.
Yeah, so under the methodology of calculating the net developable area, there's a number of areas or a number of elements that are excluded from the density from the net developable area. So effectively, what we've taken is any roading area over that 30% has effectively jumped from being an included area within the net developable area to being an excluded area. So as you go down those tables, what you'll notice is the net residential area doesn't change. And then so the only change is actually in the net developable area, but it's effectively the reduction in the roading area. So there's 6,000. There's the excluded roading cap of 6,600 additional square metres of area reduced out of the net developable area.
All right. So in terms of that table 1, how's the density derived? What have you divided by what? You've got the no roading cap has a density of 23.5, and the 30% has a density of 25.5.
So it's effectively the dwellings divided by the net development area, but as a per hectare basis. So the net developable area being in the no cap.
How did you get the number of dwellings? That's just a fact, was it?
So that's an analysis of the actual.
Okay, all right. I thought this might be a template for making a determination, but it's not.
No,
it's a resultant, isn't it?
Okay. I think I might need to see a sort of simple diagram showing it too. I think because I'm still getting and I think you'll probably sit there and read it.
Yeah,
become more clear. But a simple diagram would be really helpful, I think.
Yeah, we can probably provide one of those. We've had a look at it today when the question cropped up, so we can probably provide that.
Yeah.
And you had another issue with respect to duplexes not being factored in, I think was the.
Well, so that came up in Mr. Thompson's evidence. It was hard to determine what within their tables they had used as attached dwellings. It didn't appear to be consistent. And so that was one of the drivers when we first looked at how we were going to define density and that net developable area, was ensuring that we used a consistent approach. And that's why we modelled from around the country and not just picked up data from other places to ensure that we actually use the same methodology for determining it. So yeah, it was a two-phased.
So have you closed that conversation off with Mr. Thompson or not yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Would be my.
Right. Okay. All right.
In terms of attached dwelling forms, looking at the location of the land, is it an area that you would expect the market to want to deliver attached dwellings? And I appreciate we're moving forward into a expectation of increased densities, but is it a location that you would expect the market to want to deliver it?
Yeah, in my opinion, yes. This is an area that is going to have quite a significantly high number of lots or dwellings with frontage to reserves or outlooks. And from experience, those attached dwellings, and I'll put duplexes to a side because I think duplexes will fit under any circumstance that we're looking at, and focus more on probably the terrace and the apartment side of it. Through Plan Change 33, we look deeply at apartments. I'm still of the view that apartments will be tough in the fringes of Tauranga. So probably even putting those to a side and then focusing on terraces. I still believe that this is an area that will accept terraces because of those high amenity values. And so that's my opinion. Examples that I'm working with in Hamilton within the Rotorua area, which is a master plan community of this sort of scale. We've designed effectively super lots or terraced housings around parks, and we've sold those lots to developers without any real hassle. So I still don't believe that there's a reason not to think that this area can accommodate terraced housing.
That leads, or sort of part answers the last question I had for you, which is location for those. And you mentioned parks, and when you're talking about parks, I presume you're talking about along the river as well.
Yeah, correct.
Yep. Thank you.
Your rebuttal evidence 337, you talk about a stepped approach to the first 800 to 1,000. Again, I assume when we're talking about allotments, you're talking about dwellings again?
Correct.
Phased delivery over the first 2 to 3 years. How important, and then you go on to mention about community spaces and retail centres, how important in the setting the 800 to 1,000 is the provision of community spaces and retail centres?
In my view, it's actually relatively important. It's for me, the reason for choosing to go, or that a purchaser or a homeowner will look to go into a more compact housing arrangement is because those other amenities are within reasonable access to them. So without some of those other elements within the community side of it, it does become harder.
So if those community spaces, such as libraries, etc., were not provided in the first 3 to 4 years, as I think we heard this morning, or at least some of them, how does that change, or does it change your thinking in terms of the 800 to 1,000 dwellings?
Probably a two-part answer to that is it, has it been provisioned and will it be coming? And through that long-term plan, if it's sort of planned and envisioned to be there, you can generally sell and market off the back of that, versus that's for the library components with those bigger, larger community infrastructure. With the smaller retail centres and the local reserves and probably the Riverside Reserve, those are the things that will attract people in those earlier days. So I would expect that within those first 800 to 1,000 that there is capacity to build in those other smaller community services or facilities, and that would be enough. Whether or not the planning for a library is that going to change it? Probably marginally. Well, there's still a local centre design there that's around what's going to be in that, as much as anything.
A local centre, you mean like a commercial centre?
Yeah, well, there's two scales of centres within the master plan. The local centre obviously being the larger one that accommodates. There's provision for a supermarket, which for me will come right at the end. If it does come, the supermarket will not go there. without it having the population base. So, you know, while a supermarket would be a great driver, it's unlikely to be there in the first instance, and probably not even at 1,000 dwellings. That's probably well down the track, versus other community services. That's a council requirement as to when and where.
So going back to the point that you've said, 3 to 4 years, which allows time to establish community spaces and retail centres. We heard this morning that the library community centre wasn't in the LTP for the next 10 years. What effect does that have on what you're suggesting is the 800 to 1,000 dwellings in the first 3 to 4 years?
Well, my point there is that the developing parties can deliver those smaller local outcomes. They're not reliant on the library to deliver, or funding for the libraries to deliver those smaller centres, and those smaller centres will support.
And you've mentioned community spaces.
Correct.
And I was understanding that in your earlier comment was the library community centre.
No, so community spaces more in general, in terms of even the Riverside Walk. It's not a localised or a neighbourhood reserve. It's actually accommodates a wider network.
I can just add something in there. I took from your earlier comment that in actual fact you were seeing the 800 to 1,000 being the prime mover for the retail centres to develop. That was the tipping point at which you were comfortable with moving to a higher density, because you thought that would spur the higher density. Did I read you wrongly there?
No, that is correct. The retail centre needs a population base to support it. Without it, you can't have it. It doesn't survive. So you need a population there established to support it. But then once you've also got that facility, it then supports going to higher density. So it's a phasing and a timing issue.
What I was understanding was that the higher density in the 25 dwellings per hectare would have been enabled by having those community facilities in place, such as the library. That's the sort of thing people wanted to see. That was the trade-off to having the smaller plots. That was the message I was getting from reading through the whole range of evidence, was a really key factor.
Yeah, that's correct, but it doesn't necessarily relate just to a library. It's a whole service of.
Yeah.
Correct.
So but it is part of it.
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of the 800 to 1,000, what I'm also reading is that you were expecting that to take place over 2 to 4 years. So that's based on 200 dwellings per year.
Yeah, that's right, and that really requires, in my view, the 3 main developers to be developing, and that's as good an estimate as we can do, and that's based on the number of dwellings that we need to be delivered in Tauranga, and what historically we've been able to deliver through other time periods. Yes. Not necessarily the last 3 years, because they've been highly constrained, but if we look back further than that, we've comfortably delivered between 1,000 and 1,400 within the district, and so I think as we gear up, it'll be slower to gear up back into that time frame as the market improves. But once we get up to speed, then those sorts of numbers should be relatively simple. And what we do know across the district is we don't have a lot of greenfield space. So with Tauriko West coming on board, it's likely to become quite a significant provider of greenfield housing over time.
Okay, so my final question is, do you have a particular preference over 800 or 1,000?
Not really, no.
Thank you, Mr. Kimis, for now. And thank you all. So we'll now move to, and of course, you may well be appearing tomorrow in response. So I'm not quite sure what's happening there, if that's tomorrow. Going order, Mr. Matheson and Co. We've missed going order around the traps recently. I wonder why. Yes.
Yes, I do share your pain about these IPI processes, I have to say, having appeared in a few. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Matheson, appearing for Kāinga Ora. I have with me Ms. Lizelle Benneker, who's giving corporate evidence, Mr. Cam Larking, who's here to answer any questions specifically on the development site, and Ms. Lindenberg, planning consultant. I'll take your direction, Mr. Chair, in terms of the things you're interested in. I'll just start with a few comments from matters arising this morning. I'm happy to type these up and provide them by tonight to save people scribbling down unnecessarily. The first question raised was the existence of commercial agreements and the relevance of those to a plan change process. Normally, of course, in any RMA process, behind the scenes commercial agreements are not relevant. In this circumstance, in my submission, they are directly relevant. I draw attention to Objective 6 of the MPSUD. So that's the local authority decisions on urban development that affect urban environments are integrated with infrastructure planning and funding. That's not just public funding, it can also be private funding. Also draw attention to method 18 of the RPS and the RPS policy UG 10B and 9B. You can look at that at your leisure, but essentially 10B, UG 10B require the rezoning of other provisions for urban development to take into account existing or committed public and private sector investments in urban land development and infrastructure. So, I mean, to the extent one needs a hook, there's ample there. I mean, that's not to say, I hasten to add, you know, that the commercial agreements don't bind the committee to any particular outcome, but I do say they are a relevant factor to your decision. Secondly, just dealing with the issue of scope, and it's probably helpful if we turn to the legal submissions page unnumbered, because of course the attachments don't number pages. So if you go to my legal submissions, the third last page is this table with the proposed amendments on it to the staging plan, staging rule, 12I or something. Anyway, this is the proposed amendment by Mr. Lindenberg, adding the words prior to the occupation of the first new dwellings. Kāinga Ora is comfortable with that changes to residential activity to be consistent with the council's defined term, and that was suggested in rebuttal evidence from the council, so happy with that. Just the one point I did note there, which we haven't landed on a solution, but the intention there is for that separate trigger to apply to both the northern and southern connection points. In other words, a building in the southern area might not necessarily require all of the northern areas to be constructed and vice versa. Now, I appreciate the two areas might be joined, but that just might be something to think about with the table. Because it's one table with one column heading, you just want to avoid that debate as well. So it might be something for the council to think about. Just on the scope issue, the Kāinga Ora submission suggested that the at-grade walking and cycling connection be deleted entirely. So there is no scope issue, because clearly having it come in at a certain point is lesser relief. Arguably, there is still a scope issue for the first two bullet points in that column. So to the extent the panel needs to identify out of scope amendments, it's arguably the first two bullet points, but not the third. Kāinga Ora didn't seek deletion of the first two bullet points, but it did the third, if one gets that, just for the record. Turning then to quickly some comments on the rural residential zone. And I think, as correctly pointed out this morning, it's a slightly unusual situation where there is a title with a rural residential section and then a rural section. And if you look at the Miss Benecke's evidence, there is an aerial photo that shows that separate title. On page 6, I think you'll see that title there. So you can sort of see that. So it is a slight anomaly, I suppose. Just some brief comments on the relief sought by the Cambridge Road residents. Obviously agree that this is not a relevant residential zone, so MDRS is not mandatory. So I accept that point that was made. On the other hand, that MDRS is not the be all and end all, and actually it's the NPCD as a whole, policy 3, intensification residential opportunities. So MDRS isn't mandatory, but it's still got to be the most appropriate outcome, and one needs to give effect to the NPCD as a document. In that regard, while I can understand the rural residential neighbours of Cambridge Road wanting to retain rural residential neighbours, that may not be the case, and you'll be very familiar with Objective 4 and Policy 6 of the NPSUD. Amenity values will change. It's not an amenity effect that change, and that was deliberately put in the NPSUD to stop these sort of arguments, which is we've always had rural residential neighbourhoods. We want to keep that from a human perspective fully understood, but you know the panel must give effect to the NPSUD. And for the reasons raised, it wouldn't be an efficient or effective use of zoning to effectively have an island of either rural residential or rural zone, and then more intensive zoning. That would seem an inappropriate planning outcome, and certainly not an efficient use of land resource. On the, I'll deal with a couple of the other points later, but yeah, I'll come back to those. As far as the shared walking cycling facility, I think that was dealt with by the council's traffic expert. There is proposed to be pedestrianisation and signalisation connection straight through to Tauriko, to the crossing rather. Yeah, and I think I'll deal with it. And the enabling works that are designed are intended to provide for the full development potential. So there is no concern about that. Okay, just that probably deals with those. Just quickly dealing with a couple of points in the legal submissions, which I'm sure you've read. The first issue, so I'm at section 4, page 3. The allocation, I mean, this is an unusual situation where a range of developers are working together with the council to provide a significant infrastructure funding. And in those circumstances, it's entirely appropriate in my submission for those areas to be prioritised as areas A, B and C. And that's shown on the staging plan. And that is consistent both with the RPS that I've just taken you to, 10B, but also as the Environment Court's recently recognising the needs for planning documents to be equitable and for there to be a fair allocation. And it would seem to be entirely inequitable for freeloading or people, you know, taking advantage of infrastructure that didn't contribute to it. And I know there are ongoing discussions with the Redwood Lane people, and I'm sure they will come to a point at some stage. But from my perspective, that's an entirely appropriate outcome. The never-ending debate about non-complying or restricted discretion or discretionary activity, I won't add anything more than that. I thought Mr. Fisher's submissions were very much aligned with mine on that. Entirely agree with his comment on the characterisation of the Supreme Court's East-West decision. That was certainly not being put forward as a statement of general principle. It was that's what the AUP says. But in fact, that's not particularly controversial either. And you know, all plans have got various descriptions of what each of the activities do. Just out of interest, I've put in there Table 1A of the Tauranga City District Plan, which essentially summarise in a very similar way. Fundamentally, the question for me is the least restrictive activity status to achieve the outcome. Is the scope, and on the case of an RDA criteria, wide enough to decline consent or impose conditions? And in my submission, the matters of discretion are certainly wide enough to address any potential traffic impact or concern that might arise from staging. I mean, I guess one, you know, and I guess it's the granularity, and it's the margins that make a difference in terms of the non-compliant versus RDA. If, for example, you wanted to go 3 months ahead of something happening, or you propose an alternative solution and it's a temporary one, you know, or there's a range of sort of very minor infringements, you could say, well, it might be entirely appropriate as an RDA, but do you really want to go through a non-complying activity and have the big dudes down at Tauranga Crossing turning up and waving their swords in the air and say, well, you're not allowed to do it? So it's that granularity which is important, particularly for something like this, which is such a, you know, long-term development proposition. I'm just turning then to the zoning of the flood areas is an interesting issue. So this is my paragraph C. I'm not sure, Ms. Chair, have you been on a site visit there yet? Oh, okay. Thoroughly recommend you do, and I'm sure you will at some point.
Schedule for tomorrow, yeah. But I'm unlikely to be stumping over the ground. Yes,
you can get a good view from the. You can get a good view. I might volunteer. The regional or the council might offer you a helicopter.
You can volunteer it. That's on the record.
Yeah. You can get quite a good view from the road, as I've found, but you do get a, you know, certainly when I went there, you do get a real sense of the topography and the areas of development and the areas that are going to clearly be very difficult to develop. And you know, it's hard on maps and even Google Earth to get that real sense of the challenges.
Apparently the live stream has to be co-opted by council, so we have to pause until we are able to live stream again, apparently.
I'm not that interesting. I'm sure people won't miss me.
Well, I'm glad you said that. Take a 5-minute break and hopefully we'll get back on stream in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Apologies. The council workshop is going to be going until like 5 p.m. So when we finish here, so a recording will be made available of the whole meeting after we've finished, if that makes sense. So we won't be live after we finish. No, I'll just. Pardon? Oh no, we don't need a break. Yeah.
As you were, let's just carry on. Right, thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, so as I was saying, I think once you go and have a look at the site, you'll get a sense of the topography, and that's particularly the case for the Kaingaroa owned land, so closest to town. You'll get a real sense of the areas that are able to be developed, including the area along Cambridge Road, and you'll actually see out of the total development area, that's a significant portion of it. And again, that goes to the efficient use of land and what would happen with the rest of the land. In terms of the zoning, it does seem to me that, you know, do you start trying to pick a natural open space or non-residential zone now as per the BOPRC, or do you zone the whole thing MDRS and then deal with it later? And in my submission, as I've said there, both are effective and that you'll ultimately end up with the right outcome. It's a question of which is more efficient. And in my submission, the most efficient is to start with MDRS, do the residential development detailed design, location of roads, parks, walkways, and then rezone it after that, because the MDRS zoning is going to be a lot more flexible than whatever natural open space or zoning. So I don't see either way. It's not possible to land on an exact zoning boundary now. So you've got to do one or the other. And in my submission, the most efficient way is to start with MDRS and then do the tidy up later, rather than trying to pick your poison now and then have to change it, or you end up applying for a non-complying activity to put in 20 square metres of a building that happens to poke out into a zoned area. I
think that's right. And of course, Section 6H cuts whether it's a standard Schedule 1 process or it's an IPI process. Question though, who would promote the plan change at that point? Would that be KO in terms of your area, or would you? Is it council? Who would?
Well, I guess my expectation, and this is really for the development planning, is once you lay out all the lots and the roads and the reserves, then be up to council, because it might be vested as public open space, roads, stormwater ponds. I mean, the council might say we don't need it rezoned open space. They might have some other zoning. We don't know. And I guess that's the point, is until that's done, you don't know what the most appropriate zoning is, and it might not even need a zoning. And then, of course, you've got the flood maps overlays as well, and all the rest of it, which apply anyway. So I guess that's sort of why, having thought about it, I get, well, you know, we know that the bottom of those gullies is going to be a non-residential zoning of some point, but we don't know where exactly that boundary will be. And so really the question in my submission is, what's the most efficient way forward? And that would be to go MDRS and then do, if needed, a tidy up plan change later. And again, you'll get a real sense of that when you go out on site, as to it's not a straightforward site. The other two are probably happy to take those matters as read. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I've just suggested to the witnesses that unless there's anything particular you'd like them to address, they just deal with questions. That both statements are fairly straightforward, supportive of the council. Thank you.
Right.
Ms. Beneke.
Kia ora. My name is Lizelle Beneke and I'm a Principal Development Planner at Kaingora. So I wrote the corporate evidence on behalf of Kaingora, and basically very different from what we normally do as we're a landowner. So I don't actually really have anything more to add, I guess, in terms of the Cambridge Road site. I just wanted to add a couple more points around the Cambridge landowners submitters around the neighbourhood reserves. I was just noting that the matter on a lack of open space is specific to neighbourhood reserves, i.e. pocket parks, and the neighbourhood reserve locations were derived by TCC in accordance with their own decision making and open space policy, and are not shown on this, and are shown on the structure plan. I just want to note as well, just through our master planning, and it is only master planning that we did for that site, it does have the ability to meander down into the gully to provide some more open space areas, and also has, you know, really good outlooks over those open space areas. And I just wanted to add another point as well in terms of our density. We don't have any intention of going over the 25 dwellings per hectare in that area. That allows for a medium density arrangement, which would also allow private open space, adequate private open space for those dwellings within the area. I don't know if there's anything else. Oh, good. I think that's it, really.
No, the only question for me was about density, which you've responded to, having because you would have heard this morning that we heard what House and Grierson, was it, I think, had on their website in terms of your site. But so basically things have moved on from that by the sound of it.
Afternoon. My name's Campbell Larking. I'm the Senior Development Manager for Kaingaora and involved with this project. So stuff that you see out in the media is old information. There is also a question over how information is reported in regard to the calculation of density, as you've had discussions here today. So the conversation we're having with you is around net developable density. So, and as per the city plan, so we would deliver the minimum requirement on that site. We may look to go wider or higher in the wider development area, but we're not looking to go anything greater than what the plan provides for in that location.
Thank you.
One question I did have in relation to your evidence in 5.3, referencing the planned affordable and market homes and additional social homes. And then you go on to say that at the time of acquisition, you had a mix. Now, can I just clarify whether that's changed since acquisition, or is that still the current mix you've got in mind?
I'm probably best to answer that question. That position for how we acquired the land remains, but the delivery method we're looking at may change because it is subject to an approved business case, which is currently going through our process. So we're ultimately, the Kaingaora Land Program and why Kaingaora is here is to aid in unlocking the growth area and assemble the land for the delivery of houses. It's actually ambivalent to what those homes are, but the original acquisition was 20% public, 20% affordable and 60% market. As we work through changes in government, changes in expectations, that may well change, which is subject to the process we work through in terms of a business case to then allow us to start the funding in the project.
So just going back to the previous answer, I think it was mentioned that you were looking not to go over the 25 dwellings per hectare. That's an average over the Kaingaroa land holdings, or is that the cap?
Sorry. No, we were only referencing the 25 dwellings per hectare to that Cambridge Road site solely. In relation to that Cambridge Road question about the density increasing, my response was that was in regard to Cambridge Road. We may look to go greater than the 25 dwellings per hectare on the remainder of our developable land, which obviously is part of the wider Tauriko West area.
So just to help us, in terms of the Cambridge, what you've referred to as the Cambridge Road section, what sort of percentage of the land holding does that make up?
So I'd have to do a quick calculation. It's 3 hectares of our total development land.
So it's a small amount.
Correct. At 25 dwellings per hectare, if that's where the minimum's yield, it delivers 75 dwellings, which includes road and corridors, pump station locations, etc. So it's a very small amount of the wider development, but nonetheless very important and critical because it has its own infrastructure connections, shared walking flow, which are part of the enabling works which are contracted for delivery.
But in terms of the majority of Kaingaroa's land holding there, what I'm hearing you saying is that you may well go above the 25 dwellings per hectare.
We may do. So our starting point will be that we will start with the minimum and we will slowly then work that through. It all comes down for us in terms of amenity, landscape, cost. So we rely upon our neighbours to deliver the roading access in some form of funding arrangement. We will have, if we deliver public homes, that will be potentially where a lot of our density comes from. There is a high demand for 1-2 bedrooms. If we don't deliver that percentage of public homes, then our density won't potentially go above the 25. So it's kind of a change in policy setting, change of approach, but the stance we've taken with our submissions to the plan changes that we would look to deliver the minimum, and we're not questioning the process or the pathway that council's ultimately got to, if that's where the question starts to lead.
Thank you.
Just first questions on the amendments that you're seeking at the end of your evidence, Ms. Bennico, just to confirm or not whether your A, B and C have been supported by council now or not. I think they were, but I can't recall immediately.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep, okay.
And yeah, just noting number C, yeah, that was all completed as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Second question is well, it's not really a question. We've been told, or you've told us, I think, that you've got earthworks consent for, is that for the entire land holding or is it only part of the land holding in here?
Good question. So Kaingaora has gained bulk earthworks consent, shall we call it bulk earthworks consent, by both the Tauranga City Council and the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. It creates, I suppose what I would say, a developed platform of 34 hectares, which includes 3 hectares of the Cambridge Road site, 29 of the upper land holding, and covers a paper road that is in Tauranga City Council's ownership that Kāinga would intend to close and then purchase, to give us a total of 34 developed hectares of our 95.3. As part of our business case process, we actually apply for and gain our resource consent, or a starting resource consent that we can at that time, because it gives us firm costs or a firm runway to move forward. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's the pace we're going to stop. We've taken, an approach to our earthworks consent to get ourselves ready to go. It doesn't mean that we won't look to do anything. So we actually stayed largely outside of the low valley floors, the wetland areas, etc., because of the potential challenges that may come in that earthworks consent. So we've confined ourselves to what we knew we would. We would have said it should have been an easy process, but we've essentially tried to map ourselves to actually move ourselves forward within a simple consenting pathway at this stage.
Just for the Commissioner's benefit, those land titles are at paragraph 5.1 of Ms. Beneke's evidence, and that shows the paper road. You can see the paper road on that diagram as well.
Just a follow on. So if I got the numbers right, you've got, of the 94 odd hectares, you said about 32 hectares is developable. Is that correct? Or have I just didn't get that
So
right?
a total of 34, including the unformed legal road?
Yes. 34.
Now, when I say developable, I'm using that in developable based upon the consent we've gained, not necessarily that could be obtained. Right. So our consent, we've generally would align it back to the indicative landform of option 5. But I'm just pointing out that it doesn't. We have potential pathways to go down into the lower valley floors and gain consent. We're not precluded from that. But the earthworks consent we've yielded, including the unformed legal road over our land holding, totals 34.
34. And that application, did it cover the whole 94 hectares in an aerial extent?
Well, by default, yes, we applied for over our whole land holding, yes.
So that
we didn't
just
exclude it.
in rough terms, that's about a third developable.
Correct.
That's something that surprised you, or was that?
No.
That's what you.
If you're out on site, you will see that from a starting point. Through the iterations that the Tauranga City Council have run over the course of the project, the prior landholder had proposed a delivery of about 10 hectares down in the valley floor. Was one of the multiple iterations. Council came up with an idea where they would actually potentially fill in the back area and connect Cambridge Road to our main development area. So lots of iterations have come through. When I've come into the project, our starting point was let's just work with what we know we can actually get consent for and deliver, because Kāinga's purpose of being here, as I said, is to unlock aid, but deliver at pace and scale. I don't want to, or did not want to get into a protracted consenting space that actually might lead us to a number of challenges pushing out water displacement at this early stage of the development.
So and just as and you may not be able to answer this question, how would you compare in terms of the developability, if that's a word, between the Kāinga land and the classic developments land? Similar topography?
They are different. So the Tauriko Property Group land, as an example, they have a large rising land up to about 51 metres above sea level. The proposal is that would be earthworked down and fill in the valley floor. But in a total perspective, the land is undulating. It has its challenges. It requires the displacement of floodplains if you're working on the classics or the element IMF land, or Tauriko West land holdings. But nonetheless, it is not unusual in the context of land development across New Zealand or in Tauranga.
Hopefully last one from me. The earthworks consent covers the land that Mr. Lecomte was talking about this morning, all of that land. So the land on which he was seeking a rural residential zoning is under the knife. Yep. Okay.
Part of our earthworks consent, yes.
Ms. Benniker. Mr. Lindenberg.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Well, just quickly, I can comment on the amendments that were set out in my primary evidence at Chapter 9, the two amendments to provisions as discussed this morning by the Council officers, Mr. Harkness and Mr. Talbot, have both been accepted. So those are agreeable from my point of view. The key other issues really canvassed in my evidence were just the submissions and support of the positions taken by council through the 42A with regards to the aspects of the zoning, both the Cambridge Road and MDRZ more generally, the non-complying activity status issue that there's already been some discussion about, and also that net density issue having also been involved in the expert conferencing the other week. There's been plenty of discussion, certainly from my colleagues here at the table. I'm more than happy to answer any particular questions on those matters, if there are any from the panel.
Lindenberg, certainly none from me. Got three. Yeah, right. Mr. Matheson, anything else?
No, that's us. I'll get you a short memo just with those comments typed up so that you can have them. They won't be any longer than that.
Don't feel you should be too short, you know.
Okay, all right. Okay, no, I'll give me something to do tonight. Great, thank you very much. We'll get out of your hair.
Right, Ms. Barry Machino, the afternoon is yours now.
Wow. It's just interesting because I did the comparison with the classic group. They were looking at about 50%.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just in terms of my legal submissions, similar to Mr. Matheson, I'll be guided by yourselves in terms of cutting to the chase, if you like, in terms of the key issues. My suggestion is that I focus on a couple of the key legal matters and some of the evidentiary matters that the committee's already touched on with the council witnesses. I'm happy with whichever order you'd like me to address first, either the evidence or the legal issues that I've raised.
Let's do the legals. Yeah.
Just in terms of the legals, first of all, I'd just like to also cover the funding agreements that have been touched on by Mr. Mead and also by Mr. Matheson. I concur with Mr. Matheson that in this regard, because of the nature of this plan change being relatively unusual, well, not so much anymore, but it is being strongly led and relied on by the land landowners to deliver the infrastructure. The funding agreements that sit behind this plan change are paramount to this. And I think that tension between the two and what this hearings committee is being asked to make decisions on is difficult because those funding agreements aren't in front of you. Having said that, I concur with Mr. Mead's analysis that there's nothing specific in there that your decision making is going to offend in terms of creating any contractual liabilities that might arise as a consequence. So for the purposes of this hearings panel and your decision making, you can be assured of that. There's no specific reference to yields or densities beyond best endeavours and broad scale type approach, with the expectation that those matters would be addressed through this plan change as is happening today. Where it matters in my submission relates to the infrastructure and the delivery of it and what certainty that provides and how comfortably that sits within an IPI process, which the council has chosen to notify this plan change on, and that's where my legal submissions will now cover. So what I've covered in paragraph 3 is that the Amendment Act at its core was meant to rapidly accelerate the supply of housing in urban areas where demand for housing is high. And as covered by Mr. Mead, Tauranga City Council is in a mess in terms of its need for housing to be delivered in the short term. And pretty much Tauriko West is one of the last greenfields areas that hasn't been developed that it actually has available and potentially infrastructure ready and reliant on the land owners delivering it, has been faced with perhaps meeting shortfalls that Tauranga City is now being expected to deliver. That's certainly how TCC sees it. It's not how the landowners see it, nor in the context of the IPI is this the appropriate framework to do so. What I've said there in my submissions at paragraph 4 is that Classic and TPG, I'll keep saying it's TPG because that's easier, is one of the key developers in Tauranga and has been so for the last 28 years, as well as elsewhere in New Zealand, in terms of delivering housing here, but also in delivering higher intensification. So the trends that you see in the higher intensification, in fact, have relied heavily on TPG to be one of those main deliveries of that form of housing. The submissions from TPG are generally in support of the plan change. Obviously, they've been sitting at the table with council since the early days over some 7 years. So some of the frustrations that TCC and Mr. Mead has covered are similarly sit with TPG and Classic in terms of trying to get this across the line. And some of those matters have been outside the control of either of those parties relating to significant changes in policy, both through the NPS freshwater, from also the changes in government and stance on these matters. The other aspects where there is some outstanding major issues relates to the funding and the allocation of costs and where those sit. And so where they relate to central government changes, say, for example, from NZTA, those are fundamental in terms of how they predict what's going to occur and the timing of that in terms of the state highway enabling works. And then there are other aspects that really relate to the fact that TPG, as one of the major landowners that's going to be delivering the spine road in the first stages, that currently is something that sits on their land. And there is no firm agreement yet between the major landowners as to how that is attributed in an equitable manner. Turning back to the purposes of the Amendment Act and the IPI, the relief covered in Mr. Collier's evidence is that in terms of the suggested amendments made, that the suggestions in TPG's relief are that it complies with the limited and directive purpose of the Amendment Act and an IPI, and reflects the most effective and efficient means of implementing both the MDRS and Policy 3 and 4 of the NPSUD. the objectives of Plan Change 33 and the sustainable management purposes of the RMA. TPG has also sought in its submission a recommendation from the panel that Council prepare and include a financial contribution or development contribution mechanism to address the provision of services and infrastructure with indicative timeframes. Now, I note that in that regard, this committee is constrained somewhat because of what's been notified and by the identification by Mr. Mead that the council has deliberately not proposed or included that in the plan change because of issues with its own debt limits and other matters. However, that doesn't mean that for certainty of this plan change to be delivered, that those funding mechanisms shouldn't be considered. And we would seek that this panel do give some guidance to that. The relief sought reference financial contributions, and the reason it did so was that perhaps is going to enable a delivery of funds somehow in a way if development contributions won't be addressed through a local government act mechanism.
Sorry, just so I'm clear, you're not seeking that we include a financial contribution regime in this variation. You're just suggesting that we include a comment that consideration should be given to it. I'm just not clear what you're seeking.
The difficulty is that there's no specificity or detail in what's been notified around that in terms of methodology. So without that information, it's very hard as one landowner to develop that level of specificity. So acknowledging the practical realities of that situation for the hearings panel and for us as submitters, the best outcome and the limited outcome that we would seek is that there would be strong directive through the recommendations back to the council around how this should be addressed.
Can I just dwell on that for a second, just so I'm thinking it through. So you're not saying that the absence or the lack of a funding mechanism within the plan is a basis for not proceeding with variation 1?
No, I'm not at this point.
At any point?
Well, actually, I would suggest, without wanting to breach any confidentiality, that that's a matter that would be dealt with outside of this hearings panel.
I had a feeling it might.
The main issue is opposing the minimum average net yield of 25 dwellings per hectare. And I just note there that I too have adopted the dwellings per hectare, which is a confusion that seems rampant both amongst TCC's witnesses and ourselves. And I will touch on that a little further. But the minimum is set as 20 dwellings per hectare, which is consistent with the MDRS zoning and overall plan policy. If I can just come back to that in terms of that chapter 12 and the rule and policy framework that the council is seeking to amend for the variation 1, throughout that it refers to dwellings per hectare. It is not residential allotment. So that difference between the two is quite a fundamental change in policy in my submission that I consider is an issue of consistency in the plan. It's consistency of interpretation and an expectation of how it's applied and commonly used both by laypersons, councils, and obviously even the experts themselves, as can be reflected in today's hearing. Mr. Collier's amendments have referred back to dwellings, not residential allotments. In terms of implications for that practically, given the size of allotments that we're talking, I don't think it practically makes a huge amount of difference. I don't see in the Section 32 analysis anything that actually justified why there was a deviation away from what sits in the chapter and for the rest of Plan Change 33 or in the operative plan around dwellings per lot. If there's some part of the Section 32 that analysed why it veered away from that, I'd be happy to be guided towards it, but I haven't seen it. So the two key issues I've set out at paragraph 10 relates to the specific minimum yield policy and rule framework. And our position is that this is contrary to the statutory requirements of an IPI, because rather than accelerating delivery of housing, these proposed changes to the operative subdivision chapter are less enabling and more restrictive and will constrain the delivery of housing. The Amendment Act's purpose was to cut red tape in council processes through the MDRS requirements in NPSUD policy. TPG's position is the yield provisions set out a prescriptive, complicated rule framework for non-compliance with a minimum yield as part of a subdivision, which is inconsistent with what was intended to be included for subdivision under the Amendment Act. And I just comment there that another term that appears to be used interchangeably is yield/density between the two. And I think that there's an importance in the difference between the two, because Mr. Mead's comments on what they're seeking is density, because of course density is what an IPI is meant to be addressing. And the reason why there were limited changes through the Amendment Act to the subdivision chapter or provisions, the clauses are very specific. And if you look under the Enabling Housing and Supply Act and you search the word subdivision, you will see that it's actually only referenced in clause 3, that subdivision should be a controlled activity, and clause 5, 3, 7, 8, and 9. And they are very prescriptive and limited as to how subdivision is treated under the Amendment Act. With regard to the Schedule A and density standards, there's no reference in that part to yield or density in terms of a minimum yield requirement or minimum density set. And that's where, in my submission, the use of this IPI to try and set minimum yield is inconsistent with the purpose of the Act, which had submissions on that at the select committee stage. And I noted there, I think I attached to my submissions TCC's submission on this issue, and there were other councils. The select committee chose not to, and that's very specific and deliberate in my submission.
I'm just a little bit confused with the issue there. In terms of what you're saying, are you saying that there is no scope to impose a 25 dwellings per hectare limit, or are you saying that that would not give effect to the purpose of the Act?
I say that it doesn't give effect to the purpose of the Act, and it's not consistent with the intent of Parliament when it considered to include a minimum subdivision yield/density and chose not to do so. So the back intention of the select committee and what it considered through submissions, that was submitted on and was deliberately not included in the enactment. And where it refers to related provisions in my submission, and I've covered that later in my submissions under section 80E, it's very prescriptive and narrow, and that's where I've referred to Waikanae. So Mr. Fisher has said that he considers it's an indirect related provision. In my submission, if Parliament intended minimum densities through subdivision to be included as a related provision, it would have done so either under the subdivision part of the Act, or it would have been considered and included, but it's not. And if you look back on the select committee's considerations of this issue, it actually was considered and was deliberately not included.
So does that then mean, because part of the case for your client is that 20 is okay, but 25 isn't. So what's your submission then? Are you saying, I mean, wouldn't your argument hold for 20?
It's an interesting issue. I wasn't involved in the original submission. I did note with interest in terms of Plan Change 33, which this hearings panel heard, that KO sought for all of the yield provision under the chapter to be taken out entirely. Under the RPS, it's been taken out entirely. in response to that, the closing statement from TCC, and I would urge the committee to go back and read that, is that Mr. Fisher's response to that was that it wasn't required to address that to be consistent and meet the NPSUD to deal with yield, and that the deliberate decision by TCC through Plan Change 33 was solely to change the wording under yield to align with changes, but not to touch basically the chapter on yield. So that was their submission and their closing statement on yield. Yet in this plan change, very narrowly, very specific to this area, Mr. Fisher, through his legal submissions, is taking a different response. I think his answers to the hearings panel was that he considered it to be more consistent with the Act and the NPSUD to include a minimum yield, rather than saying, and my response, that it potentially is not actually legal in terms of scope of the Amendment Act in terms of context of Waikanae. So if I say I'm running it both ways, I probably am. I'm saying that I think it wasn't intended to be included, a minimum yield and subdivision. And so then you go, well, how is this committee going to put down 20? The difficulty with the 20 is that all of the landowners are cognizant of needing a minimum yield to get the funding that they need to get across the line with, for example, NZTA to front forward with State Highway 29. So everyone at the table in terms of those landowners want to get a yield that's going to make this work. But that's where, in my submission, they've been willing to accept 20, but that's the limit to what they will accept willingly as the key landowners to put forward. It's important to probably recognise that this wasn't meant to be an IPI. If you think it started in 2017, the negotiations around those matters have evolved. It was chosen to be an IPI. So there's a little bit of a round peg and a square hole going on here in terms of using this planning framework under an Amendment Act. So everybody probably has evolved in their position trying to work through reaching a density that would work, and with an expectation originally that this may very well not have been an IPI, which only came forward, 2021, 22, which was 5 years into the discussions.
Understand that context, but I guess we're still left with the issue. If your submission is that there isn't scope to impose a target, then, a standard.
Can I just come in on this one? Because I'm sitting here listening here and I'm thinking, well, when did it morph from being a target, which is obviously not a problem under the rules, to being a standard, which is what you're saying is now a problem? And when did it move from being a policy, which again would be okay in your context? You've got a comment?
Yes. So going back through Plan Change 33, which again was only a year ago, as the council reminded, with all the same UFD, smart growth, all those same elements which have been relied on for this, they were there, exactly the same. And the closing arguments that were put forward on Plan Change 33, and the same questions were put from the hearings panel to TCC at that time, where Mr. Hill, you asked, when did it move from a target to a density? And there has been a move, because what happened was the RPS imposed them as a policy, and it became more prescriptive. So there was a change in planning documents, but now the RPS is removing targets altogether. Densities even as a policy. So that's come out. So again, we come back to, will the yield, is it increasing anyway? And again, the evidence at TCC, close of Plan Change 33, and their closing statement says developers are doing it anyway. It's happening voluntarily. The minimum isn't being applied as a minimum. We're exceeding that. And then the MDRS overlaid on top of that is allowing and enabling more density of housing within a lot. So it's it's irrelevant provision, effectively was the closing statement in terms of enabling density. So again, I come back to, if it's not my submission legally, I don't think that there is scope in the instrument to do it. So if I'd been advised around the setting of the submission when it was originally written, that would have been my submission. It's difficult for me in terms of my client's submission and their funding agreements around delivery, but that sits out here. But that's my legal position. If we talk about what my client has offered to willingly accept, they've said that they would accept 20 as a minimum because that's already in the plan. I would suggest that now that the RP6 has come through, TCC could choose to remove those yield densities altogether, but it probably isn't willing to because of other reasons.
And just to close that out, you sort of briefly touch on Waikanae in your submissions, but you don't really delve into that. And I'm not clear on how Waikanae is relevant to the scope issue. So if you could just explain that for me.
So I accept Mr. Fisher's argument that the facts of that case were different because that was a clear instance of what was permitted in the plan under the operative plan was being made more restrictive by a wahitapu suggestion of a qualifying matter. This isn't a qualifying matter, but as Mr. Collier covers, what you have, and it probably comes down to the principles in Waikanae that are articulated in terms of Section 6, Section 80E and its purpose, and I've quoted in there the paragraphs from that High Court decision that are more about the general purpose of an IPI and that it was very restrictive and directive, and that the court said if a council wants to take a more integrated approach to address more wider RMA matters, it is free to do so under Schedule 1, Part 1 matter, and that's expected and enabled or allowed to happen following an IPI. And it touches on effectively what KO, Mr. Matheson, was saying around some of the other elements, that there may well be some other aspects that the council under its next review tidies up. Certainly from terms of delivery and the infrastructure that's required here is going to take some time. So they do have time. But this IPI is narrow in focus, and the general tenor of those sections of the Amendment Act are about being more lenient, less restrictive. If you look at what they're proposing here by overlaying a RDA criteria that is beyond MDRS. So it's accepted that you could argue, oh, it's more lenient, so therefore you don't have an argument. But that's not the case, because it's not more lenient if it's going to mean that landowners are struggling to deliver it. And so it's an artificial leniency to if it's required or imposed as a density that's a minimum density, because it will push them into an RDA activity status. They have to then obtain an economic analysis to justify that they can't deliver it. It's not set down for non-notification, so it potentially could be opened up to full public notification. Those are all elements that in my submission are inconsistent with what an IPI was meant to do. So that's where I think that the Waikanae High Court decision and its relevance of the general purpose of an IPI instrument is relevant to this hearings panel. The other key matter that I've covered that touches on Mr. Paxton's evidence, and you've heard it, and I think the questions that have come from the committee as well touch on, is the delivery of the elements within this plan change that rely on services, commercial centres or public amenities, which very much in the NPSUD are commensurate with intensification. That intensification not only doesn't happen without it, but shouldn't happen without it. And there are real questions there around the timing of that delivery and the cost allocation of those services. In my submission, the evidence from council doesn't satisfactorily address those issues. The long-term plan is currently up in terms of revisit by this council, I think next week, in terms of significant number of capital works that they are going to have to review because of limited budgets. These are real fiscal restraints. The reference to Western Corridor that's been referred to in smart growth from some of these infrastructure elements, the Western Corridor is not just Tauriko West. And I think that those terms have loosely been used interchangeably, but they are not the same. Western Corridor includes other urban growth areas. So it's not clear specific amounts, nor is it clear specifically within the Western Corridor where those services or things like destination playgrounds may land. Certainly expected that some of those or all of those might end in Tauriko West, but that's not guaranteed. So in my submission, in terms of certainty for intensification, again, that underscores why the landowners need flexibility for how they deliver this increased intensification. I think it's covered the main issues in my submissions. I think the other aspect that I just want to focus on is at paragraph 47 of my submissions, which is probably the difference between Mr. Keeney's and Mr. Thompson in terms of their evidence. Putting aside the factual matters, the aspects of the legal definitions are important in terms of the interpretation of the data that's been touched on. And that's at where Mr. Thompson has covered his assessment of short term, that he's relied on the NPSUD definitions of what is short to medium term and long term, and what is feasible within the short to medium term, which is based on current feasibility. And Mr. Thompson will cover that, but that does affect the type of typology that can be delivered under the 20 dwellings per hectare as opposed to the 22 to 25. I think the other matters that I've covered are really dealt with by the evidence itself. So I'd rather that you heard from the witnesses and you can ask them questions rather than myself, unless you have some specific questions. The other matters are covered in evidence and I can call the witnesses.
We just might take a short break just before we go into the witnesses, give everybody a chance to breathe, and then we'll come back and hear. So should we say 25 past? Thank you.
So just perhaps if the panel would like to consider which witnesses you'd like to hear from in which order. I haven't got a specificity in mind, so be guided by you.
They could all stand up in height alignment and we'll... I'm joking. Thank you very much. We really don't have any preference from with respect to your witnesses, but maybe Mr. Cooney should entertain us first. Yes.
Entertain, I will. Afternoon, Commissioners. Peter Cooney and beside me is Matt Lagerberg. We're both directors of the TPG and also directors and owners of the Classic Group of companies. So, Commissioners, as one of the larger building companies and one of the largest residential developers in New Zealand, I believe that we bring to the table a vast amount of experience, and this experience is probably one of the reasons why New Zealand Super Fund selected us as joint venture partners. Having developments and offices throughout the country, we understand the various markets, trends in housing and migration patterns. Our business depends, basically our business success depends on this. And so to invest large sums of money, withstand market cycles for the last 28 years, along with all the other financial risks associated with developing, I believe we're in a very sound position to make comment on densities. On the basis that we have some 6,000 sections across the country that are either being developed or in the planning stages. And you don't get to this level of development by reading reports, but instead of investing in and understanding all the surrounding intricacies of the market. So to read some of the reports that Council has commissioned, I'd have to say has led to some very interesting, and in my view has led to some inaccurate assumptions. And just on this, and look, with no undue criticism of planners or consultants or experts as they refer to themselves, and given them the fact I've been to many of these type of hearings, it always intrigues me that the evidence given by consultants is always crafted in the favour of the person who's writing the cheque. And I suppose that's just the reality of the RMA and what it's brought about. But I like to put out on this basis that this plan change is jointly funded by Council, by ourselves and by IMF. Ourselves being the larger private contributor, yet the consultants have all been briefed by Council with no consultation with us. So I'm paying for reports that I don't agree with. It's quite unusual. You have to understand that if we were to rely on these reports, which, you know, to me, most of these reports really look in the rear vision mirror, and we as developers have to look in the front windscreen. We've got to look at the trends in the markets and what's going on and what's coming up ahead of us, not based on old information. So it's people like us that set the trends. We adjust to the market conditions and we deliver what the consumer is willing to pay for. And, you know, look, I'm sorry, but I haven't seen any of these consultants' developments up and down the country. I think Veros may have developed part of their consultancy remuneration model. I think they manage some of them, but on behalf of developers. But the consultants don't set the trends. It's developers like us that set the trends. We have to analyse the market. We have to understand it. And we have to do what's commercially viable. And if you look back, I mean, if Matt and I look back, and we've engaged a number of planners, a number of economists and urban designers, but I've never gone to them and asked them what I'm going to build. I've gone them and asked them what the planning provisions allow, but I don't ask them what the product I'm going to build or the type of topology I'm going to build. We set that. We understand the market. We look at all the markets up and down the country. We understand them. We look at international trends, and that's what sets our vision going forward. And if you look at the densities in Tauriko line, we were some of the first to create density and higher density. We set that. We started that trend a long time ago. But it does vary, I can assure you, and I'll dwell on that shortly. But as I've said in my evidence, Council commissioned an extensive report by Market Economics dated the 20th of November 2020, which is this one here. And as you can see, it's quite an extensive report. Council was never referred to this. We were provided with a copy, but it was not included in the variation for some reason, and the Council has not addressed this. Mr. Mead states in paragraph 2.9 that this report was not relied upon, and it was superseded by more up-to-date work. However, in my view, the more up-to-date reporting was based solely on political directives associated with state highway infrastructure funding and the desire to get funding for this project from central government, which at the time had a strong public transport component. In my opinion, none of the other assessments we've referenced were as specific as market economics assessment. Sub-regional reports may be interesting on a macro scale, but none of the other reporting has analysed Tauriko to the same degree and depth as this report and that of Adam Thompson's evidence. And I'd just like to refer to page 87 of this report, and it states, a range of potential housing yield scenarios have been outlined based upon the potential land allocated to different housing densities. These scenarios provided a range of 15 to 19 net dwellings per hectare as being physically achievable within Tauriko West. Secondly, why are all the other growth areas in Tauranga reviewed as part of Plan Change 33 released just this year are only required to develop 13.5 lots per hectare, yet Tauriko is 25? You've also got to look at the Tauranga infill areas or Te Papa. I mean, they've got no density requirements on them, and yet that's where all the amenity is. Yet they're trying to impose a density on us. I don't sort of quite get it. I'm struggling to see how council can justify these numbers. In fact, I'm struggling to see where their logic comes from and what forms their rationale, apart from there is a major housing shortage in Tauranga due to insufficient land supply. I'm not quite sure where this 800 houses come from. I'm still confused and I don't get it. But we can delve on that a bit later. As far as the various reports is concerned, it's used examples, which in my view are just plain cherry picking. And the evidence of Kevin Hill and ourselves go into a lot more detail on this, but I'm going to work through a couple of examples on this. Mr. Keys has used examples in our development of Kennedy Ridge. The example we use is a 3.66 hectare stage of what was approximately 18 hectares. If you put it in context, the overall yield was 17.9 lots per hectare, not the 22 as described. That's only a small portion of this development, and it was in the very latest stages. Then we've used crime reviews. This was a council and classic joint venture development. In this development, council committed an area of land to the Affordable Housing Trust with the intention to try and achieve affordable housing in the later stage of this development. They couldn't make it work. So we decided to take it on, build it and fund it, which we have great regret in doing so because we can't sell it and we're struggling to sell it. And we'll end up losing money on this particular development. And these are terraced housing in the area of Omakara. So that terraced housing is not going to work in that location and is not working in that location. So to use a 5.2 hectares of a 19 hectare site, in my view, is not a way to compare densities. I want to go through an example, and we all know about it. It's been commonly talked about up and down the country, but I don't believe it's an appropriate comparison, and that's Hobsonville Point. You've used a 5.9 hectare example of a subdivision that was 167 hectares. I don't think it's justified because as developers, we built over 500 houses in that development. We were one of the main developers, developing building partners in Hobsonville. And I can assure you the majority of houses we built were standalone houses. The reason we were able to get terrace housing to work in the later stage of the development was because Hobsonville peaked in the height of what was the biggest building boom New Zealand has seen, coupled with the fact it was only one of the major large-scale greenfield subdivisions available to build in at the time, and demand outstripped supply through this period. Honestly, you could have built anything in those days and you could have sold it. Not only that, the construction costs were 40% less than today. And I'll come back to the construction cost. But right now, here today, we are still sitting on land in Hobsonville Point, and we've been sitting on it for 3 years, because it's terrace housing and we can't make it work. We can't financially make it stack up. So we've parked it up and we've got it sitting there. And trust me, if we could make it work, we would build it and sell it. Also, what people have to understand, this is government land, it was government funding, government paid for all the infrastructure in this development. There's no way a developer could have withstood and financed the early stages of this development. And bear in mind, major amenities were funded and built in advance of constructions of dwellings because they had a government checkbook. They could do that. And this is very relevant in going into Tauriko West, where we as developers have to provide all this funding. And I mentioned Hobsonville Point for a very specific reason, because on the back of Hobsonville Point, KO morphed into, or suddenly became the experts in housing, and went around the country trying to convince all councils that this was the model that should be replicated in all regions. They became entrenched in all council plan change around the country, pushing hard for densities that were not relevant to the existing market conditions. And it's ironic because the sites they bought in Tauranga, here in Tauranga, they can't financially make work, and they can't build them in the areas of Te Papa. And this is why I've been doing this, and this is why around the country they are pulling out of development, having realised how difficult, costly and risky development is. I just want to point out that part of KO's business plan is selling that piece of land in Tauriko, which doesn't give us a lot of confidence moving forward in funding infrastructure. And I think it's really relevant that we look at this, because we're really about one of the only ones standing that's going to have to forward front this infrastructure cost. And so, you know, we're taking all the risk, but getting told what to build. Well, we know as one of the larger developments in the country, it's not going to work. It's a major risk, and one that we seriously have to reconsider. And I just want to dwell on construction costs, because they have risen 40% over the last 3 years, and this makes for very challenging construction conditions. And when you apply it to vertical terraced housing and apartments, it's very difficult to get the finished product to meet the price point of the target market. Hence why there's very lot of activity in this area of the market. It's really important to understand that as developers, if terraced housing was in strong demand, we would be the first ones to be building it. As the greater density generally leads to greater returns, or it did prior to the increase in house costs of 40%, we could get terrace housing to work because we could build it and we could put it into a price point that was attractive. But now we're building it as pushing into a price point that's not attractive for the target market that you're after. And it's really, and this is, you'll see it, we're totally entrenched in the Auckland market. You'll see there's development after development that's just being built and can't sell because they've missed the sweet spot of the market. And this is what we're really concerned about in Tauriko. If the density was there and the market was there, or the market was there, we'd be the first to jump on board with it if we could make it financially viable, but we're really uncomfortable with it. Mr. Kenny's in his rebuttal talks about duplex houses are viable and that classic build bigger houses. I mean, you know, we are one of the largest builders in the Bay. I think we know what we build. And again, I stress we understand the market far better than someone who does not build. We have 20 salespeople, 12 regional managers throughout the country. We monitor extensive data and in constant feedback with our teams. Again, our business depends on our knowledge of the market. And this, here's we find, you know, one of the development with, if you could find me a development where the majority of houses were duplexes and terraces, and it was of the scale of 3,000 lots like Tauriko is, and it's 25 lots per hectare or more, and is affordable, if you can find me that development, I'll be very keen to see it, because maybe I've missed a region throughout my travels going up and down New Zealand, but I haven't seen one. and I've never visited one. So I can't see why we're doing a subdivision of this scale at 25 lots per hectare when there's no one else around the country. And you can't use Stonefields as an example. I mean, that's right in the middle of Auckland, and the prices are like $2 million. It's not affordable. It's not relevant to use it as a comparison. And it's very important that we establish those facts when we're looking at these examples. So also, it's been talked about quite a lot, that densities require amenity. Now, council referred to this quite a lot. In paragraph 8 of our submission, it covers the fact that council are reluctant to commit to the amenities, yet expect us to build to the density requirements. Where's the commercial reality here? And let's just look at the reality of this project. So as per our submission in paragraph 9, we as a developer have to fund the upfront infrastructure, which is normally covered by council development contributions. So we take this risk. Council will not commit to the amenities. Council want to impose unrealistic densities on us that are not commercially viable and seriously put this project at risk. KO are now looking at selling that block of land. And I can assure you I've been told by the government themselves that this is one of their considerations for this block. So we can't rely on them to share in the infrastructure. Mr. Kenny says that we can de-risk the project by having schools and retirement villages. We've got no commitment from any school, any retirement villages on this block. No one's signed anything with us. No one's committed to those with us. So all the risk lies with us. It's our money that's at risk here. And I emphasise that we do have an understanding of the market and the current conditions. And I'd ask the panel, if you were in this position, would you take this risk? Would you take this financial risk on this basis and provide a product that you can't sell? And I just want to finish on one last point, really, and that's about smart growth. There's a lot of references to smart growth, which is funded through multiple council and Crown ownership. As a representative body, smart growth relies on information from the councils themselves and doesn't complete their own feasibility. It seems to me that it is circular for Mr. Mead to be representing this as an independent and corroborative study when it relies on TCC data and reports for its growth areas. I'd like someone to point out to me where the independent feasibility is on Tauriko other than the one provided by us. And just on smart, in 2005 was the last plan change, major plan change here in Tauranga. It was a private plan change. It was a lake subdivision. Kevin was involved in the lake subdivision. It was around about 3,000 lots, I believe, similar to Tauriko. And as a side note, they tried early in the piece to do density developers. But as you know, the developers went broke. And then when the next developer came along, they continued to produce more conventional size lots. Forward to 2010, we alerted Smart Growth that they should be looking at the next area for rezoning as if the market were to gain substantial traction, Tauranga would face a land supply. They argued along with Smart Growth that there was enough land for the next 30 years. That's what they told me. You only had to look at the number of houses being built a year and the existing supply, and it was blatantly obvious what was going to happen. Finally, in 2016, they agreed Tauriko should be rezoned. So 8 years later, here we are. My point being that I've got very little faith in Smart Growth predicting market supplies and trends. The other thing I just want to point out is that we haven't signed a development agreement yet. And we're still negotiating that development agreement. And I think that's about it, really. So we're happy to take any questions, but I think I've sort of made my point that we're taking all the risk. We do understand the market, and we've got grave concerns. And to be honest, if common sense doesn't prevail here, we will have to consider whether we stay farming that land or we develop it. And look, this isn't a threat. This is a commercial reality we have to sit with. because we do have a major government, quasi-government fund with us, and we won't be putting them at risk as well as we won't putting ourselves at risk. It has to be viable. It has to work. I honestly believe we will get to 25 lots, but we need another market cycle. The market cycle right now, and I can tell you in Auckland, Wellington, and all these places that are doing terrace housing, they are struggling to sell them. They are struggling to financially make them work. So we have to, yes, through the boom, as I say, through the boom, it was one of those booms that I don't think I'll ever see in my lifetime again. It was exceptional, and anything went, anything sold. The market's changed, and we have to adapt and we have to move with it. And if the market booms again, which I don't see, when you come out of these recessions, it's normally a gradual incline until you get a lot of migration coming back into the country. So I don't see a boom coming again, and I don't see us building terrace houses in the next 2 or 3 years en masse. The whole Te Papa Peninsula has got, you can go 7 stories, you can do intensity. We own land in Te Papa. We've got it parked up because we can't make it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Mr. Lagerberg, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioners. Just one point, I suppose, in terms of the Redwood Lane residents. So they're going to come in tomorrow, probably have a bit of a discussion to you, feeling like they're hard done by and that they're not getting listened to and heard to. I mean, we've been engaging with them when we can and how we can. You know, it's extremely difficult, that end of the site, in terms of what we can do and can't do, in terms of, you know, where the spine road goes, what the location is going to be, what's going to be the outcome of the stormwater comprehensive plan, what our earthworks do. And it's very difficult for us to engage in full-on conversations with them around what we can do. You know, those are the real challenges. And then you put the $160 million worth of contribution that we have to do as developers, as the 3 developers, and have no certainty of recovering any of those costs. And that's not only the Redwood Lane residents, that's also, you know, Kaingaroa and what Peter was saying around, they might not be there. They may not develop. They are looking to see whether they actually look at offloading that land. So here we are in a situation where we've got $160 million worth of cost with no real ability to, you know, get any of that back in terms of the funds. So there's real risk that, you know, we could end up in a situation where, like Grasshopper, like the lakes, they went broke, and we don't want to be in that position. And I just wanted to make my point clear that, you know, there needs to be some sort of a mechanism that we enable us to get some sort of a financial contribution.
Thank you. I guess the question that I have of you, Mr. Cooney, is Council's proposed a stepped approach. Now, it might not be starting at the same density or yield as you would like, but let's assume that the panel would be minded to accept the 20 that we've been talking about earlier. If there was a stepped approach, what sort of time frame or what sort of trigger would be reasonable in terms of providing you with sufficient certainty to move, but without giving you everything you wanted?
Where's the logic behind that, though? I mean, the market determines the densities and the pace that you go at. I mean, you're saying 3 years. How do you know the market's going to take up 800 houses in 3 years? Who's going to determine that? We'll determine that because we all know what the market's doing. So to do a stepped approach is wrong. I mean, don't get me wrong. If the market wants greater density, we will give it to them because it's logical for us to do it. We can, with certain types of topology, make more money how to do it. And that's what we do. Why do you think we've got density where it is today? Because during the boom, you could make more money out of it. You could get more houses per square metre of land. Don't forget, the problem with that scenario is that construction costs have gone up. We're totally out of kilter with the rest of the world with the construction costs. So that's really hurting that density model. Look, we're in another example they use is East Quarter. We're in East Quarter. That's 23.5 lots per hectare. We can't sell it. In fact, Matt and I are having a discussion. We're going to have to build it and sell it at a loss just to get rid of it. So, I mean, we're involved in every density you can think of. So we know what works. And to be told by council who don't develop to do 25 lots per hectare. I'm sorry, that's just not logical. The market determines the density. It's that simple.
Or is your solution no target at all, basically?
No, it should be enabling. If we can achieve, if we think the market achieves 30 lots, we'll do 30 lots if we believe the market will accept that, because that's just how developers work. I mean, you can understand that we're involved in every major region throughout New Zealand building. We know what product works in what regions. I don't know how many sites we've built in Tauranga, but I mean, we were building 300 a year, and we were the largest. We still are the largest in Tauranga, and we've got stuff at East Court at 23.5 lots per hectare is not selling. We've got lots in Tauriko, Kimot's at 19 lots per hectare, they're selling. It's just quite simple. If it was 23.5 lots were selling, all of our Kennedy Ridge would have been 23.5 lots, but the market didn't want it. It's not accepting it. The market has to determine what you can do, and it's just the plan should be around enabling us to do greater density if the market is willing to accept it.
All right, well, it's loud and clear. Yeah, both loud and clear. Right, who do we go to next?
Absolutely certain that they can catch their flights tomorrow. Do you want Mr. Thompson's going to go next, and then
Mr. Thompson, we must stop meeting like this. Hey, we've been doing this for a few years now. Yes.
I know, it does make me feel old. I do have a few notes, about 4 pages. I have copies if the panel would like copies, Mr. Chair. Otherwise, I can just run through them if that's preferred.
Just run through them. We'll get copies in due course. Yeah, thanks.
So just with regard to Mr. Kimi's evidence in para 3.4, he paraphrases my evidence and says, I conclude that the difference between 20 and 25 dwellings per hectare is small. It's not a correct interpretation. My view is that the numerical difference is small. However, the difference in dwelling types is significant, as this is the effective crossover point between standalone and terrace housing. Mr. Kemes and I agree that a yield of 20 dwellings per hectare is mostly standalone, whereas a yield of 25 dwellings per hectare is mostly town and terrace houses. Para 3.5, Mr. Kemes claims that 20 dwellings per hectare would yield 2,800 to 3,120 dwellings, whereas a yield of 25 dwellings per hectare would yield 3,500 to 3,900 dwellings. This is correct, however, the higher yield needs to be feasible in order to be realised, which is an area of disagreement. Para 3.7, Mr. Kemes agrees that families with children are a primary buyer in greenfield developments, however, expresses the view that they can purchase lower priced housing in existing suburbs. In my opinion, any large greenfield development that does not cater primarily to families with children is unlikely to be commercially viable. Para 3.9, Mr. Kemes claims that the sales from the 2022 to 2024 period do not reflect the current market. I note national average prices spiked after COVID to just over 1 million, however have been reasonably steady for the past 3 years, which is the 2022 to 2024 years at just over 900,000. Consider the last few years reflect the current market more so than the years prior to 2022. My understanding is that the NPSUD does not allow land and dwelling development costs and sale prices to be adjusted over the short or medium term. The definition of feasible is, quote, for the short term or medium term, commercially viable to a developer based on the current relationship between costs and revenue. I agree this approach I agree with this approach, as any policy that requires future increases in sale prices to work is speculative and highly uncertain. Paras 3.11 and 3.12, Mr. Kemys refers to inner suburbs having lower prices. However, as Mr. Kemys notes, this is not the case when dwelling size is adjusted for, as shown in my figure 7 in my EIC. The higher priced dwellings by square metre are in the inner suburbs, and the peripheral suburbs have lower priced dwellings. This would be further emphasised if dwelling age is also adjusted for. This follows the bid rent curve theory. Mr. Kemys refers to the potential ambiguities in the definition between standalone, zero lot, terrace and apartments. The approach I've taken is to consider standalone as detached and all other dwelling types as attached. I consider small zero lot dwellings on small lots to in part form to fall within the terrace house market, given the basic lot and dwelling size parameters are often the same. So those are the very small townhouses that are very much similar to terrace houses. In para 3.16, Mr. Kemys claims Classics Group could place higher density housing near to rivers to increase their sale price and feasibility. I believe the sale prices used in Mr. Kemys table 5 in his para 90 are the sum of the costs rather than the sale prices. Mr. Kemys has not provided a feasibility assessment based on achievable sale prices for either standard or riverfront properties. Para 3.22, Mr. Kemys notes that other developments increase density as they are developed due to amenity and uses this as a basis to support the stepped approach for the development yield. This trend is also due in part to rising prices over the past 10 to 15 years. I do not agree that this trend supports the proposed yields. This is because the high density is not currently feasible, but based on both my assessment and Mr. Kemys' assessment. Mr. Kemys addresses that in his para 96 and 117 in his EIC. This is the central economic consideration for variation 1, in my opinion, as it relates to what can actually be built in the market today. Mr. Kemys' assumption that feasibility will improve over time is predicated on house prices continuing to increase to improve feasibility. This would require housing to become less affordable for Tauranga, which is contrary to the MPSUD. In para 3.25, Mr. Kemys claims that Classic Group's concept has dwellings that are too large for the market and that they should build smaller dwellings. In my opinion, dwelling size is a market decision that should be made by developers. In para 3.28 and 3.29, Mr. Kemys says that he makes an explicit statement that duplexes are viable. I've reviewed his evidence and he does in his para 90 state that duplexes are viable in the short term. However, this is not based on a consideration of costs and revenues. Mr. Kemys' determination of viability is subjective and relies on his judgment of whether a buyer would see fair value in the sale price being the sum of costs. This is contrary to the MPSUD guidance and does not account for costs and sale prices in a manner that reflects the operation of the housing market. Buyers demand dwellings at specific prices and developers aim to supply dwellings at these prices. Paras 94 to 96 of his primary evidence, Mr. Kemys confirms his methodology that profit is a proportion of total cost and that a terrace or apartment dwelling is viable when its price does not exceed that of a standalone dwelling. In my opinion, it is generally accepted that profit is revenue less costs and that terrace and apartment feasibility relates to there being sufficient profit rather than whether the sale price is less than that of a standalone dwelling. Do not consider Mr. Kemys' methodology meets the requirements of the MPSU guidance documents, which require feasibility to be determined based on there being sufficient profit when considering revenue and costs. Para 3.33, Mr. Kemys notes that he does not consider prices will increase over time to increase viability, rather that dwellings will become more marketable as community amenities are added. For the development sector, feasibility is simply revenue less costs as defined in the definition of feasible in the MPSUD. I do not believe feasibility has any correlation with marketability. I note that it is standard for large master plan developments to have amenities such as schools, shops and parks, so there is no price premium for their provision, rather it is a basic requirement. Para 3.34, Mr. Keames confirms his expectation that prices will increase. I do not consider this assumption should be the basis for land use policy. In paras 3.34 to 3.35, Mr. Keames confirms he considers Tauranga will have a projected housing shortfall and that prices will continue to increase, reducing affordability. In my opinion, house prices can be addressed through sufficient land supply, and Tauriko West can make an important contribution in this regard. In para 3.37, Mr. Keames maintains his support for the stepped approach for the first 800 to 1,000 dwellings. I consider his approach fundamentally relies on the assumption that prices will increase within 3 to 4 years to improve feasibility. For this stepped approach to be consistent with the NPSU, it would need to only be prolonged 30 years. However, West would beat it within 10 years. Are aligned with council incentives. A developer will develop the maximum density to the point of market saturation in each dwelling type and price point at any point in time. Developers make more from high density, but there is a point at which they cannot sell any more higher density dwellings due to market saturation, and enabling a wider range of product therefore increases the overall sale rate and supply. In my opinion, a minimum density of 20 dwellings per hectare ensures efficient use of the land, however, provides sufficient flexibility for developers to respond to market conditions over time without reducing sale rates or supply. A few more comments with regard to the rebuttal evidence of Mr. Greenway. Para 2.3 and 2.18, Mr. Greenway notes council relies on the HBA household type projections rather than Statistics New Zealand. I've reviewed the HBA and it relies on both TCC and Statistics New Zealand projections. Paras 2.6 to 2.4 to 2.6, Mr. Greenway refers to the percentage shift towards attached dwellings. As I outline in my evidence, this is a result of a sharp reduction in detached dwellings from 8 to 900 for the 2017 to 2022 period to 200 to 400 for the 2023 to 2024 period. However, very few additional attached dwellings from 150 to 200 for 2017 to 2022 to 200 to 250 for the last 2 years, 2023 to 2024 period. This does not, in my opinion, show a structural shift towards attached dwellings. Rather, it indicates there is a supply constraint for standalone dwellings. Mr. Greenway agrees with my view that the drop in standalone dwellings stems from land supply in his para 2.39. Mr. Greenway provides an alternative estimate of persons per dwelling and total persons per hectare for the 2 yield scenarios in para 2.12. The main difference between our estimates is he considers terrace houses have 6 rooms, whereas I consider terrace houses have 4 rooms. A small 3-bedroom terrace would have 1 kitchen combined with a living room and 3 bedrooms. That would equate to 4 bedrooms, and per the definition, laundries and bathrooms are excluded. So that's a straightforward conclusion, I believe, with regard to a standard terrace house today. Mr. Greenway suggests a terrace house has 6 rooms. This would, for example, include 3 bedrooms, 1 kitchen/dining room, 1 living room, and 1 study. I do not consider this as likely for a terrace. If it was, it would be 180 square metres or more, similar to a standalone. Mr. Greenway notes in para 2.16 that Tauriko West is included in the sufficiency calculations. In my view, the proposed yield of 25 dwellings per hectare would significantly reduce the potential for this development to feasibly bring new dwellings to the market. Mr. Greenway notes in para 2.23 that the HBA projections for household size will increase until 2023 due to insufficient housing supply. However, Council's recent reporting concluded that housing insufficiency will worsen. Council's, and that is the report completed by Ms. Penny Perrott in 2024. This will result in continuing increases in household size based on this logic. So if it's increasing prices, that leads to more people per dwelling, which is the case in Auckland if you want a leading edge benchmark for that trend, quite contrary to the demographic projections, went the other way when house prices went up. If the council is expecting house prices to continue to go up in Tauranga due to a shortage, then persons per dwelling will go up as well. Mr. Greenway acknowledges that the average age has decreased rather than increased in his para 2.27. He concludes that this is due to COVID. Mr. Greenway does not explain the reason for COVID resulting in a younger population. The Census 2023 data shows fewer children in the 0 to 5 year age bracket following COVID in New Zealand, which is quite a concerning trend, which may be related to house prices. With regard to dwelling size, Mr. Greenway considers council consent data is more reliable than census data for determining the average number of bedrooms in para 2.36. I do not agree with Mr. Greenway, as census data accounts for each dwelling individually, whereas consent data is only the new dwellings being added to the market in any given year. For example, it may not accurately consider demolitions. Para 2.39, and this is my last paragraph, Mr. Greenway claims that economic conditions and mortgage interest rates have resulted in housing unaffordability. I do not agree. The primary factor is land supply constraints. This is confirmed in a report completed by Treasury, which I reference, completed in 2022. Which concludes that land supply is the major factor contributing to affordability in New Zealand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Questions?
Just one for me on your paragraph 8.2 of your evidence. The table there, this is looking at sale rate analysis and figure 21's got indicative development composition. I was just interested in the dwelling sizes that you've got there. For the standard lanes being 170, this is on the 20 per hectare option, and 188 for the terraces, but I think you were saying elsewhere in the report that the average dwelling size is 150. So I just wondered why, particularly with the terrace houses, why you've got such large terrace houses in that option.
Yes, I do agree they are relatively large. They derive from the concept plans that were put forward for this site to provide an indication of a typical market scenario that could occur on the site.
So based upon the 150 that you've said is the average from your work, do you think that is reasonable to expect those sizes, or are you just reliant upon the concept on that?
I would expect the terrace house to be slightly smaller in that table on average. However, I'd expect the lot size to be only marginally smaller than indicated on average.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. My question relates to the couple of statements you've made about housing affordability. In 13.8, on page 38, I think it is, towards the end of it, you've said, if house prices in Tauranga become more affordable over time, this would conversely mean that higher levels of density would become less achievable over time. Can you just explain what you're thinking is there?
I'm going to find that.
Oh, so it's on your page 38, yeah. And towards the end of 13.8, so sort of maybe two sentences up from the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess that's the main area of contention between Mr. Kemes and I.
Yes.
The question of feasibility, matter of how much you can sell the house for and how much it costs to build. Yep. And if there's sufficient profit left over, that's just the basic way the market works. Currently in Tauranga, in most locations, terrace houses are not feasible. And that's because the sale price is insufficient to cover the cost to produce or build that dwelling. So the if houses became more affordable, that means the average house price would decrease, which means there would be less revenue for a particular development to cover its costs. And conversely, if house prices increase, so let's say the average price in Tauranga went to, we'll take an extreme example to illustrate the point, let's say it went to $1.5 million, then terrace houses would be feasible up and down the coast and well inland as well, because the revenue that you could get for a terrace house at that point would be in the order of $1 million, and that would be more than enough to cover the cost of building one, which with land and all costs would be just under 700,000 in today's market. So this is one of the, I guess, ironies in the council's position is for the 25 to become for the yield of 25 dwellings per hectare to become feasible in 3 to 4 years requires house prices to continue to rapidly increase in price. But that's not a good outcome for the average person, and it's not consistent with the NPSUD. And as I said previously, I've noted in my evidence where Mr. Kemes outlines his expectation that house prices will continue to increase, and also where he notes that that's a requirement for that feasibility to kick in for that 25 dwellings per hectare yield.
And it's sort of similar in terms of your section 17.2, where you say prices ideally will not increase rapidly in Tauranga but become more affordable, in which case the 25 dwellings per hectare will not become feasible.
Yes, and even at that point, you would find that 20 dwellings per hectare would become infeasible if prices became more affordable or decreased. I mean, at the moment, based on both Mr. Keme's analysis and my analysis, 20 dwellings per hectare is just marginally feasible. I note that in my EOC, and there's the references in his evidence and mine where that is, I guess, confirmed and agreed with our analysis. I mean, 20 dwellings per hectare is still relatively intense. It's in the order of 50% terrace and townhouse and 50% standalone. It's a challenging development for any developer at that level.
So in your view, what are the conditions that would be required to actually make 25 dwellings per hectare feasible?
Well, I think you would need to see prices increase by $200,000-300,000. Maybe I do a more detailed estimate in my evidence, but that would be a ballpark. So essentially, that is the approximate increase in the sale price that underpins Mr. Keme's assumption that that 25 dwellings per hectare is going to work in 3 to 4 years. He also discusses that with regard to amenity and says that shops and schools and parks will help with that. But you know, as I mentioned a moment ago, the amenities of that type are an absolute basic requirement or standard for a large development. So I don't think that you get an additional premium to the price by providing them because they are just expected. And conversely, you would actually get a lower price until they were provided. So I don't think that really helps in the way that Mr. Kemes is suggesting it would in terms of that feasibility. I mean, feasibility is not subjective. It's good old-fashioned accounting. Revenue minus costs equals profit.
Thank you.
Kia ora, just one from me. So in your evidence, you've said, and you've just been talking about it now, about 20 dwellings per hectare, the minimum yield being marginally feasible or at least feasible. And we just earlier heard from Mr. Cooney about his view that we don't need a target. From an economic perspective, do we need the 20 or will the market provide?
I think I can only answer with regard to what the market will provide and whether you need a minimum yield, I guess it's a bigger picture question. If the developer was given scope to decide the lot sizes or density or yield, depending on how you conceptualize it, as Mr. Cooney said, it's entirely the case that the developers' incentives are to develop the highest density that they can sell, and that's evident up and down the country. And I guess one thing that intrigues me with regard to that is the mixed housing urban and suburban zones, which are in Auckland and I guess to be rolled out across the country in one way or another, effectively allow the developers to choose the density. If you have a 1,000 square metre site and you can subdivide it into 2, it's going to be less profitable than if you can subdivide it into 4. So the developers will do that, but they have to be able to sell the product and they have to be able to get a profit. But there will be more profit in doing 4 if there's a market for it and the prices are there.
And just following on from that, then, to what extent does the market respond from an economics perspective to rules like this in a plan? I mean, do they influence those things, or are they sort of neutral?
To clarify, by the market, do you mean the developer?
Yeah, so if no rule was included, I think we've got Mr. Cooney's view on it. From an economic perspective, if a rule is included, does it drive demand in any kind of way? Does it drive supply, or is it sort of neutral and it's actually other factors outside of the plan rule that drive those issues?
Well, I think the market determines what will be built to a large extent. The council has very little control over that. It's a profit-driven exercise. Developers want to do a good development so that they can sell the back end of the development. They won't do something that's low quality at the front end if it affects the back end sales. They need to do the next development, so they need to do good quality. They need to maximise profit. All of that aligns with the council's objective, which is to increase the density or yield and also sell as much product as quickly as possible. Because the other aspect is the 7,000 dwelling shortage that Ms. Penny Pirrett just identified over the next 30 years. So it's not just a matter of density, it's a matter of, or price, it's a matter of quantity. So how many houses can be supplied quickly, because the next 10 years are a lot more important than the subsequent 10 years in addressing those sorts of issues. In terms of regulation for density, the only economic externality or external costs that I would see potentially occurring that would justify regulation with regard to density is if you had a developer that had always developed very low density, that wasn't that interested for whatever reason in doing more medium to high density, they may just roll their standard business plan over and, let's say, do 600 square metre lots instead of 400 square metre lots, or 500 instead of 300 square metre lots, just because that's what they're comfortable with. There may be some scope to put an effective maximum lot size into regulation for that reason, as that would, I guess, have benefits relating to using the land more efficiently. But even in doing that, you'd have to be quite careful, because if you put a maximum lot size on that was too small, then you run into the issues that we're discussing today. But I think generally speaking, most developers, and if you take some of the bigger, older developers like Fletcher's or Hugh Green, they're all moving into smaller product because they have to. They can't sell the product if it's too big and too expensive.
Yes, thank you for that. I didn't take you earlier on, and it's a good question to ask. I didn't take you as saying that, if you like, a rational target wasn't a reasonable incentive. And I think you've just underscored that the issue is whether the target is rational in an economic sense or in a developmental sense. And that seems to be the argument we're having.
By target, are you meaning the yield or the total quantity?
Well, I guess they're both part and parcel of the same equation, aren't they? I mean, the yield gives you the total and vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, my basic view is that the developers' incentives are entirely aligned with the council's incentives, which is to supply.
I've got no doubt in terms of who's come before us today, in terms of Classic and so on, that's their position. I guess I am a little bit concerned to hear that in actual fact KO might be looking to offload its land, and who might then pick that up, and therefore what incentives might be required at that point. I guess I'd be really interested in KO. KO's gone, of course. I think no one. Yeah, they've gone. Corroborating that statement of yours, Mr. Cooney, that in actual fact they are. There is discussion in the back rooms about the potential that they may not pursue this.
We've had discussions with government, and it's very much on the agenda.
Yeah, I guess the question is not whether it's on the agenda, it's whether it's likely to happen, I guess, which is a crystal ball that we don't have at this point. Yeah. But I mean, to the extent that we may not end up in this process having three aligned development interests, I guess that's another matter that we need to have a think about.
Just on that, if I can comment, any developer coming into that is going to do the same scenario. They're going to weigh up what they feel the land's worth and what they can develop it for and what they can make a dollar out of. It's a really simple exercise, and any developer and that land will be based around basically what previous land sold for, and so they'll quickly do the exercise. No different to us, would do the exercise. We think it's worth X amount. We believe that the market can. This is what the market will take. No different to we look at a piece of land. We believe that if it's I'm just using figures, if it's $1.5 million a hectare, we need to get X amount of lots out of it. We need to sell it for this amount of money. It's a very, very simple exercise, and someone will assess that area and they'll understand what those price points are. They'll work from the top down like we do, not from the bottom up.
Just whilst you're on the megaphone, Mr. Thompson indicated in his comments there that the anticipation that in actual fact the full build out would be something in the order of 10 years. Is that your expectation?
Absolutely.
To clarify, Mr. Hill, the majority of the development I would expect to be sold down within the 10-year period. I would say 12, 15, just as a high level estimate overall. For a development of that scale would be quite.
I wasn't wanting to be too precise on the number. It was more the interest that in actual fact, if you're looking at a risk profile, then you're looking at a 10-year risk, because I mean that's when it's not even 10 years, it's probably 8 years in terms of what you put in place and kick off. So that's what I'm thinking about. Right.
Sorry, it's not the complete build out though, because there's only 2,400. There's still land that's yet to be developed.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I'm being a little bit imprecise, but thank you very much for picking that up. Yes, no. I accept it's a majority build out. Yeah. Next.
Thanks. We'll have Mr. Paxton next. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paxton.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is James Paxton. I'm a qualified urban designer and registered landscape architect, also a director at Reset Urban Design. I prepared a statement of evidence urban design for the submitter TPG, and I will provide a brief summary of my primary evidence and just discuss the general points of agreement and disagreement. So as I'm sure you're aware, the Tauriko West Urban Growth Area is a complex topographical landform, largely defined by the adjacent Wairoa River. The landform generally comprises elevated terraces and domes flanked by moderately steep to steep escarpments, which extend down to incised low-lying gullies. The land potential for urban development is largely constrained with topographic, geotechnical, flooding limitations, landscape protection overlays, as well as a long linear river corridor edge reserve, recreated stream corridors, and a series of stormwater devices, including extensive wetlands. The consequent developable area has many irregular shapes and edges due to the existing and proposed contours. given the variable topography across the site, significant bulk earthworks will be required to create level building platforms and access formations. These site-specific constraints and limitations all greatly influence and impact the efficiency of street and block alignment, orientation and layout, access and circulation requirements, open space connections, individual lot layouts, and subsequent overall density reached. A more detailed and nuanced investigation of what the site, land, and context can actually deliver in a physical sense is important. As noted by Mr. Cooney, an earlier modelling undertaken as part of the Greenfield Housing Policy Options Assessment for Tauranga by Market Economics and Foresight Consulting identified scenarios that provided a range of 15.16 to 19.39 net dwellings per hectare as being physically achievable within Tauriko West. Having reviewed the available studies and visiting the site, I've undertaken site analysis, opportunities and constraints mapping exercises, and initial high-level master planning and yield option studies. Abstractly, in order to achieve 20 dwellings per hectare across the study site of the stage 1 and 2 of classic land holdings, approximately 50% of the lots would need to be attached typologies, i.e. zero lot duplex, and 50% being detached standalone typologies. Applied to the study site, a minimum density requirement of 25 dwellings per hectare would be overwhelmingly reliant on terrace housing from an early stage. The Tauriko West urban growth area is a substantial greenfield periphery development that will create a brand new community. Currently, all of the existing social infrastructure, public amenities, services, etc. in the area are on the northeastern side of the site across State Highway. A range of open space public amenities and facilities, i.e. social infrastructure, are shown on the Tauriko West Framework Plan Design Report and the Tauriko West Open Space and Facilities Master Plan. It is critical that these are developed early alongside development to support the community and intensification outcomes. Higher density requires higher amenity. Without the adequate level and quality of amenity, the trade-offs people make to move to higher density living will not add up, and the market is unlikely to support a higher density. In urban design terms, there is general agreement that the level of density that can be pursued will be highly dependent on the level of public amenity, and the density level should be aligned with the amenity level and accessibility to services. Whilst residential density can be good, it is only good in the right location and with the best urban design outcomes. Density itself does not create a well-functioning urban environment. Within Tauriko West, there is currently no certainty around the provision of amenity, community facilities, or the transport infrastructure. There is also no certainty around the delivery of local or neighbourhood centres, which are critical to creating livable communities. These are all considered key components to delivering density well and ensuring a well-functioning urban environment. The Tauriko West Structure Plan is based on a land area of approximately 333 hectares and is located on the fringe of Tauranga, well away from the highly valued coastline. Typically, larger developments on the fringe of the urban boundary find it more challenging to consistently achieve higher densities. And traditionally, the Tauranga market has delivered a high proportion of detached housing. It will take time to mature and gain momentum with attached housing as an accepted, desirable option. The early stages of the development will need to set the benchmark for the rest of the development. This is a new development area and will take time to establish momentum and a brand vision that the public can literally buy into. There is agreement across the experts that 25 dwellings per hectare was unlikely to be viable in the short term, and that a reduced density is necessary to facilitate commercial viability in the market and a livable environment for those in the early stages of Tauriko's development. There also appears to be agreement that establishing Tauriko as a desirable, livable suburb as efficiently as possible in the short term will support greater density in the medium and long term. A compromise to section 13 net yield has been proposed, as has been discussed, with the stepped approach of a minimum average 22 residential allotments per hectare for the first 800, stepping up to 25. The apparent rationale for this compromised outcome includes allowing developers flexibility to deliver housing efficiently early on, reducing risk for the developer, allowing time to provide the social infrastructure, allowing time for the market to mature and Tauriko to gain momentum, and improving the viability of the potential neighbourhood and local centre. I'm in agreement with these points. However, I believe the yield compromise of 22 dwellings per hectare, as arrived at, is not of a scale that provides the necessary level of flexibility or consequential difference given the complex set of constraints and dynamics identified. So from an urban design perspective, there's a general agreement across the majority of the key points from council's experts. So in order to kind of distill these down further, I've summarised to the following. So point one, there is agreement that social infrastructure, community facilities, etc., need to be commensurate to the level of density. The principle of higher density equals higher amenity. The two are intrinsically linked, especially in the early development stages. Point two, there is agreement that establishing the Tauriko West urban growth area as a desirable, livable suburb as efficiently as possible in the short term will support greater density in the medium and long term. Point three, there is agreement that density will likely increase over time following market trends. So point four, there's really disagreement around the minimum dwelling per hectare setting. It is TCC's position that the compromise approach of 22 dwellings per hectare stepping to 25 allows developers the opportunity to provide a lower density in the short term. I'm of the opinion that the minimum density requirement of 20 dwellings per hectare would be more suitable and less convoluted, align with the site-specific constraints of the site, and would achieve the intent and outcomes in a more resilient and flexible manner upon which to build the early stages. I also note that the first stages of larger new developments create the lasting impression, and it is very difficult to reverse a poor impression. In my opinion, a minimum of 20 dwellings per hectare will allow for the greater flexibility, will provide a range of housing typologies, and will still deliver on the desired urban design vision, objectives, and outcomes of Tauriko West. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paxton.
Yeah, a couple for me, thank you. Your paragraph 29 of your evidence, you've got in bold higher amenity equals higher density. I just wanted to be sure that I was understanding the point that you were making there. Am I correct in reading that, meaning that to achieve the higher density, you need that higher amenity because you've got one equals the other, but I didn't know whether you were saying something different to that.
Yes, no, that's the correct.
Yeah, thank you. And then looking at the options that you've got appended to your evidence, so just scrolling down the PDF, you've got your layouts, and I'm particularly looking at the 25 dwellings per hectare option. And I may have written this down wrong a moment ago as you said it. So to achieve 20 per hectare, pretty much 50% attached versus detached, 50% of each. For the 25 dwellings per hectare option, I've written down, which I think I wrote down wrong, 25 dwellings per hectare is reliant on terrace housing, but it's actually attached housing.
Yeah,
rather than terrace, is that correct?
So the 25 dwelling concept has about a third terrace housing and a third of what would be a zero lot or duplex size, and then a third standalone.
That was going to be my next question. So effectively, so all of that you've identified as duplex could potentially be standalone zero lot housing, couldn't it? So we're actually looking at 2/3 detached potentially, and I appreciate there's a debate between zero lot being detached or otherwise, but in effect to a buyer, it looks detached. So you've got 2/3 detached versus 1/3 terrace.
Yeah, I take your point. I mean, theoretically, yes, zero lots are detached, but given their small lot size, they'd sort of be in a different market range for a typical detached dwelling.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it might be actually quite useful to hear from your client's perspective how you view, and I appreciate you jumping across the room, how you view sort of zero lot as a saleable item.
Zero lot is a saleable item, but there's only so much of it you can sell because the size of the site, the house becomes a lot smaller. And when you're doing a subdivision of the scale, it's different when you're doing, if it's a hectare or 2 hectares and you're doing development and it's a part of a bigger development, you'll do it. There's no question we will be doing some of that zero lot stuff, but there's only a percentage that we want to do or the market will take. And that's our point. Our point is we can't be forced into the majority of that. Otherwise, we saturate it and the market's not there for it.
So just looking at the 25 option, you've effectively got 1/3 traditional detached, as it were, 1/3 zero lot and 1/3 terrace. Having, a mixture of that detached and zero lot together, and it might be arranged differently to what it's shown here, would that still be too much, do you think, for the market to support?
Yeah, I do. Again, this is a 10-year project. When you start a project, you've got to get it right. If you get it right, you're in trouble further down the track, and that's the financial risk you take. So to start it, we start off with the density, and then you build on the density. Any subdivision of any scale you've gone to, have a look how the trend has gone. It's gone to a certain density, and then it's picked up later on in the development as the amenities come in. We're not guaranteeing any amenity here to start with. We believe and we're confident we will get to that, but we have to understand what amenities is going, and we don't know what it is yet.
Thanks to both of you. It's just useful to get a bit of more of an understanding of what we're showing there and your view on that. So thank you. That's it for me.
Just before you go, Fraser, Mr. Kumi, I mean, in terms of the amenity, when does that have to be provided? I mean, on a 10-year program, one would assume that needs to be early if in actual fact it's going to encourage intensification.
Yeah, look, once again, the amenity comes down to, is it viable? So we have to ascertain, and at this stage, we don't believe, I mean, ideally, we would love to have a shopping centre and those sort of things in our development, but it's over the road, it's next door. So therefore, we don't believe that it's viable to put too much amenity into this particular subdivision. And that's the danger here. We haven't got retail and people screaming out saying, shit, we'd love to do a development there because everything's over the road around the corner. So that's our challenge in this development, is where the amenity is. We agree that there's amenity down by the river, and that we believe we will get greater density down there. But that's probably year, Matt, 7, 6, something like that. So, it's well down the track. And that's why I'm saying that if you have an enabling plan change that we can get to that density, we will get to it because the market will accept it. But it's certainly not going to accept it in day one. Don't forget, where we're starting is near the motorway. You don't want to be doing high intensification too close there. So that's our point, amenity, density, but we don't know when that's coming.
Mr. Paxton, in terms of your evidence, para 38 and 39, can you help me a little bit here? You're talking about Tauriko West being complex, three-dimensional, heavily contoured. And I guess that's in comparison with other residential developments in the city. That complexity and the efficiency of how you can develop that, is that comparatively dealt with by way of the net developable area, or is it not captured in that in that approach?
To a certain extent, I think, as you can kind of see in one of the attachments, where we've outlined the developable area and the shape of the landforms that you have, in order to kind of provide efficient layout of lots, orientation, and streets and blocks. The shapes that we have to work with are not the most efficient. You can't kind of do typical straight grids. So there is consideration around that. In terms of that net developable area, it needs to also be further worked through in terms of building restriction lines. So there are further constraints around that. That answer your question?
Yeah, so what you're saying is it's partly dealt with by taking out the undevelopable area, but in terms of the topography and that, to some extent, you've got awkward shapes and you've got difficult layouts.
Correct.
How much does this thing that we haven't quite got our head around, the 30% cap on roading, how much does that help?
Yeah, that's still trying to get my head around that one as well, actually. The table that Mr. Kemi provided, the final density number changed, but the actual physical roading area or number of lots didn't change. So I'd also be interested to see how that would actually physically manifest itself in a plan. From that table, there was kind of no added benefit in terms of lots or area, other than changing the density percentage or dwellings, percentage.
So if I looked at it another way, if this density, the 25 or the 22, was being proposed on a relatively flat site, like some of the, that Papamoa general area, would that be a more achievable in terms of that topography rather than this topography?
Yeah, purely from a topography perspective, depending on the specific site, it is likely. I think context is key as well. It depends what is surrounding the theoretical site, and whether or not those levels of density would be achievable.
And on 59, you refer to I think it dealt with the council amenity side of things. So if I go to 81, so you're saying, I'm of the opinion that a minimum density requirement of 20 dwellings per hectare would achieve the intent and outcomes in a more efficient and sustainable and flexible manner. Now, what are the key factors that you've taken into consideration when you've come up with that figure of 20?
Yeah, I guess 20 has been informed by several components. One of those is looking at what the site capacity is and what the site is capable of. Kind of our understanding of developments around the country as well, and 20 is sort of it's the lower end of medium density, but is often kind of set as I guess the minimum for medium density. There is I guess in Western Bay of Plenty, their greenfield areas is a 20, and then other areas around New Zealand as well.
So I'm looking at specifically your skills and expertise in terms of rather than necessarily just adopting what someone else has said. Looking at from your skills in terms of urban design, landscape, what are the factors that you've considered that would say 20 was the minimum density?
Yeah, again, it's kind of looking at that site in a closer context and understanding the layout, the orientation, where the access is. On the spine road, for example, not having vehicle access onto private lots, so we have to kind of rear load, making the most of the amenity, and I guess understanding that we want to maximise the opportunity and kind of maximise this finite resource. So it's finding the correct balance between what we think is kind of a feasible, achievable density in a suitable urban environment.
And my last question is, do you see a need for a step to a higher density? Or do you think that should be the figure right across the whole development?
Yeah, I don't see the need for a step. I think it's kind of been made quite clear from various experts that everyone agrees the density will increase over time as the market demand is there.
Thank you, Mr. Paxton. Yes, I wasn't reading 81 and I'm not sure that the Commissioner was reading it the same way either, but I wasn't reading that as you saying that 20 is what it should be, simply that comparatively it's a better start point. Yep.
Correct.
Right, thank you, Mr. Paxton. Right, 16 minutes to 5. I've just had it confirmed that we can have this room till midnight, so...
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I can also answer one of your questions about Papamoa and the difference between that and Pies Par West. In the west of the city, we've mainly got ash soils with a bit of pumice and salty sands, etc. And you can't do on-site soakage. So in Papamoa, you can do on-site soakage. And in the East Court example, most of the stormwater treatment and attenuation is off-site, so it doesn't come out of your developable area. So again, there's quite big differences. But yeah, I'll just do a quick summary of add some other comments and just some additional comments on the rebuttal evidence reviewed. As Pete mentioned, I was involved in Pies Par West urban growth area, firstly as a planner at TCC and then working for the developer from 2006 to 2012. And that was the first urban growth area in the city to have minimum density requirements. And initially it was very hard to achieve in the initial stages as the market was not prepared nor ready to accept these reduced section sizes. And it caused significant financial pressure for the developer and increased the levels of debt the developer carried when the market turned during the GFC, which resulted in the developer being placed into receivership. It appears that we have yet to learn the lessons from this Pies Par West example, with densities expected to be 63% above 13.5 lots per hectare, which is the current city plan requirement, compared to 22, and 66.7% above 15 lots per hectare at 25. The significant increased minimum density requirements and the high level of upfront infrastructure costs for Tauriko West seem to be setting developers up on a similar path to Pies Par West. Pete's also discussed the classic example of Kennedy Ridge in the Pies Par West urban growth area, where the planning requirement was 12.5 lots per hectare. And overall, Classic have achieved a much higher density for the 26 hectare development there. The roading cap of 30% as proposed, I must be a bit blunter than the experts around me. I think it's just data manipulation or the academic value, as it does not increase the land for housing. It doesn't decrease the amount of roading required to be delivered, nor provide the certainty for scheme planning and obtaining engineering approvals for a subdivision plan. And that's just based on my review of Mr. Kimi's rebuttal, paragraph 2.9. And that East Court example he cited, the 10-metre shared lane, which is a vested road, I can't get that over the line with TCC roading and development engineers for use at Tauriko West. Then I'll go into community facilities. We requested a breakdown of the lump sum amounts in Mr. Hudson's Appendix 6D, and we received the email on the 19th of November from Mr. Talbot with no additional breakdown of project details provided. However, the overall amount for the Western Corridor allocation had increased by 5 million. And I think it's important to understand that the Smart Growth Strategy 2024 to 2074 states that the Western Corridor includes Pies Pie West, Auhawiti, Welcome Bay, Tauriko West, Auhawiti South, Keenan Road, Upper Belk, followed by Merrick Road, Joyce Road. I can only find 2 minor amounts in the LTP information that are specific to Tauriko West. The rest appear to be buckets of funding applied to a much wider Western Corridor. As confirmed by Mr. Hudson in his rebuttal, paragraph 2.6, the amounts and projects are subject to confirmation by political decision-making and are thus highly uncertain with no defined commitment to delivery. My final 2 comments on wastewater capacity. Mr. Talbot asked for a bit of explanation of my submission point on that. The wastewater capacity for Tauriko West, as confirmed by Mr. Hurley, provides for 2,625 dwelling unit equivalents. So that's dwelling unit equivalents, not lots or houses. So it's not just residential, it includes other uses. So from that, it's peak wet weather flows. It's based on peak wet weather flows of 45 litres per sec to the north to Landing Drive Pump Station and 32.8 litres per sec to the south via pump station in Tauriko Business Estate. And converting those flows to dwelling unit equivalents, you arrive at 2,625. So assuming some non-residential uptake and these include a new primary school, commercial areas or commercial centres to the north and south, new high school, active reserve facilities, library, community centre, public toilets, we could have somewhere in the region of 400 to 500 non-residential uptake. So that would, if say it's 475, that reduces it to 2,150 dwelling unit equivalents for residential use, and lesser allocation of 75 to Redwood Lane landowners leaves 2,075 for the 3 key landowners, or circa 2,075 lots or houses. And TCC will need to address downstream capacity constraints in the short to medium term to ensure that firstly 2,400 residential lots can be delivered and the full uptake can occur after stage 1. The last item, I didn't really want to go into this, but I will comment about the street design toolkit. When you tick the medium density box of this toolkit, everything becomes mandatory. So once it's mandatory, you're actually in a situation where you've got to prove to council why you're not doing something. So in my view, the toolkit then becomes, there's only one tool in there, it's a sledgehammer, because there's no other tools. You've got to prove and fight your way through trying to get cross sections approved and reasons why you don't deliver stuff. For example, up at Kennedy Ridge, that 12.5 metre road, we can't deliver that anymore. It's only got a footpath on one side of 1.5 metres, and we now have to deliver footpaths both sides at 1.8 metres. So there's a whole lot of issues which I think Mr. Kemi would also acknowledge about the street design toolkit. Happy to take questions.
Ms. Hill, Fraser, you want to follow anything up? You've got off very lightly, Ms. Hill. Congratulations. Right. 3 minutes.
I shall talk very quickly. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Council staff. I'll just summarise my evidence. I've set out in section 3 the scope of what I've covered, and in terms of further plan provisions and amendments to those. I've identified those in an attachment to my evidence in turquoise, which is the only colour I think that hadn't been used, with all the shadings and underlines in different colours. I've set out in paragraph 4 the relevant statutory considerations that I wanted to focus on, and in particular policy 3 from the NPSUD. And my view is that in terms of policy 3, part D of that policy is very important in terms of a consideration for the panel, because it deals with residential development within and adjacent to neighbourhood centre zones, local zones, town centre zones, and it talks about building heights and densities of urban form being commensurate with the level of commercial activity and the community services that are proposed. And in terms of those community services, I agree with Mr. Keameys that they are needed to support increased density. And there's currently some real uncertainty as to not only the provision of those community facilities, but also the provision of commercial centres, which I'll discuss later in my evidence. So the NPS, in my view, adopts very much a scaled approach to this quite directive policy in terms of policy 3. And for edge areas like Tauriko West, where residential zones are not in or adjacent to commercial areas, a scale of urban form, including density, isn't supported by adjacent commercial activities or centres as envisaged under policy 3. And its reference to commensurate with. Whilst the Tauranga Crossing does provide a nearby commercial centre, it's not within a viable walking radius. And I refer you there to the MFE guidance around that, which refers to, when implementing the NPSUD, applying a 10-minute walking distance or 800 metres. And it also requires consideration of matters such as topography. And so we have approximately 1.7 kilometres in terms of a distance from the classic master planned area through to the crossing. The density of urban form, based on both the current and the planned levels of accessibility via transport and community services, seems to be based quite strongly on the UFTI report, and higher levels of density are required under UFTI to support a highly functioning transport network, and that really relates to a density of around 30 to 60 dwellings per hectare as set out in UFTI. In relation to the provision of community services, those are set out in terms of the NPSUD, and there's really no commitment from what I've heard today around the timing and the funding of these for Tauranga West. As Mr. Hills identified, it seems like there are some buckets of money identified for the Western Corridor, but there's very little commitment on actual projects for Tauriko West. I'd note also in terms of amenities that at this stage there's no certainty around any new schools. I understand there's some discussions going on, but there's no firm commitments. And more importantly, there's no certainty in relation to the provision of commercial centres. For Tauriko West, these are not actually planned, and I've referred to that in my evidence as zoned, because that's the approach that the NPS UD adopts. And that in terms of the neighbourhood centre zones and the local centre zones, these effectively are floating areas. And so they do require a resource consent process to be established. There are no permitted or controlled activities provided for them. They are required to get a resource consent and to be anchored through that process as a discretionary or a restricted discretionary activity. So my concerns with that approach that I've set out in 4.15 of my evidence is that the council continues to adopt a relevant residential zone as a means of developing these residential centres. And again, that's not the approach that's promoted under the zoning approach of the NPSUD. The commercial outcomes are not mandatory or certain like they are in terms of a zoned approach. The local centre zone, which is the main one, is not controlled by the main developers, and the development of these commercial centres relies entirely on a market response. So building height typically in a commercial centre is also greater, and it also provides for the flexibility around mixed use outcomes. So we're stuck here with the standard MDRZ building height, for example, whereas alternatively through a zoned approach you would expect and anticipate a height of something like 16 metres, which you've got elsewhere throughout the city. But most importantly, in my view, the plan provisions are also not enabling enough to encourage the establishment of commercial centres when you compare that to a residential outcome, which is effectively controlled / permitted. And so effectively, in terms of the development of these, it may be easier and more profitable for developers to in fact just develop some of that area that's been circled for commercial use as residential. I've noted in 4.20 that I consider that the proposed density is less aligned with the urban growth objectives 23 or 24 of the RPS. I'll discuss that a little bit further in the context of smart growth, but the RPS no longer sets a bottom line in terms of density. That was removed through the recent NPS plan change to the RPS. Moving to smart growth and UFD, I haven't placed significant weight upon the findings and recommendations from the UFD report, and that's because the UFD report and the whole process around UFD sat outside of any RMA statutory process and wasn't subject to the same scrutiny or contestability of an RMA plan. So UFD was essentially prepared and released effectively as part of the wider kind of work that was done between the councils and smart growth. In terms of smart growth itself, smart growth incorporates the FDS, so that sits in smart growth now, and the smart growth decision is a relatively recent one. But I just wanted to highlight for you what smart growth actually says around density, because it says the following target residential densities are needed in order to achieve compact urban form. And then it goes on to talk about these are minimum net densities to be achieved over time with the aim of reaching higher dwellings per hectare where possible. So my view on that is that the density provisions that are sitting in the FDS and in smart growth, and I refer you there to specifically to page 113, are not minimums or bottom lines, they're targets to be achieved where possible. So my view is that the smart growth strategy doesn't actually go as far as saying that partner councils have to set a minimum density requirement. The reference in smart growth, and again on the same page 113, is that greenfield growth areas are to have a net target density of 30 to be achieved in 10 plus years. And that, in my view, is consistent and aligned with the definition of long-term under the NPS UD. So it's not 10 years, it's 10 plus years to achieve that 30, which is in the long-term planning horizon. In terms of smart growth, it's also important to probably drill further into the strategy, because smart growth itself acknowledges that the housing allocations are estimated based on best information that it had at the time, and there are a wide range of factors that affect whether or not development can be delivered. And some of these are actually outside of the control of the partners. So the strategy also noted that there may be variances in what can be delivered on the ground following structure plan processes, natural hazards and other constraints. And I refer you there to page 156 of the strategy. One of the concerns that I also have with the smart growth strategy in terms of its final form was its real lack of consideration around feasibility, and I was quite critical of smart growth in that respect. feasibility seems to me to be the first thing that developers do, but it's often the last thing that councils and local government do. And I'd certainly note that with respect to smart growth. There was only really through the smart growth strategy one publicly available technical assessment that was completed around density with respect to Tauriko. And that was a report that was prepared by Boffa-Miskell. And that Boffa-Miskell assessment formed part of the smart growth strategy and recommended a density for Tauriko of 20 houses per hectare. And I've given you the reference for that on page 13 of my evidence. There's also some earlier work that's been touched on that was prepared by Market Economics, which, consistent with the Boffa-Miskell assessment, recommended an upper density of around 19 dwellings per hectare as a minimum. And that's also been referred to by Mr. Cooney. And also importantly, the Market Economics assessment made some recommendations for higher density to be achieved around local and neighbourhood centres. But as I've noted previously, these centres are not locked in any way through a zoning approach. In terms of the technical analysis on density, I've covered that in sort of section 6 of my evidence. And I've also talked about the definition of net developable area in the plan. And in terms of policies within the plan around that net developable area, that's been kind of covered by others. The density provisions in the city plan are just something that I wanted to touch on because those have been in place for some time, although they were reviewed as part of the Plan Change 33 process because the wording around its reference to MDRZ and HDRZ was incorporated. So the densities seem to me to be the same for HDRZ as they are for MDRZ. And there's a stepped approach which was worked through quite a consultative process. I was involved in the discussions that eventuated in those densities, and it consisted of all of the developers getting into the room with the council to sort of thrash that out and work through that density process. So those are sitting in the city plan at the moment. And one thing that was certainly raised earlier was the reference to the interchangeability that's being used between lots per hectare and dwellings per hectare. And I just wanted to clarify that when you look at those density provisions that are sitting in 12B of the plan, they do refer to dwellings per hectare rather than lots. And the reason for that is that forever in Tauranga, there's only ever been one dwelling permitted per lot. So that's why the reference is made to dwellings rather than lots. So there seems to be a little bit of a disconnect between the amendments to the 12B provisions in relation to now referring to lots rather than dwellings. So the stepped approach that's currently utilised goes from 13 lots per hectare up to 15 from 2037 onwards. I've also considered the evidence that's been prepared by Kevin Hill and James Paxton and others in relation to the current level of density. And it seems to me that the current level of density that's being achieved around the city is around about 18 lots per hectare. And I've sort of set that out in 7.3. So in my view, there's really not a lot to differentiate or justify the difference between the district-wide basis under Plan Change 33 and the change that's proposed in terms of the variation relating to density, because the density, in my view, must be commensurate with a number of those requirements and criteria that I've set out in my evidence. There's also a number of other matters that I've covered in Part 8 of my evidence around various other submission points that were lodged by Classic and Tauriko Property Group. And I probably won't take you through all of those because the vast majority of matters that were raised by the submission lodged by Tauriko Property Group and Classic Group have been agreed with staff. There's a couple of minor exceptions in addition to the issue of density, which I've covered. And these include reference in paragraph 8.9 of my evidence to a policy relating to managing the effects of development on the state highway network. I've suggested that the policy be amended just slightly in that regard. The policy refers to protection of the state highway corridor. My view is that the corridor is already protected and it's protected through its designation. So I have no issue with the policy referring to the functioning and safe operation of the state highway network, but I don't really see that the policy should use or make reference to the word protect. That's the role of the designation. And then in 8.11 of my evidence, I've also considered an amendment relating to stormwater. I've agreed in part with an amendment to the policy there, but I've also added a further provision around the need to consider that stormwater is managed in an efficient way, and there's a reference included in policy, in the policy, stormwater policy, in 8.11 of my evidence, which refers to regional stormwater discharge consent requirements. And in my view, there's actually no reason or need to replicate that stuff in district plans. And I'm seeing it more and more, and it's almost like an advice note or a compliance kind of regime that's been incorporated into district plans, and I don't support that. I've covered in 8.13 the matters of FinCos, and I do certainly support a fair apportionment of infrastructure funding and agree that that needs to be equitable between the developers. And so there may be the ability to make some comment or recommendations to the council around that. It's obviously development contributions are dealt with outside of the RMA process, but it is certainly something that could be looked at by the council if they were to prepare a development contributions policy for Tauriko West. I just think it's fundamentally inequitable for one developer to be paying for all of the costs associated with servicing another developer's land. And look, at the moment, it might be easy enough for the three key developers to work that out, but my concern would be if the KO block is disposed of and perhaps broken up, then that becomes a very difficult situation to try and manage. So I've included as attachment B to my evidence some of the updated plan provisions, which I'll just briefly take you through. And the first one relates to a really simple change to policy 12A 1.1.2, which is just a change to 20 dwellings per hectare for subdivision rather than the 22 and then stepping up to the 25. The second change is policy 12A.1.1.3, which talks about any shortfall being able to be made up by other land parcels within the Tauriko West urban growth area. And I have turned my mind to how that might occur, because there was a question about that this morning, about how you could redistribute or reallocate density throughout the developers within the plan change area. So you could use mechanisms like memorandum of encumbrances to acknowledge that, so it goes onto other titles as a potential mechanism to manage that. I've suggested an amendment to the explanatory statement in 12B. Again, that's just simplifying that explanatory statement to refer to 20 dwellings per hectare rather than the 25. And policy 12B 1.4.1, which is the policy that I'd mentioned previously about the state highway and promoting the functioning and safe operation of that. In terms of policy 12B.1.4.1, that's the stormwater policy that I mentioned relating to the regional council and also minimising the impact of stormwater infrastructure on developable land. The controlled activity standards, in terms of made an amendment there, again just referencing back to the 20 rather than the stepped approach. and that's sitting underneath the current yield table that's in the plan. And those were the main changes that I've made to the plan provisions. I also filed a very simple rebuttal statement, which I'm happy to also take you through, just responding to the evidence of Lucy Holden, seeking to include some changes to the subdivision policies in the plan. So I've set those policies out in my rebuttal evidence, and I've also identified the underlying objective that sits in the plan, which is really in terms of subdivision for Tauriko infrastructure related. So the amendments that have been proposed by the regional council, in my view, are not needed. I'm happy with the first one, and I've accepted that in a track changed version. But in my view, the plan already provides for things like vesting or an alternative mechanism. There is no provision in the plan that says that all of these kind of stream areas, stream margins, stormwater management areas have to be public and have to be vested. And certainly the assessment criteria in the plan, and I've used these for a number of years on many sites, encourage engagement with the council staff to work through those issues at subdivision stage. So how wide does it need to be? What's its form and function? The idea of mass planting out all of these areas is not something I support sitting in the plan as a policy. I think that stuff needs to be worked through at an operational level with the council staff. And if they want areas that are not mass planted because they need to convey stormwater, or they want seating put in there, or other amenity features, then that's stuff that should be worked through, in my view, in the subdivision process through those current assessment criteria. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Collier, and thank you for your attention to that detail. That's obviously very helpful depending on which way we go. Fraser, any questions?
Just one, and it's potentially for your legal counsel rather than you. You just flag in your para 3.2, Mr. Collier, that there's a question of scope in relation to the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's issues, and I just wanted to provide an opportunity for legal counsel to comment on whether you consider there is a scope issue there.
As referred to in my opening submissions, there was comments on that from KO, and I endorse Mr. Matheson's approach to that if we focus on the fundamentals of an IPI and what it's meant to achieve, and it's supposed to be restrictive and focused on enabling, then it's appropriate that the zoning of NDRS is enabled and as lenient and least restrictive, streamlined as possible. Cut the red tape. That's what it's supposed to do. And so in my submission, what the Bay of Plenty Regional Council is seeking to do would be entirely valid if it was a Part 1, Schedule 1 plan change, but it's not. So that's where I agree that I consider it's a scope issue for this panel to consider.
All right, thank you, Mr. Collier. I've got no questions. I mean, you're very clear as always, and yes, it's a matter of do we accept you or not? It's quite simple.
Thank you.
Barry Pacino, you want to go final word, are you?
No, sir, I think excellent. The evidence is well covered.
Thank you very much. In that case, thank you for you and your team. Appreciate the evidence you've given today. And unless there's anything else that anybody wants to comment on, we'll adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So thank you very much.
Just one thing, it's just a housekeeping matter. I did confer with my learned friend, Mr. Fisher, that originally when I was given instructions, the instructing solicitors gave a table of all the different funding agreements, and it's in a table, and I've had permission from all the landowners and the council to submit it to the panel. I thought it might be helpful. I can email it through to the Variation 1 email, and then you've got it there. It doesn't go into a lot of detail, but it just briefly sets out what those are.
And that's publicly available?
It's not, but I have permission from the partners who are involved in those things to release that table. So I've sent it. I
guess my question is, are you releasing that to the panel or more broadly?
Probably be a question for council. You don't mind that it
Well, why don't you come back to us on that? Actually, we'll hold it in confidence at this point. But depending on how you feel, we can address that. Mr. Fisher.
Yeah, the council's comfortable for it to be public. There is actually a table also in Mr. Mead's evidence which does a similar sort of thing, although it's not.
Oh, well, I hope they're the same, are they? Yes.
Yes, similar concept. It's just outlining some key aspects of the agreement. So, council.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for that. And you
The
did.
differences in the table is this table focuses on yield, because that was my specific question to the solicitors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow morning.